Okay, we'll return to it then, shall we? It's back to Moray, Bagpipes in Bordeaux, except, well, I'd say we've done pretty bloody well for 100 years. The United Kingdom is ours. The places that are not ours by choice. The main thing I want to do is separate Ireland into delectable little one-province chunks to act as a booster for my culture. Otherwise, the rest of this stuff, I don't even want to integrate most of it because I think it benefits me more not having direct control. My subjects have much more control than I could get out of that land. Don't be fooled by some of these high things. That's just from recently integrated individuals. The coastline is good. And I might even consider picking apart Wales. But that's not the consideration right now. The consideration right now is war with France. And I think that war is just going to start immediately. They are currently very busy tearing apart Austria. Between them and Bohemia, the completely unholy alliance between two large and terrifying forces. But we built up for this moment. In fact, we spent much of the past 20 years making sure that our economy could withstand the weight of having our sizable navy. And we needed this navy so that we could take on the standing naval hegemon, France. France and its 27 heavy ships. We have 40. Not only that, we just got a recent event to make our navy even better. And we've got this wonderful Ironside admiral who will hopefully just obliterate whatever fleets there are, starting with this poor little Breton galley and moving on to anything else we feel like taking on. I still have my navy here, ensuring that I have total maritime presence for the home isles. Although I may take some of those ships to engage vast blockade, but I think priority one has to be eliminate the enemy fleet. Alright, very good. And this is all a culmination of my brilliant plan, which I've had for quite some time. We sold France Dover, but we kept a subject here who would have a core on Dover. They have laid a casus belli, and we will use the casus belli, because otherwise it's pretty difficult to get good conquest cost-reducing things here. There is one, however. There is another thing that's playing into a bigger plan here, and that is... Oh, what in the world is it? I think it's here. Take down hegemon. So I went into the files to look at this casus belli. It's available to use on a hegemon if you yourself are not a hegemon. And this is so powerful a casus belli. It's so good that you wouldn't want to be a hegemon. This is worth more than any hegemony in my opinion, this massive CB, at least until better CBs are available. So, in an ideal situation, assuming we do beat France here, and I can't imagine why we wouldn't, I want to remain not a hegemon, so either not a great power, or if I do become a great power, make sure that none of the hegemony bonuses work for me, and keep France as a hegemon, so kick their teeth in, but not too hard, so that the next time we come back, we can tear them apart with the takedown hegemon CB. That's the dream, at least. Surely the contents of Louvre belong in resting in the Moray Museum for protection. Oh yeah, I would love to go and steal the artwork. Works of art. Yeah, Paris glowing green with its 20 works of art. It has 1% of all the world's art. What does London have? Sorry, Londane. No, I don't need to know about the burgers. 3 works of art. Okay. This imbalance needs to be sorted, but probably not in this war. Taking on Ile de Frogs is a bit of a tall order. I am planning to win this war on the high seas. So we will sink their boats, we'll sink any army that they send across, and we'll put them under total naval blockade. And then hopefully that will drive up war exhaustion and war score for us to be able to enforce our demands. But we shall have to see. And we'll see right now. I know some people might think that this was all a fake out and I wasn't actually going to declare war, but I totally am. We're following through on that threat. Even though Bohemia is close to not joining in, I don't actually think Bohemia will be relevant because they have no access to a navy. So what can they even do? I suppose I could march an army over here, but I don't plan on engaging with an army. Or do I? No, not ready for into music yet. I may have some ideas for using an army here, but it depends on a few things. First and foremost, though, let's get this war going. Comes at a slight stability cost because I have good relations with France. Nice of it not to say why. It's just base cost of stability. Yeah, why? Oh, no, it does say here. Good relations, even though I insulted them. Okay, very good. Let us engage in warfare. The fake out to Nancy Drew. No, I already played the French Nancy Drew, didn't I? Didn't I? What was the French Nancy Drew again? Alright, so as somewhat expected, we immediately just curb stomp this one poor little galley. Although none of the boats are at the ready there. We have Jersey. We're trying to use Jersey as bait. We want him to try and invade Jersey, and then he'll take his time invading there, and we smash his ships with his people on top of it. Or if it's like a bunch of levies we think we could destroy, we can take them in combat to try and build up war score. We shall see. We'll play it by ear depending on what they get up to. I have my transport navy at the ready here. Yeah, good. One of our our first cousin is in charge there. Okay, very good. Although it doesn't have the capacity for my army, but I think what I will do is I'll pop out some regular levies. Just a small amount should do. Enough to do a single siege would be plenty, but not so many that their lives are going to be at risk. No, not the people from Aberdeenshire, though. Jings, who here has a small amount of levies for me? Like 500 or so levies from wherever this is? Oxfordshire. Yeah, get out of there. Those boffins need to learn the real art of war. Alright, let's slow it right down and see what's going to be going on here. Let's also pay attention to any of this stuff. Don't care. Don't care. Definitely don't care. Don't care. Might care later on. Don't care. There's so many bleeding alerts in this game. One thing I was thinking about was something that... so I brought this up before, that mod that automatically marries people. I'm hoping just Paradox come up with their own solution. But for now, if I go into my characters screen and I look for male, unmarried members of... Oh, they need to be adult as well. Of my dynasty, Randy Randolph here. There are still 4 surviving males. They're getting a bit on, but I'm sure they can still crank something out. They could continue on my dynasty. My dynasty is going to fade away if I don't do something about it, because we only had women, and those women lose their dynasty when they marry men. Oops, no, not Ran W. So I'm contemplating just having these 4 marry random nobles, so that maybe we could marry back into the dynasty. It's not really important gameplay-wise, but kind of want it regardless. So how about we just marry some local nobility to take care of that? I don't think it matters particularly who. So you take care of that. No, not arranging an international one here. Just marry some local nobles. Lowborn still costs even for these fringe individuals. So yeah, someone nice, young, and fertile. We can do 21 for you. I spy a 28 and a 27-year-old as well. I'm sure they're thrilled at their prospects here. They can marry into the dying out dynasty. There we go. I just want these people somewhat available for me down the line. I'd rather not be doing this at all, frankly. I don't want to play Crusader Kings when I'm playing Europa Universalis. Don't give me characters at all. And yes, we needed to die to get the king title. Anything else to concern myself with? I actually want to start feasting on Ireland, but I don't have diplomats for that. So I started the integration of the Pale. I need to get rid of the Pale because currently they do this awful thing preventing assimilation of the Irish. Minus 120 for High Kingship Law de Biditerland. So I plan on annihilating the Pale and integrating Connaught. The problem is both of those will take quite a while. They're chunky after all. It says it's going to take me about 34 years, and I think we can cut that right down. But like I said, I'll need diplomats for it. I'm just going to rip pieces off of them, both of them in fact, so that there's less of them to need to integrate. And I might even consider doing the same to Wales. I have a dream that if I cut Wales' capital off of them, they might move their capital elsewhere and continue the integration. Because remember, this is a cultural run. Normally I wouldn't care much about this, but we need to spread our Highland culture thick and fast. And you better believe that the French are going to be getting it as well. How are you supposed to Vasca an heir if you don't have the characters? Yeah, exactly. So currently we have a daughter, and the daughter does have one son. The daughter is also needing to be married. Would you look at that? The laddie's dead. I don't suppose we have a Randy for you to marry. Some distant cousin? No, okay. Although I did just marry the other ones off. I suspect they're not distant enough. Should I get you this young, spunky individual, then? Well, as long as it doesn't land us any foreign bloods out there. McCuthbert. Cuthbert doesn't sound too bad. Alright, sure. He's an artist as well. Can't be that bad. Go and continue to plonk out some children for me in case the other one dies. Although I suppose if the boy dies, the girl takes over and I can remarry back into the old dynasty. It's a bit interesting, but it's still not really what I want to be playing this game for. Anything else to care about? Maybe my fleet. If I'm thinking about putting France under blockade, that's going to require perhaps even more light ships, and I have even more sailors than I thought I would have for the situation. So tell you what, let's build to navy some more barks. Hopefully nobody comes and just naps me while I'm doing this, but yeah, light ships are good. It's going to be very costly when I eventually want to upgrade all of these, aren't they? But at least we'll have them for, you know, like light ships in EU4, they're useful outside of war and blockades as well, getting that trade going. Alright, anything else to think about before I unpause? No, I reckon not. What I do need to consider is whether or not I want to proactively go and crush fleets, or if I want to wait for France to get their navy and try to invade me. The problem is if I let that slip, it's going to be pretty bad for me. Tell you what, how about we focus down Flanders, right? We can keep a lazy eye to see if the French are coming for us, but Flanders, on the other hand, I don't really punish France by killing off the Flandries anything, so once the Bretons are completely annihilated, which of course they are, let's go and see if we can do something about stupid, not very sexy Flanders. Although, yeah, we do want to keep an eye there. If you spy a French fleet coming at me, please screech at me. Why am I even taking attrition here? Hostile naval batteries and forts. Ooh. I wonder if that means you can't keep somebody under blockade. Then again, I think we're researching... I thought we were researching a way to passively repair in sea zones. Yeah, see, there we go. Makeshift repairs. Well, it's a mystery, I'm telling you. Alright, so we spy a bit of the navy here in a non-fortified province. Now, you know what that means. It means they're going to be my breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And, oh, hello! Trying to evade me, are you? So Flanders is coming in with their 12 paltry ships, who didn't even get into position by the time that we did. Miss Esther, heavy ship, and some other things. That means there's bound to be a bonus for attacking someone that is not actually deployed, right? We were working on our initiative here. Strength damage done. Cannons versus hull size. 100% bonus. They have poor experience. Yeah, and they get an extra for not being engaged. That was something like 300% on land combat before a recent fix. So hopefully we obliterate this navy as well. Boom, boom, boomhauer. Oh, right, the armories. Yeah, I forgot we had a parliament going on as well. More armories, because I'm going to want even more armories down the line regardless, because this is not the only war with France. This is just the start of what I can only imagine is the perennial war against France. Don't like getting war exhaustion, but I shouldn't be blockaded or occupied, so I probably don't need to care about it. It says I lost -2 boats, and it says they lost -12 boats. I'm pretty sure I had 34 at the start of the engagement. So I have no idea what I meant to read here. Also, where did their navy go? Okay, well, perhaps the less we know, the happier we are. I'm glad they didn't get into a fortified area. But I think we're going to have to do something about this other navy. And that is kind of why I'm bringing up some levies right now. I suspect that's disengaged boats, since they had 12 boats and lost 12. One can only imagine. How are my boats doing? Did I actually take much in the way of damage? I took some damage. Actually, one of my early Carracks got blasted there. So how's about... I do a rebalance, and then that puts the damaged ones in the back row. And then I should probably just smash them off here. Yeah, all the ones that aren't 99 or above. Get them over for repairs in, I don't know, Colchester? Yeah, easy peasy, right? Now, I still want to be at the ready if France come at me. But I want to begin big naval blockading, don't I? Why do my Kingdom of Norway and Kingdom of Sweden hate me so much? I think I was working on some spying on Norway at some point. Whatever came of that. Well, it doesn't really matter. I don't have the diplomats. I was ever so diplomatically starved in this game. How's the devil we know so far, Jake? Do we appear pious in the crusade of crabby kilts? Pious? Yes, for now, but we do plan on turning to Calvinism when the opportunity arises. Alright, yeah, look at that. Repairing is fine. Keep an eye and see if any Frenchman comes and has a go. I'd like to spy on France. If I could get my infiltrated administration going on them, I could know where they are at all times. Although, is it mentioned how long that actually lasts for? We lift the fog of war for many months. Okay. Many is what? 300? I don't know. If I had to guess, it's 1 year. Maybe 1 year isn't worth it. I'd really like to know about Greenland from Norway. Ah, Calvin. I only know the tiger. Yeah, Hobbes is one of my favorites too. Probably what gave me a whole lot of my wit and humour, reading Calvin and Hobbes and Bo-Peep as a child. Bo-Peep being the French comic about the French Foreign Legion. Well, it's nice having eyes all across, and it's nice knowing that my subjects are not engaged in this war, although it's also kind of broken that even when you put them on scutage, you could just tell them to join in, and they can't do anything about it. Right? Some people have been on scutage for decades, and you can still just say, oh, go on, join my war, and they'll still pay you extra. Damn it, when you said Hobbes, I thought you meant the writer of Leviathan. What? Who's Calvin in that Calvin and Hobbes? Riddle me that. Okay, so I think we'll give this a go. Let's go and kick these units out of port. And if we lose, then it's no big deal, right? It's just a bunch of levies. I mean, hopefully we don't lose, but I didn't particularly want to send my good army over to this place. Stability investment, lovely jubbly. Very paranoid about the French. I know they have a giant navy. It's also, I also know that you gotta wait a bit before you get this attack. I have a feeling that they're going to get their mercenaries before I can take this province, but I will try. Especially since I seem to have broken their mercenary hiring. And yeah, that's what I was worried about. Immediate starvation for these poor buggers out there. But they will capture this, the navy that has the... You are balanced, right? Yeah, sure. The navy that has the transport boats keeps the transport boats in the back row, so they shouldn't be engaging in battle at all. Heated debates. Turning violent. Student protest. Bloody students, right? I think I can handle unrest in... Where the heck is that? Yeah, no, keep the clergy happy. The clergy help me do research. Screw the students all day, every day. Yeah, now my poor levies are starving, but that's okay. Actually, it shouldn't be a problem, right? We'll get them out of there before they can say... Well, I don't know what they'll even try to say, but... Let's get our cogs and carracks over there to pick them up. Ah, see, they're not even hungry, right? They're doing fine. Okay, there wasn't even an engagement here. Just kersplat. A little tickle of war score, but nowhere near as I was hoping for the whole run. Oh well, levies, you done a good job. Now let's get you out of that horror show. Go and take Dover for me. And I suppose, knowing that this is already taken care of, I can probably detach a bunch of boats. Now, how many am I thinking? I don't have a good idea of how many boats it takes to do a blockade, and it's probably based on the base tax of what you're blockading to begin with. But I feel like 8 is a good number. 10 feels like it would be too many. So how about we do 8, 8, and 8 to begin with? France has a chunky coastline, but I have plenty of, what was that, 8, 8. Guess I'll do 8 here as well, just to start us off. Is this an aggressive or defensive war? Aggressive. It was all very well planned. I planned this war for decades. The brilliant idea being that I split off Kent as a subject. Kent gets a core on Dover. I steal Dover and sell it to France, meaning I lose my core on Dover, but my subject does not. And then my subject, in a fit of mad rage, pronounces a casus belli on Dover, and I, as the overlord, see it through. Also shout out to a longtime gaming pal of mine, Callum, who's very angry at me for selling his homeland to the French. What can I say, buddy? I can say whatever I want. You're still not going to be happy about it. Right, let's get our... Oh, hello! Seems the French are not best pleased. They've got their lights, they've got their heavies, and they're going to Seine Bay. Now, part of the problem here is I don't actually see the names of provinces on water. Should I change that? You know, now that I'm becoming more and more naval focused, knowing the names of water tiles could be useful. Province names always on. Okay, but what about the water provinces? Country names, international, overlord, overlord's name. Size, graphics, camera. Huh. Can't you click on the sea tile? Well, I can, but I'd rather not have to do that every single time. I'd like to just see the name of the sea tile. Am I out of luck here? If anybody knows where that setting is, I would love to hear about it. You'd think there is a sea tile province setting. Interface, it's in the hover setting. No, the interface hover setting, if this is the one that you mean, gives you the tooltip on sea zones, which I don't want. I like having a place that I can put my mouse cursor without having something pop up and fill up half the screen. Okay, well, for now, I guess we gotta click on them. If anybody knows, I'd love to know. Right, so. I'm still ever so curious what your navy wants to do, and I'm very interested if you start moving people over. What do you think is the capacity of that fleet? Or maybe I should just go and kill it. That's another option. Just go and kill it. We'll get a... Oh, hold, your horse is there. He's immediately gunning for me here. You do not want to be there when the French fleet arrives. Boats travel so quickly in this game. But this should be fine. Our commander... What do you mean our commander is garbage? He's not. He's amazing. Game seems to think our commander is worse. I disagree. Not only that, we heavily outnumber them, so that's got to be worth our time. Yeah, there we go. We're in position well ahead of them as well. Although they've got better frontage on the flanks, we have a core, they do not. So time for you to die, France. 12 becomes 10, becomes 8, becomes 7, becomes dead. Yeah, another 12 ships out of whatever lost. We didn't lose ours, which is great. And it looks like they kind of sailed away, but do you see any boats anywhere? Did they actually get away somewhere? I don't know, although I did almost lose some of mine. So once again, let's get rid of our fairly damaged boats. Yeah, even the 90 and the 92 it hurts my frontage a bit. Get these guys away to be repaired over at Colchester, please. Continue the... Wait, that's a little confusing. Yes, 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 and okay. Continue the fight. You guys hang around... Maybe over here for now. Keep an eye on everything. I saw a bug report mentioning retreated fleets disappearing. Hang on. Were these 4 boats always here? Ah, they're mercenary transports. That's amusing. Well, I'm highly amused at least. Also, he's trying to explore. Can he explore when he's blockaded? Follow-up question, is he blockaded? Sure says it's blockaded, but I don't see the graphic for a blockaded port here. I feel like in EU4 there were numbers for this. Like it would show up saying how your blockade efficiency was performing. You also got money from doing blockades. I'm not seeing that here. I hate that boats don't sit in the middle of the sea tile. Yeah, this is incredibly confusing. What, are we stranded in Abbeville? But yeah, look at this blockade graphic. Blockade graphic. This is fine because I've occupied it, but what about this? What about this? Something weird going on, I'm telling you. Yeah, the code is too hot. Too hot to handle. Okay, well, don't mind it too much. Let's just keep moving. Away go my wee boats. Get them together here. Get them all nice and repaired. In fact, a couple of them already looking spick and span, but we'll wait a little bit longer. So, war score is all well and good. If I'm able to get, 50 from battles and 25 from ticking war score, then I can enforce for half of that. There is another way to consider this, and that is war exhaustion. If you cap out an enemy's war exhaustion, you can enforce peace. We had that happen, I believe, with Scotland at the start of the game. And the question is, where can I check war exhaustion? There is this. Now, I don't imagine France are suddenly going to be exhausted just because I tickled their navy a little bit. In fact, they barely feel it at all. But we should keep an eye on that number. Will it go up or will it go down? There is a cabinet action to reduce it. But like me, they're only getting minus 0.02 because we're at war. And we do know that they're about to integrate Brittany. We saw that earlier with this. So, more coastline, more blockades, more war exhaustion? I don't know. I have not explored naval in this game, but that is something that we're changing here and now. I was really hoping that he'd bring over more troops to get annihilated by me, but that might not be happening. Maybe we should bring over another 8 to maintain more blockading. I mean, this is a good time to be doing it because I know I've got good maritime presence around the Isle. I mean, screw the west coast, right? The more things change, the more they stay the same. How many heavies do they have left? How many did I just get rid of, anyway? We can check here, though, can't we? France still have 20 heavy ships, and I did just scuttle myself down to 24. So let's not get complacent here. You did not make it already, did you? Oh, jeez, the graphical things in this game really catch me unawares at times. Yeah, a little paranoid about not being up to scratch. So let's have as much of our navy together over here as we can. Yeah, teleporting units are still a thing in this game. There was a patch note indicating that they had fixed some of it, but evidently not. And cheers, Scipio. Gotta get that nice even 201. Alright, so there is a risk of you taking attrition here. Current attrition is 0.2%, but do you still repair there? I'm unsure. I will leave you there for a while and see what happens. I can handle a bit of needing to repair, and I can handle a little bit of a sailor deficit. No, we can handle it. I'm not afraid. Why would I be afraid? Let's keep our fleet balanced out so we can handle anything that comes our way. The repair speed here is at 10% import. It's going to take a wee while to get all of these ships fighting fit again. But I guess we just continue with the naval blockade. See, maybe I could go as aggressive as pushing my fleet down to here. That gives me a large area of keeping an eye on the French fleet. And it frees up another couple of coastal zones to put them under blockade. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And again, I don't know if 8's the right number. It just feels like a good number here. Maybe 5 would suffice. Maybe I'm going to find that I need 16. But 8 is just such a beautiful number. Divisible by itself. 2, 4. Add 2 and it becomes 10. Brilliant number, frankly. Yeah, so I'd hope that we'd be using Jersey as a kind of landmine for them to put their troops onto and for us to annihilate, but I don't really think they have the navy for that. Oh, hello. Is that really just all transports there? Hulks, fishing boats, yeah. I still think we can scare them with our light ships, but... Again, let's keep our real navy... Oh, hello. Speaking of real navies... Yeah, there's the Breton heavies. Go and smash them to death. Gotta be a little bit careful here. If I attrition down my main fleet and then the naval hegemon France heavy ships come in, I could be in for a dramatically bad time. But engagements like this should be an absolute cakewalk for us. Absolute cakewalk. Yeah, so, I mean, what's happening? Are they retreating? Are they just dying? If I retreated my navy, would they die as well? Well, whatever, I'll take the war score and run for now. Sadly, that war exhaustion is only for Brittany. Now, even in those short engagements, though, some of my ships do get blasted pretty hard. I'm okay losing a few ships in this engagement, so... Let's just caw canny for now. Is that a navy you're making, by the way? Yes! Oh, that's sweet. Hiring whatever his face is in... where? Claw Shaloon? I might be able to throw my levies over there and kick him out. The consideration is there, because I've got Dover. Dover hanging around. It's a consideration. I wouldn't send my levies over to siege this down, right? We are not sieging down forts in this war. No way, no how. And do we still... Yeah, we still repair, even on Brittany's... I wonder if there's some kind of, like, naval thing here. Do I repair in all of these green places? If so, I can get almost all of France. And I suspect I could get some kind of access around here to continue the stranglehold on France. If I think all of these light ships are worth it. It bothers me that you don't seem to get blockade income, though. I miss blockade income. Also, wasn't my trade income much, much higher? Oh gosh. I'm losing lots of money on lots of trades. Is that because I'm trading in France? Londane, what are all these loss-making trades? Wait, what? Why do I have a trade route maintenance of 5 ducats? Norway have a higher trade advantage in the Oslo market and are blocking us from getting access to enough goods for this trade. Okay. Even so, why is it so expensive? To move, what is that, 2.3 trade capacity, or no, 2.3 worth of goods here. What the heck? Code is too hot to handle. Yeah, that took a bite out of my income, but that's why I save up money, I suppose. Ach, well. I'm sure it'll sort itself out one way or another. On the plus side, if I get to a comfy situation... Hold on, wait, what were these guys? Oh, right, they were mercenaries. I'm thinking, like, what were these guys doing here? Mercenaries, you say? Why don't we go and destroy them if I don't think that the army's going to be... Oh, they're making even more of them. Who are you hiring here? Hiring Captain Otto de Ruyter. Do I even know who that is? Navy, mercenary... Oh, jeez, like I'm going to find you here. I guess you wouldn't show up if you're already being hired. But I'm a little curious what's going to pop out there. If it's a heavy fleet, for example, it might crush my little navy here. But I've got backup. In fact, I've got quite a bit of backup. Let's be at the ready, shall we? So the overall plan is to juice up war score and nab a couple of mainland provinces. Well, I'd like a bit more than a couple. But yes, there's no way I could currently fight France on the land. I think if I really, really pulled my finger out and made a hell of an army, I could give France a thrashing. But there are so many forts, and in a long, atrocious war, he just has more resources than I could ever throw back at him. Yeah, we're looking at double my manpower. He makes more money than me. He's got 3 or 4 times my population. Yeah, but we can win on the seas, so let's see if we can strangle him out. What was his war exhaustion earlier, by the way? I want to keep an eye on that number. That's gone down, hasn't it? 0.28? Well, I've barely passed any time. Alright, what about that navy you're popping out? What are we looking at? Oh no, not one transport. My goose is cooked. And I'm very glad I was looking here at this moment, because in comes France. France favour the direct assault, whilst they're busy taking attrition in that water tile. Nah, they probably won't be around long enough to take it. It says we take attrition, but that's not enough attrition for me to care about. Is there a way to see all my blockades without having to click on every single province? Because I can click on them and I can look for this tile to show that it's blockaded. Maybe there's like war map mode. No, that doesn't show it. Tactical? Maybe actually. Look at the red outline. Maybe that red outline means blockaded. No, because it's here as well. No idea. The attrition on France is for being on open ocean. Where'd he go? How does he do it? But yeah, the attrition for France is being on open ocean tile right here. Naval attrition up, as opposed to being on coastal ocean, which has no negative effect. The attrition here is because somewhere around here there's a naval battery or sorts. And he's got the dock, but he has the... Well, in one of these places he's got the hostile thing. Although, I think I just saw it there actually. Yeah, coastal fort. Hostile disembark time, hostile... This is a good way for me to check and see if that affects landing on any of these locations, or just that one. So maybe once things cool down, we're going to try a naval invasion to see if it works that way. Not a naval invasion we'll take seriously, but I want to check. Alright, come on then, France. The Ghost Fleet. Wait. It got around us somehow. There's some messed up stuff happening in this game. Once again, we seem to have bizarrely superior initiative. With our initiative of 1, we're in position ahead of them. I wonder if you get initiative bonus for being the defender or something, because it seems odd that we get 6 boats in position and they get 0. Anyway, that means we're probably going to absolutely annihilate them. Goodbye, French fleet. That kind of looks like they tried to evade, or tried to retreat, but then all just died. Truly, I don't understand. But I understand this. War exhaustion. I need to really ratchet that up for France. Of course, they still have more. They've got the bulk of their heavy fleet somewhere. I think I'll just take a little... we're not that damaged, right? I think I'll take a little upsy-downsy here. We'll see if we can find a heavy fleet, and maybe even... no, please don't take the open seas on the way back. Take a little upsy-downsy. See if I can spy their fleet. I have a hard time believing they brought their heavy fleet to the Mediterranean. And then continue the blockade. Oh, hold that thought. Brittany. Okay, yeah, no, Brittany didn't want to pay for that mercenary after all. Hard to blame them. But yeah, keep an eye, because if they manage to get the drop on me... Oh, hello. Hello. 25 transport mercenaries. Do I let them keep that for an invasion that I kill? Or do I just kill the fleet? Because I could get my levies over there to pop them out. Probably fast enough, considering they're still busy in Austria. And then just murder their transport fleet. It's a difficult one because I really want to murder some French people. But on the other hand, just making sure that we have them completely tied down on the seas is probably worth it as well. Let's go murdering. Let it be if you want to murder their troops too. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, and it's really hard to judge. One of the problems is in the current version of the game, murdering troops does very little for war exhaustion, but it will help the war score. So the question is, do I think I can war score them out or war exhaust them out? We need a few ticks to see if the blockade does much. If it's anything like EU4, having so much landmass relative to your coast, it probably won't do much. On the other hand, are we really in a hurry here? Oh, hello. Maybe we will soon. Look what I found. It's a French navy. Is he coming here? No, okay, go and take him out. Rip him to shreds, lads, for Moray. Yeah, see, this time he actually got his units in position, so maybe Defender does get a bit of a boost with regards to that. He outnumbers us, but I'm sure he doesn't outgun us in those tiny little flotillas. God, Lord. Oh, I like that wee animation for the cannons coming out. It doesn't quite work with the way they intersect in the center there. But somebody put some thought into this animation. Certainly a lot more than we saw in EU4's little boats. Okay, so you ever just destroy a French fleet so hard they phase out of existence? Okay. Buy entire French fleet to 0 losses on my side. What? Well, sure. Fair and balanced in my opinion. Let's go and kill the troops as well. Get FOB. Not the troops, the transports, I mean. Also, Rochelle is part of a large area. We'll actually get quite a bit of occupation from that. Although whether that helps or hinders me in terms of war exhaustion, I do not know. Alright, alright. Looking fine. I'm going to want another 1, 2, 3 stacks of 8 off of you, please. I'm running out of boats to actually do my... to keep my seas patrolled. But that is okay, it is worth it. Plus, if I can ever figure out the actual numbers of how many boats you need for a blockade, then maybe I can pull some back off of these. God, this feels like EU3 again. This is taking me way back to an early run I did as Ireland. I united the British Isles, and I had to take on France, and I just blockaded them until they died. Like, they just got torn apart by rebels. EU3 was a hell of a trip, and in a lot of ways this game is quite reminiscent of EU3. Whew. Is it just the sheer numbers getting more boats into positions, Jake? More boats means a larger volume of initiative rolls, more of them stick. I would not know. Your guess is as good as mine. Not sure that battle was working as intended. Oh, hello. So for some reason, and this is the second time it's happened, the enemy has thought, right, surely we can take them. Our 4 little flutes or cogs or hulks or whatever will surely take on this dedicated blockade fleet. Is it even possible right now to buy heavies? Because if it's not, that's going to take a lot of wind out of their sails. There is nothing but transports on the mercenary market. That's hilarious. Okay, well, it's also very, very good news for me. Naval hegemon France, come on. I gotta say, those Navy queues kind of block up my information here. Come on, I meant to keep an eye on the guys in Rochelle. Isn't she from Left 4 Dead? Yeah. Oh, they're making more? They want even more of a navy to pop out and die for me. And as we have discovered, those navies are only transports. It's kind of tempting to let him finish this, but I don't want to risk the army coming back in time, so let's just plop out on Rochelle. And if those levies die, I'm not going to care. It's just 400 of Oxford University's worst dropouts. Wouldn't be me. I didn't drop out of Oxford. Never even applied to Oxford. I applied to Cambridge. There's a new Rochelle, a little ways north of here at New York City, says Regulus Platus. The things you learn. Oh, I really wish I could get an idea of just how much blockading can be done We should figure it out though, right? I'm still playing this game to try and learn it inside out. As we can see, there's a blockade capacity of 1. Blockade capacity determines how good a ship is at blockading. It is directly compared to the value in the target, depending on development, population, imports, and exports. Fantastic. Now, how do I know how many provinces I can blockade here? I swear in EU4 there was like this number, like, we have a blockade amount of 3.4 and there is 4.8 in this sea zone to blockade. But here I see no such thing. Is there anything you do become a great power to seal hegemon? I don't want to, Holy Crack Attack. It is important for the campaign that at least for one more war, France remains a hegemon and I remain not a hegemon. And there's 2 ways to avoid being a hegemon. One is to not be a great power, so it's actually good if I remain low enough on this number. And the other is to not beat any of the existing hegemons by 10%. Which we also should be able to do. Could you hover over the blockade on the province? I do have sea tile things turned off. Maybe if I turn them back on. I like keeping these off because it's very obstructive to the screen to have this everywhere. But it does not give us information about the blockade. I mean, we get this. Oh, hold there, horses there. Look at that blockade capacity. If I do a spot check on a bunch of provinces, we'll be able to get a rough idea of how many boats we're going to need. Yeah, we're all learning today. Excellent. That's kind of a nice thing about a game coming out relatively recently. Everybody ends up on a fairly similar level pegging. Alright, so 1.3, 1.1. What about a fortified province like you? 1.3. How about a real piece of work like Caen or Tarnaville? 1.3. 1.6. Montreal. 0.6. So it feels like if you imagine it, you need 1.5 times as many ships as there are provinces here. At least at this stage in the game, you'll be fine. So rather than 8, maybe 5 would have been okay, but you got places like this with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know what? I'm satisfied with the number 8. It's not like lights are so disastrously expensive that we can't handle this. And although my existing fleet's going to be overworked for maintaining cohesion around my own sea zones, I think they'll survive. There's a little blockade icon just below your ship next to the food icon. Oh, would you look at that? But it only shows their blockade capacity, not how much they need for the area. Well, that is cute, though. That is handy. All it needs to do is also show me how much is needed here and everything would be fine. Okay, but still, that is excellent. So if I just plop out 1, 2, 3 more of them, maybe 4, because I don't think this is done. Wait, that's all of my boats? Good thing I'm making more of them. But okay, we can keep France locked down here. The question remains if I want to also blockade France on this side. Depends how we do on war exhaustion. Please remind me at the turn of the month to actually check that number. It's an important number. One day we'll get a game that just shows blockade percentage. Be handy. Someday. A man can dream. Alright, so this is just to kill their fleet, and if I can get my levies out of there still alive, then all the better. Come on, Oxford's finest, go and take Rochelle. 450 of you against 28,000 of them. But they're only French. You're not blockading Flanders. I think you'll find I'm blockading 100%. 100%. Maybe you're noticing that there's no icon here, and I was noticing that as well, but I don't know why. Not icon, but the visual graphic of this. Is this still murdering my trade, by the way? No, trade has figured itself out. Well, good. I didn't want to figure it out. Okay, we'll get this done. We'll get the blockade completed. I think I can speed up a little bit knowing that there's no threatening fleet anymore, right? Yeah, France only have these 25 transports. And then there is no other navy other than... Who the heck are Novara? No, who the heck are you? You are a subject of France? No, don't be silly. They're a subject of Bohemia. And Bohemia is allied with France because the best thing the two strongest powers in Europe could do is ally each other. I suppose that's okay because I'll be able to kick Bohemia out of this war soon enough. I don't think I want to pay them off knowing I can just wait them out, but I'll come to decisions. Alright, out you go. I want to pick those units up immediately. Speaking of immediately, that's dying like a 10 to 1. Although it stands to reason, right? What possible hope do transports have against this hulking great early Carrack? Alright, good job. Are there any other sudden drop pods I want you to be doing around here? Probably not. Just getting back home. Good to see my boats are doing fine. And then, well, I guess it's just an end to maintaining my my maritime presence. That's a bit sad because this thing decays like mad. Ugh, like mad? What's that, like 3, 4 a year? We can get that back and I can continue to make more boats. I suppose it's okay. I suppose. I'm going to need another 8 boats if you don't mind. Yeah, because this isn't taken care of. And then I actually need 8, 8, and 8. And you're sitting with 24. Okay, well. That'll do us for now. Your blockade is under attack. When you say under attack, do you mean massacring? Gosh, I wish you got pop-ups about that. And I'm quite certain you do, right? Just looking through my log here. Our navy has arrived, and they're now waiting further orders. Not what I want to know. Here we go. The cowardly French have engaged us at Ile de Ré. They'll be sent to the ball in motion by the... Yeah, that feels like a very important thing to tell me about, game. Also, go-to doesn't work. I shouldn't sound so harsh. I am delighted that this game has message settings. We were beginning to think that that was lost technology of Paradox games, but it's back now, as it should be. Okay, I have something in the realms of diplomats. I'm contemplating starting picking apart the Irish, or if I should use it for spy networks. If I spy network France, I might be able to infiltrate, administrate it, and discover where their troops are. Could be useful if something terrible happens to them, although I don't imagine what would be so terrible that I could put it to use. A full-scale invasion of France with my 6,000 men seems foolhardy. Even in the best of situations, their standing army is still far superior to mine, isn't it? Yeah, like 30-40% superior to mine. And they still have loads of manpower, and they can draw upon a bajillion super French boosted levies. No, I don't think we're setting foot on France just yet. Yet. I have a cunning plan. I just don't know if it'll work. That does mean that I need to prepare my nation for more war down the line, but we will cross that bridge when we get to it. These barks are taking attrition. I need more lights. Well, we're working on it. It'd be funny if he integrates the Irish vassal and gets sieged from Ormond. Ormond shouldn't have access through my vassal here. But you are right, it would be kind of funny, wouldn't it? How would I even go about that? It's okay, it's something I can counter-siege quite easily. In fact, I would and should even siege this guy down. It wouldn't be difficult. And it would be war score. But it wouldn't be war exhaustion against France. And I cannot separate piece them because they're not disloyal. Yeah, there we go, they are a subject. And I highly doubt that France is going to have disloyalty issues with any of their subjects. Still keeping all their appanages, which are not up in arms. I'm still mad at France. They get everything just handed to them on a silver bleeding platter in this game. And now I'm here to rip that platter away. I'm eyeing up my economy, wishing I could be doing more for my nation. But the thing I really need to be doing more is building up my army. Because if things go well here, the next fight with France won't be fought on the seas. Not least of all, they won't have a navy to throw at me. I am noticing, however, that my stream completely dropped here. I'll take a minute to get that sorted. Alright, a testing, a 1, 2, 3. Hopefully that's sorted. Decided to give my poor, overworked and underloved router a reset there because OBS was just collapsing on me. Sounds good, looks good, excellent. We can return to it. Not that there's much going on, right? I was just checking out the message settings, and I believe I was on a rant about message settings seeming like it was becoming a lost technology for Paradox. But it's good that we've got it back, even if there are some wrinkles in the system. Alright, let us unpause and get back to oppressing the French. But yeah, I need to remember at the turn of the month to check and see if we're actually having any effect on the war exhaustion here. I feel for some of these guys. France is at 2.42. If that can tick up on the regular, maybe we can squeeze France. If it can't, we need to rethink. You're saying we like it's partially your problem. Maybe it is. I can dedicate some heavies towards blockading as well. The blockade capacity of heavies is not as good as that of the lights. 8 from you, but 13 from 26 of these. Yeah, it's not quite as good. But I could plonk you down here, for example. Oh, Crivens, what is that number? I forget it every time. 242. And then we'll check at the turn of the month and see if it changes. 242. Oh, hello. Even more of these buggers. They really don't want to be just let go. But it's okay. You know, even if they engage me, my ships do heal in these areas, so it shouldn't be too bad. Shouldn't. 242. That little skull icon there is there to scare me. 242 becomes 258. That is not nothing. What is it actually? I've forgotten what the number was again. 242 to 258. Up by 0.16. Problem is, it's going to take like 10 years to starve them out in war exhaustion. But I could speed it up by fully enrapturing them with my blockade. That will require a few more boats. I'm okay spending quite a bit of time at war with France. The war will hurt them through blockades, one would imagine. Doesn't seem to have done much of a chink into their armor of money. But who knows, maybe they'll get nasty events from the blockade that forces up their war exhaustion. We shall see. All the while, at least ticking war scores on our side. Worst case scenario would be something like the war is won and then we get ticking war exhaustion from not making peace. That could hurt quite a bit. But I need to think about what I want to do with France now. We can think about that later. For now, let's go forward with what we have. Yeah, you miss one weekly one-shot and people are up in arms about it. I just wanted to play more EU5. God forbid I play what I want. Alright, if blockading is going to take some time, then let's maximize what we have in this regard. Get on over there. Fully blockade this part of France. And yeah, dealing with his subjects won't help at all. Oh, I just had a delectable thought. If he takes in Brittany, which he's about to, in a few months, That gives them more coastline, and more coastline means more blockades. We might actually be able to accelerate the war exhaustion on France. 58, huh? Do we have the range to blockade the Med in France? We don't, but I think we could get it. If we went to Provence, or maybe better the Pope, and bought fleet basing rights, it should give us range in the Med. We'll have to pay for it, but I'm okay paying to dismantle France. This attrition is kind of sad. They're not out healing the attrition, but the attrition is also pretty low. I can just switch them out periodically and everything should be okay. Alright, that's not too bad. In fact, one might even say it's quite good. So what was it, 250 something? And now it is 270 something. Excellent. Alright, let's squeeze France like a pimple then. And we'll see if it gets even better when they have Brittany, and even better when I get into the Med. But I'll need more boats for that. I'll need considerably more boats for that. Good thing it only takes a year to make a bark. That's alright, we have years. And if we do away with the army maintenance, because it doesn't look like we're going to need that in this war, then we should be able to... am I going to keep you around? Nah, you guys get back to work. Low army maintenance, don't I know it? Yeah, if I'm a bit stingy with my dosh, we might be able to actually enhance ourselves economically during this war. I'm really bummed by not stealing French money, though. Why do you make no money off blockades? Why? I want my blockade money. You'd think it would be other incomes or something, but no. Maybe you're meant to do privateers for that. The AI tend to use cabinet to counter war exhaustion when it gets too high. Do they, though? I mean, I looked through the files for that. I don't remember seeing much in the way of AI for that. Even so, I think it only reduces it by 0.05, right? Let's say I told my own cabinet guy to do it. If I wanted you to reduce war exhaustion. Yeah, not by a whole lot. Granted, there are modifiers on top of that, but I doubt it's going to be more than minus 0.1. France is gaining more than that. So yeah, the dream is to exhaust France, and I think I will bring my navy down here to accelerate that. Although notably I need Bohemia out of the war so I don't get sniped by Italians. Also notably, of course, though, is that it's going to take me a year to have the boats to do that. And during that time, I will probably be able to kick Bohemia out of the war. Because once they've been in the war for a year, they're keen on getting out of it. Everybody wins, especially me. Can I get my spy network back up on you, by the way? No. Please remind me in September to start spying on the Norwegians again. I do want to know about Greenland. How about fleet basing rights from the Castilians? Yeah, we're good friends of the Castilians, aren't we? Oh, heavens, yes. Disturbingly so. Hey, by the way, why can't I get an alliance with you? You know, all the people that ally against me when I'm at war with them, and I can't do it? There's no justice in this bleeding world, is there? No, I assure you there's not. I'm a little apprehensive about doing it with Castile, because the land I take off of France is probably going to make Castile hate my guts. Maybe it's better to target somebody like Pope Man. He's a bit further away. I'm not going to be messing with Italy ever. Seems like the range might be better for the Med, but, you know, Castile gives me range in other useful places. Can it even be done, right? I'm talking about this like it's just... Okay, well, it is something that can be done. Purchase military access for $400 dues, though. Ugh. And if I'm not mistaken, the AI can just cancel this. Wait, it's fleet basing rights I need, right? Fleet basing rights gives... Yes, including repair area. Okay, very good. So fleet basing rights somewhere around here. And Pope Man, would you do it? Okay, good. When we're ready for it, we can get it done down there. Pay up your skinflint. Not if I don't have to, and you know it. France aren't keen on a white piece at this point. Okay, fair enough. They haven't had to engage me, so they don't know just how powerful I am. Is food access not military access, but with food? That's a good point. I'm pretty sure when you get the food access, you get the military access as well, but... Well, I say pretty sure. I guess I'm not sure enough. Happy to see that my sailors are not tumbling down. In fact, when the repairing is all done, it's actually going to be slightly trending up, which is good. Which is very good, in fact. Oh, some of these poor boats are a little knackered from being at sea. That's okay, that's what the replacements are for. And they are pretty good replacements. Yeah, but they'll repair plenty enough on their own. Tell you what, I will send back the knackered ones. You guys head back over here. And these not so knackered ones, I sent them to the wrong bleeding place, didn't I? These not so knackered ones can get back out there. Ta-da! Also, please don't take the open ocean route. There we go. How goes the Gaelicking? Pretty well. We are ravaging the English. They barely exist anymore. We've got them down to petting zoo level in most provinces. I still have a couple of subjects that for whatever reason decided they never wanted to assimilate. I can only assume that they have... they're doing cabinet actions that they're just AI dum-dum locked into. Just like how Wales is dum-dum locked into not absorbing Longtown. I've wanted them to do this for ages so I could get rid of Hereford. As it stands, I might just integrate Hereford so it stops being such a pain, but... Okay, other things that I should do is I should start nibbling away at my subjects. Connaught and the Pale need to be smaller so that I can integrate them faster. And I can chew pretty much one province off of them every year or so, I think. Every year? Maybe every 3 years or 4 years. But it will speed it up and it should be done. I won't get cores on the land, but I will get it integrated at least. And the sooner I can deal with Ireland, the happier I will be. So I think what I will start doing right now is just gradually seizing territory off these guys. Off of both of them, right? Let me think for about 2 seconds about how I'm doing this. How's Man doing, by the way? Man is not Highland yet. If I had Man, I'd be able to seize land around here. Oh, but hang on. Enos Mon is majority Highlander, and I do want to do the same thing for Wales. Alright, bear with me then. I'm going to seize this province off of Wales. I'm going to get this province... Oh my god, sometimes you just can't click on a province. This is definitely introduced in the hotfix. But at least you can select it here. There we go. Put those peasants to work. And because now we share a sea tile, I can come to my Irish Pale Lords. And I can seize the land around Dublin. I'm going to try and isolate Dublin. They might not move the capital, but if they do, that's a big boon for me. Because seizing a town or a city is just as easy as seizing a rural settlement. The difference, of course, being that it costs a lot more to integrate a town or a city. And that includes annexing it off of a vassal. So if I just take it ostensibly for free, then it's going to save me time in the integration of the Pale, which is the dream at least. The unfortunate side, of course, is that all of the seizing land does cost diplomats, and I am constantly hungry for more diplomats. In fact, I'm so hungry, I'm going to stop improving relations with pretty much all of my subjects, because I have no intention of annexing any more of them other than Cornwall and Dorset. And as long as they're happy enough with me, there's no need to... Oh yes, I need to keep you to keep them happy. But West Riding, you can come home. And then there's you, come away. Did I accidentally stop you, Dorset? Nothing accidental about it. Dorset's ready to be integrated. Should I just start their annexation right now? It'll only take 2 years. Not even, it'll take 1 year. You know what, I've always fancied a bit of Dorset for myself. And they have not been culturally enriching their lands, which has been very disappointing, but oh well, let's just get them inside of me. I am assuming they have full cores and everything. There's no reason to think they wouldn't. Alright, get inside of me then. Alright, that's even more diplomats that I can't afford to spare, but away they go anyway. Hello! What have we here? The 5th Army. They want La Rochelle back, and I'm not surprised, but it's Somewhat good to know that the French are back. They've had enough fun over in Austria for one day, it seems. Wonder how hard it would be to mod some of the provinces so I can remove the 2 location-sized ones and merge them into a 3-sized one. To what degree are we talking about modding here? You have lost me a little bit. So if I just periodically peel a province off of Connaught and the Pale, then everything will be fine. Speaking of which, I didn't take one off of Connaught, did I? No. Where would I even start with that? Do they have any non-capital towns? Not that I'm sure I care much about. I guess I can just peel this land away from them. Alright, there we go. Put those peasants to work. Hopefully these lands don't revolt on me. I mean, they're nice God-fearing Catholics, so hopefully not. But yeah, the goal is just to own all of Ireland so I can divvy it up between province-sized subjects of my own. What is this? Oh, right, those are the boats that I sent over. And go figure they took the wrong province on the way over. Keep that going. I have a dream where my barks are ready. I'm still thinking about having a transport attack on me. That's okay. I have my heavies at the ready here if he tries anything funny. Seizing territory is also core. It will be core if it's majority my culture or accepted culture, which of course I don't accept the Irish. Nor do I want to, because I want to just genocide all the Irish as well and turn them into good old Highlanders. That should honestly be easier than any of the other ones, given the shared ancestry here, but it's actually a lot harder because of this bleeding law debilitaire thing. But that's okay. Annexing the Pale will hopefully get rid of that, and even if it doesn't, annexing Connaught and every other Irish bugger should take care of it. And that's about a 20 to 30 year ambition that we have right now. And judging how this is looking, 20 to 30 years might be how long we spend at war with France. But their war exhaustion is now over 3, so we're getting somewhere. Yeah, if we speed it up by also choking the life out of them in the Mediterranean, we might really be able to make something happen here. It's just a shame I can't do much about their subject. Hold on, they can actually raise boats? What's the effect of this then, anyway? Why did I not get a notification that there was a battle there? I'm grateful that I won, but I'm pretty sure I just set the game to... Oh, here we go! Yeah, okay, I did get the notification, but they just instantly got annihilated, so too bad. This is hardly the massive war score from battles I'm looking for, but it's still nice to know that we are getting somewhere in this war. Deus Vault. It's going to be useful when we are a different religion, that's for sure. Well, hopefully that's for sure. All those light ships are trying desperately to catch up with my patrolling navy. That's pretty good. I still want more. I still want another full set of barks here. Because I'm probably going to be besieging France for quite a long time. And I need to make sure that I still have some boats at home which can maintain control and cohesion across the Isles. So. Let's see, I want another 8 down here, please. Oh, you see it, I see it, we all see it. I think I know why I suddenly had an encounter with the Bretons. There are no more Bretons. The Kingdom of France has grown ever larger. Right, and that should be good. What was the war exhaustion growing by before? It's 3.41 now. Let's see what it turns into. Ooh, oh no. Queenie's in charge. The end of my dynasty is right here. Yeah, she's not all that in a bag of chips. She's 36 as well. That little sultana, she calls her womb, is shriveling up, so we're probably not going to be seeing any more children, but we might. His cowardly conduct on the battlefield will forever be the legacy. Well, I suppose he was craven, but he stuck to his wee boat and he was fine for it. Alright, very good, but absolutely keep London as your capital. This whole gimmick about moving your capital is awful. because it destroys all the capital special buildings that you have, so just pay the legitimacy to keep your capital where it should be. Poor fishermen sailing to their graves, and they're fine. Spying on Norway, thank you, that was a September thing. Except I don't have enough diplomats, go figure. It's alright, we'll get it done in due time. Get rid of those navies list, it's way too long. And that means I don't have anybody taking care of the navy. Could I please have someone from the crown? We're going to be struggling for people from the crown for this, but best dip will do. Speaking of the crown, crown power is drooping, burgher power is growing. I might want to consider pulling some burgher privileges. Not now, of course, we're a little unstable for it, but when we're in a better position, reigning in the power of the burghers could be an idea. You know, with the mechanics, with this over here, I should strongly consider how quickly I can get Bohemia out of this war. Not until November, and he's not keen on it at all. Okay, well, I guess we're hanging around for a bit. I could just go over and destroy whatever fleet is here, get the fleet basing rights, and then continue the chokehold on France. But let's check that number, shall we? France is 3.41. 3.41 becomes... So it's essentially 0.2 per month, 2.4 per year. That says in 10 years I get 100%. Oh no. Come on, 2 hegemonies like this. Why you gotta do that to me? Yeah, I think we're gonna try and squeeze France out of all this. It's worth a go, at least. What is the war goal? Take Dover. Which we have, of course, taken Dover. You're going to get peace out mechanic before France and Bohemia will peace out. Yeah, I'm a little worried about that. The whole, we have won the war, so we should blah 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 thing. That is a concern. When does that trigger, anyway? At least then I'll be able to force a peace on France, but there is... I would love to get 100% through war exhaustion if I can. Yeah, maybe that won't happen, right? I'm only going to get 25, 45, 50. Once you get the 25 from ticket... Really, it's that soon? Oh, that sounds pretty bad. Connaught has raised levies. Have they? They're not involved in any war. I think it triggers after you have max ticking. It gives you something like 3 years. Well, we'll find out, won't we? I'm pretty sure you get it if you do not contest a war goal, but that is something different. You know what? Let's give this a go, shall we? Who do we want to take our stuff from? Let's take it from Castile. Castile love us. Give me fleet basing rights, unless it's cheaper elsewhere. No, it looks like it's a flat 400. All right, fleet basing rights, please, and don't you dare screw me on this one. That's 400 ducats, right? Imagine if they just cancel it on me. I am relatively certain the AI can just cancel that, because they're a complete shower of bastards. But time will tell. Give me another 8 of these, please. Send them over to... just over to there. That seems to be the crux of the matter. The minus 20 income scares me. Don't be scared, we're overpaying on some things right now, I think. I don't remember how or why I lost loads of stability, but I did. But well, I'm sure we're fine. Would have been better to not take it and then wait for it to tick in his favor, then the peace out starts. Oh, well, look at that, why worry? And what was I saying? Having good naval gives you this amazing event that just showers you in money. Yeah, I'm happy to double my treasury, funnily enough. Thanks for that. You revoked a burgher privilege last stream. Ah, okay. Well, I'm glad somebody remembers what I do, because I certainly don't. Hello, Provençal Navy, and hello... Well, we should actually check what our naval range is now. Taking it for granted that it gets me this far. Oh, yeah, that's good. Thank you, Castile. I appreciate. Sorry for spying on you earlier. Someday I'll get that spy placed back on Norway. Alright, so you have a navy over here. And it has heavy boats. I want to know more about that. You don't want me to know more about that. Okay, fair enough. Well, maybe I can sniff you out here or something. For now, though, let's keep France in a chokehold. Freaking Dark Young. Colin my runs, Babby runs, and then who does he go and play as? I don't know, maybe somebody that can just push a button and get all this money and manpower off of everybody else for free. What is he like? He's a monster. And he has no sense of right or wrong. 3.8 on the France, huh? 3.8, 3.8. And it should be something like 4.06. No, it's far from that. I suspect he's got a cabinet member trying to push down his war exhaustion then. Might not be able to 100% France in this one then. However, we can remain hopeful. Are we going to 100% our blockade if we split like this? Yes, good. I'm not sure I care about that one titchy little province over there, but maybe I should. Get the three of you, get you evenly distributed and go and continue the blockade, and then France is completely and entirely blockaded. Sending a few feet pics to Hungary for money, but it counts. Oh, wow, they're actually keen to fight this time. And they're bringing in all the transports that they can muster. Well, you know what? I can also muster some transports. Here's a thought. What if I took my navy here and retreated? Do you think my navy would disappear like theirs did? We're about to find out. No, I got out of the fight scot-free. Although now my transports are engaging, but my heavies are probably going to... Yep. Maybe the AI doesn't know how to retreat. No, they did actually manage to retreat. They're going to retreat to Dunkirk. Well, they can try. They can succeed as well. Little bothersome to know that they can still build boats under blockade. And even more bothersome to know that they can attack me like that. Even so, don't give up faith. Although, yeah, knowing that I'd still need to keep an aggressive fleet around here is something to consider. Yeesh. Well, that's okay. I have brought these boats back for that very reason, I'm sure. Yeah, there we go. In fact, you're the guys that I should have gotten involved in this in the first place. I think I will have you over here. You guys will take care of that. You guys will hang out over here. And then you can react to any big attack that goes on over there. But yeah, I can't imagine he's going to fling more than a few transports at me. Alright, feels good having France under lock and key. It feels bad knowing that they still make tons of money, although we make more than them, which is nice to know. I need to already start preparing for the next war with France, however, and that means if there's anywhere that I can have an armory, I should have an armory. Yes, mass build all armories. And even though I said mass build all armories, the game didn't quite agree, or maybe it didn't hear me. I said all armories. I have good enough control over all of my land, so just build them everywhere. That includes up in North Kilt Town. And yeah, maximum level as well. I'm going to need that manpower, and I'm going to need the ability to build up lots of units if I'm going to smash France to pieces. And I plan for this to be the only naval war I have to do on France. Plans might fall apart, but the hope is that I can get a good peace deal here that enables me to body France in a conventional war next time. If I end up getting ticking call for peace, then I suppose I'll do things like occupy his little subject, and maybe try and squeeze out a few more battles, but that is not enough battles. I want the full plus 50. I was a little too eager to smash his fleets. I didn't even get a... Oh, no, there we go. Not getting my pop-ups again. No, I do. It's just they don't really exist, do they? Not against 22 heavies. Well, all's fair in love and butchering France. His late highness committed suicide? What? Late highness? What were you in charge of? This game's giving me some weird messaging today, that's for sure. But it counts. Why not just land and punch him? Freaking hell. Had it with Dark Young running his mouth about the... You know, Dark Young plays in, like, the richest area in Europe. And he wonders, you know, why can't everyone be rich and powerful when they play the game? It's so easy. And he's like, oh, I'm going to play a real challenging nation now. I'm going to play as Portugal. What is this guy like? Yeah, I wouldn't mind, you know, let him have his fun, but he's running his mouth about it like crazy. Alright, so I think what I can do is just a switcheroo. These guys take damage, I switch them out to somewhere that they could passively repair and let these guys take the damage. Wait, I just had a thought. Do navies run out of food? It says daily change on food 0, but it also has a food number, so I'm a little bit worried about that. If navies can starve, that could be a problem for me. Maybe they care about naval range for that. Oh, hello. Oh, I knew he'd be up to no good. Right, massacre the lad. Come on, Don Chad. I put you in charge of my navy for a reason, and that's the reason. Splat. Oh, hold on. The rest of his boats are approaching. Glad I was looking down here at the right moment. You imagine if those guys just did a bit of a reach around and started picking off my navies one by one. And he could probably do that with his heavies. Go and have a little run around here before he gets any funny ideas. Navies can carry food for your armies, and they don't use food themselves. Okay, excellent. I knew it. I knew the little bugger was up to something. He's up to more than just that. Alright, good thing I'm as Speedy Gonzales on the sea here. God, man, Navy combat's just broken. You think land combat's broken? Yeah, it's just annihilation here. A quick check on how that's looking for you. You still have a bunch of transports and one heavy ship. I'm not too worried about that. France is unable to make anything worth knowing. And the French war exhaustion is growing. Granted, we got a big lump sum from destroying his navies rather, but as long as we don't get call for peace, we should be able to just hold him in a chokehold here for a good while. And then I'll be interested to see what we can make do with that. Yeah, France won't be a naval hegemon for much longer. In fact, surely they're not even right now. No, they're not. Believe it or not, that's a problem. France needs to be a hegemony next time I come and rip him apart. Wait, is he even a great power? What's rank 8? I thought the top 8 become great powers. Yeah, I can see that one heavy that they're building. And that's exactly why I've left my 8 heavies over here. Although the 8 heavies would probably appreciate some kind of leadership. Here we go. Young McLaughlin, take charge. Sometimes it goes down to top 7. Yeah, well, I could do with France being hegemon so I can get the teardown hegemon thingy on him. But maybe it's he's come down with a really bad case of being under total blockade. That is ruining his day right now. Doesn't look like it's doing that much against him, right? And look, his population keeps on bloody growing. It got another surge of 1 million. He's consolidated his army a fair bit. He's done with Austria as well. Interesting. Hey, Bohemia, when do you want to not be at war with me? Not anytime soon. Curiously, what would it take to get you out of this war? You want me to release Connaught? You want me to pay you money? Well, I assure you I'm not doing any of that. Give you 350. No, okay. He might be in it for a while, but that's fine. Based on how many are close enough in power to the most powerful, so the number of great powers fluctuates. Ooh. In a way, that's good. I like dynamic system like that. He's keen on building actual boats in a few different places. That could be a problem. Especially if my navies aren't spread out and ready to shunt them. Yeah, geez, is there a hotkey for this? No, of course not. I actually think one heavy could take on 8 lights. Heavies are just much, much better than lights. But it might buy me enough time to get my actual heavies in place. And it probably won't shatter me so fast that I can't... Are you guys even repairing? Yeah, barely. Yeah, it might buy me enough time to actually get my main attack fleet in place. Yeah. Oh, well, not too worried about it. France might as well be at peace in a situation like this. But I will be worried if call for peace comes up. Wild animals in Moray. More likely than you might think. Don't tell me about my constructions, tell me about my annexations. Those are much more interesting. Also tell me about my ability to spy on the Norwegians. Wait, what in the world is this? Guarantee vassal? Okay, right, I thought I already had that done. No, I want my pathetic spy network in Norway to be operational again, please. And I suppose I could speed up the annexation here by pulling one province off of you. Like the legs off a fly. Yeah, you're pretty loyal to me. Seize a province, any province. How about that province? Huzzah. Let's tell the people of Poole to get to work. I also inherit their effective control, which is nice. And that will speed up the annexation. It'll be done in a few months. It's not even worth the diplomat to pull another province off of them. You still have spare heavies guarding your cogs. Yeah, they seemed a bit aggressive over here in Flanders, so I wanted to spare some over here. And sure enough, I do have some on the cogs, but that's because I don't want the cogs to get jumped. Yeah, that said, I could still spare them, couldn't I? If I took the 6 heavies and placed them, say, around here, then they could jump on a certain situation, couldn't they? Yeah, it's probably worth my time. Let's get them split up. Give them... I don't think I have any crown members left to put in charge of my navy, do I? No, I do not. Ugh, okay, we'll just give them whoever then. You there. Well done. Here's some boats. Hmm? 5 war exhaustion for poor little France. These little engagements are costing him a fair whack. So it's actually good for me that he keeps trying to do these pathetic naval engagements. Very nice. Whoa, whoa, that's not nice. Who the heck are you? Well, you're a whole bunch of transports again, but you do also have a heavy ship. Interesting. Well, I think we timed bringing you over here well. Maybe we should completely jump him in case this gets ugly. Well, I've already lost some boats, but all's fair in love and what. Yeah, you get the heck out of here. That was a little unfortunate. Should I clog this area with my heavies so that the nasty little Italian can't come crawling back? It's not actually that bad of an idea. Yeah, go for it. Wait, where the heck are you going? Navarre, but you're retreating up north? Keep your eyes on that one over there. I don't trust him. Only 6 of you. That's fine. I should be fine over there. What is he up to? Where's he going? Is he actually going to retreat into an allied dock or something? Jeez. Well, whatever France want to do to give them more war exhaustion, I'm happy for. But it looks like they're just buying mercenaries and sending them straight into the water with no regard as to, you know, their ability to not die. Where the heck are you going? Just here. Sure. What a bizarre engagement. Wait, it's just what I need, more heavy ship power. Okay, now where are you going to run to? No, he's not running, he's busy dying. Okay, that's fine. This is weird. This is all kinds of weird. The AI is weird, the engagements feel weird. And there's no bleeding sound effects for the fighting either. Also, why does this bar look like it counts up to 100? Maximum war exhaustion is 20? I thought centralization changed that, but I'm pretty sure they also hot fixed it. Yeah. Okay. There's all the more reason I'm playing this very gingerly, because I'm not entirely sure what to expect in this whole engagement. But okay, that seems like their pathetic little Italian navy has been taken care of. I'll keep you around here just in case then. In case they do any more nasty things to me. Poor former great power France. I'm sure they'll get it back. Oh, whoa, 100%. No, not quite. Not quite. He doesn't want to give me anything. I can enforce for half of my... Wait, what? I was about to say I can enforce for half of my war score, but no. He is not a happy chappy. Oh well, as long as I'm not getting ticking call for peace, we're fine. That was a difficult thing to balance in EU4, and I'm certain we never got it right. Alright, but all the while I'm building up my armory, and armory is essentially building up one's economy, and if I end up with more spare money, I'll invest in yet more RGOs, and possibly yet more trade. I have some ideas about that one. Burgos, Sevilla, I want some trade power over there. In fact, how about we do that right now? I want to build trade offices. You build them in foreign locations where you have good relations. And hey, I've got great relations with Pope, man. You got to pay the upkeep, but they have to provide the workers. So let's dump our money over here. And then that means in the Napule... Whoa, 2 grand worth of Napule trade. We can move that around to our bidding. Because, of course, we'll always have good relations with the Pope. And I think you can only tear these down at war. So these things are going to be around for a good long time. That was maybe too many to build at once. They'll take forever to actually be built, won't they? Where are they even showing? Yeah, here we go. Maybe you just settle for 4 at a time currently. And then spread them out a bit more. Because, yeah, how long do they take to build? A long time, right? Obviously getting a little bit too excited at the thought of having even more money coming in. Wait, they can be destroyed on very, very low relations? How? Really? Then maybe this is a bad idea because the Pope is not going to be happy when I convert. Whatever. We can figure it out. Yeah, just give me 4 in various locations. They don't give a huge amount of trade power, but it's not like they empower any of your estates, at least any more so than proportional amounts of trade does for burghers. There we go. Goodbye, money. Yeah, I would love to know how that's possible, because one of the problems I have right now... Is that a heavy? No, it's a crappy light ship, and it's going to die. Yeah, one of the problems I have is I've got a bunch of buildings here. Built by these guys, and I'm thinking, well, I'd rather they didn't exist. But you cannot destroy another country's buildings. No further explanation. And they've got 11 freaking trade offices in London. I don't want them to have 11 trade offices. But yeah, I'd need to be at war with the Hansa to get rid of those, and I mean, how does that even work? How do you go to war with someone that doesn't exist? But yeah, should make me plenty of money in the run-up to all of that. How about you go and help out, just in case this doesn't get itself dealt with? Well, it got itself dealt with just fine, although it didn't really cause much in the way of war exhaustion. Nice to finally get some diplomats back again. I might even drop my diplomatic spending if things start looking particularly good. Whew. In France proposing Catholic Church things. You have no power over purgatory. Yeah, maybe dropping all of my money was a bad idea. If I get an event that costs me money, that's not much. There's not much I can do about that. I should consider where I can squeeze out some extra ducats. Squeezing extra ducats, you say? How about we bring diplomatic spending down considerably? My subjects all love me, after all. Yeah, well, Wales have a thing or two to say about the land that I just took off of them for a laugh, but yeah, during this war I need to save a bit of money, because I'm not mothballing my large fleet, and it's not helping build up control fairly well. Now, how's that petting zoo of Englishmen doing? Somerset's almost done, Lincolnshire is almost done, and Northamptonshire is almost done. When one of those is done, we'll move over and take care of this. Also, we're going to look at one more fort and say, we don't need forts, don't pay for those. And we're going to look at all that marble and say, marble. One of these should probably become a city at some point, probably the one that has the stone. Oh, the stone and the best harbour capacity. Yeah, Poole is a natural-born town. Let's try and remember that later. Yeah, it was nice spending 25 years just working on my country, my economy, my culture. But the time for war is here. How are my children doing, and should they be educated? Actually, there's only 2 of them, and I've missed the boat for you being educated, but you're all right. You are perfectly all right, and would you look at that? You've actually had yet another daughter. I am so sick of seeing daughters. Oh, hold on. We can also join a chivalry order. Alright, sure. Let's join one for the laugh of it. Although, can women really join those? Your heir is of English culture. Yeah, that's probably because I married what? Didn't we remarry, though? Yeah, we remarried. That's fine, though. When he takes the throne, he can culturally enrich himself. But yeah, kind of a shame that our dynasty got killed off like that, just because we could have nothing but daughters. And there's no matrilineal marriage in this game. Well, in a way, it's quite nice to know that you can win a war purely based on the navy. On the other hand, this won't be enough. Not unless France truly gets squeezed out on war exhaustion. 5.9 to 6.04, we're getting there. So I think we just need to sit on France for a while and keep a close eye on them making heavy ships. Because if they end up with heavy ships, I could be in trouble. There's also the idea of just going and kicking their ass anyway. Like, pulling up our socks and just going on the offensive. But we stand to lose a lot, and we stand to gain almost nothing by doing that. If there is a call for peace, what I can do is move my boats away from here, let him siege Dover, and then kick him out and take back Dover. That could work, because that would probably reset any call for peace things. Yeah, that actually sounds like a really good idea on top of that. I just hope that these guys don't go and siege up Dover, but they probably would. I'm telling you, buddy, if that's a professional army, you will slaughter him. No, I don't doubt that my troops are going to kick his arse. But the question is, why would I? Maybe for good war score. But it doesn't seem worth it, right? I'm just going to hurt myself a bit. Even if I hurt him a lot, it's not actually going to cause any lasting damage. And as we know, you barely gain any war exhaustion from battles. And I believe that's because there's a typo. There was a typo in one of the defines thing where war exhaustion is spelled war exhaustion, and that affects losses in battle. I actually tried fixing that, but it just made nothing happen, so whatever typo is in there is deeper than just that. All these poor bleeding barks. Are they even actually getting repaired? Bleed the vile French dry. I'm trying. He keeps trying to fight. He keeps failing to fight. He has given me even more battle war score, which is fine, but I'm very curious to see what happens with the call for peace, or indeed if we do get call for peace to begin with. Hey, look at that. You're not taking attrition there anymore. Jersey, yeah, sure. Nobody can penetrate Jersey. Feels bad not having massive income right now. Well, that's what happens when you spend ludicrous amounts of money on your navy. And stability, I suppose. This stability isn't free. I like to not pay stability if I'm up at about 40 or so. But after repealing some burgher laws, I'm certainly not at 40 or so. They only get repaired under 30%, I think. Oh, wait, I remember reading that as well, right? There we go. Only can repair it up to 30%. I suppose if they're damaged, it's still fine. It doesn't reduce their ability to blockade. It just means if they get jumped in an unfortunate battle, and any of these ones could, then they're in for a bad time. Right, you guys go and repair up in Heed then. Heed, I wonder what it's really called. There's no way I would trust the game's automatic distribution of your boats for this. Alright, well, he's certainly not keen on the peace right now. I mean, I'd pay him out for a few ducats, but not 1,000, and there's no real rush for it. Heath. I think I knew a guy called Heath. There's 16k on the French coast are just waiting to get on the boats and sail over to England, and I wouldn't mind it so bad. Because the thing is, I could even be in Dover waiting for them. And if somehow it becomes a problem, I can always levy up to kick their arses out. But yeah, if call for peace comes, that's what'll happen. I'll get them over to Dover. They'll take it. Call for peace will probably go away, and then I can destroy them. But for now, I want to see if I can get 100% on France. If I can't, we'll see what we can make happen. Oh, crap! We may get our war goal automatically enforced. Oh, Jesus. Does that just end the war, give you the war goal and nothing else? Because that would be almost the worst possible outcome. Okay, yeah, that really is the worst, especially because France don't want to give me anything? Wow, that is awful. That is so bad. So yeah, I could just sit like this, or they could kick my arse. And also, if I... Okay, right, so how do I handle this? I think I need to pull back and let them take Dover. Alright. That is so freaking bad. Pull back, hope they take Dover, pay for the army so that I can actually fight them if they do that. Surely they want to give you Dover at least. Yeah, the master strategy seems to have failed. Alright. Do me a favor, get on that boat and get over here. Don't make me pull back even further. I will if I have to. Oh, but the AI is really freaking terrible at getting on their boats. Also, what if you just come along and ruin my day? Maybe he needs a bit more space. Alright. Hey, how about this? Go on then. Get on your boat. I know you want to be in Dover. Yeah, still 3 years to go, but that's not going to be enough time to get the war won. Come on, surely we can all just, go home. No need to worry. You get over to Dover and take it back. Yeah, I should have waited for 3 years on not taking Dover. And then it warns me about call for pizza, and then I retake it or something like that. As it stands, they don't want to go there, but the AI has tremendous difficulty moving troops by boat. Oh man, this is horrible. Yeah, I don't really have 3 years to spare on this one. I need to be in this war for something like 10 years to starve France out. Well, it isn't working. They're not coming over. I can imagine that French admiral patiently explained to the king why the sudden disappearance of Scottish ships is probably a trap. Lulling them into a true sense of security. Hey, they got fewer boats now. What in the world are they up to? But yeah, here's the problem. I can't enforce. He won't even give me a single province in this peace deal. You know, I can take Kent, sure, but I want more than Kent. In an ideal world, I wanted to do something like this. Sure, it's 81 war score, but it means that when I come back, I can go straight for France. As it stands, this is just terrible. If only you could sell them some transports, help them with the invasion. You don't have any forts taken, so yes, not without 100. Is that how it works? I mean, I thought you could enforce for 50% of your war score if... Oh, how does it work again? If you're not asking for forts that you don't hold. Wait, no, I remember. Now it has to actually be for something. Yeah. You can enforce for land that you've occupied. We had this issue early on in an English war. You can only enforce for what you occupy. And I have a funny feeling France would kick my arse if I was over there. Yeah, it is a funny feeling, but it is probably about right. Occupying Ormond seems mandatory now. He was willing to accept 2 locations to you while you were accepting stuff. Yeah, it's not really much though, is it? I can take this, which is not at all what I'm looking for. I need to be able to get to France in the next war. Well, now hold on. Well, France, I mean Paris. This isn't even adding negatives to this. Yeah, I think what I need to do is, if I can't get my lovely, delicious 100% war goal, which I can't seem to do, is get myself a little beachhead over here so that I can, in another war, just take Ile-de-France and then ruin his day. The problem is he could cut me off from food very, very easily if I don't have a fort here as well. So I would want something like this. Yeah, because that lets me march straight into Ile-de-France. It's not an unthinkable war goal. Oh yeah, I could also build a fort of my own. That's not unthinkable either. Yeah, I'd probably want to fort both of the provinces, actually. Or we don't fort anything. We release them as scutage subjects. That gives me food access, and it doesn't let them occupy it. Okay, right. So we have some backup ideas, but ideally we still somehow prolong this war. What worries me is this may thing. We may get an enforced peace. Does it just automatically happen on day 905? I need answers. Okay, well, as it stands, we're getting a whole lot of not much done here, and they don't want to go to Dover. Not overly surprised that they don't want to go to Dover. You know, what with the no navy thing. I think the May is there because you could prevent it. I didn't let it run all the way for obvious reasons. I might test it out then. I'm unsure. I don't want to reload because I hate save scumming, but I also want to know. Pufos just says that it auto-enforces it. Okay. Well, I can trust Pufu on that one then. In that case, if it is about to be auto-enforced, then we take matters into our own hands. Maybe I could call the Pale into this war. And then they could occupy Ormond for me. Although what if Ormond comes and kicks your arse? Pale, how many troops can you even raise? Plenty. My concern is that you end up sailing over to France and getting your arse walloped, so... How about we avoid that altogether and just send over a small detachment of my own troops to take care of that? Cav. Donk. Sorted. Put pretty much anybody in command of it. And then Ed on over. Where's your Ed at? And where are my cogs at? Go Cogwall. Who are you? Oh, that's right. You take care of my my control. I've played some days and weeks past the enforced peace, but I don't know how long, says Martin Kaiser. Just seems so incredibly awful. Like, okay, great. We've got them where we need them, but no, we've got to have our peace. Oh, now I remember, right. There was this change that makes the attacker ticking go up twice as fast. That's probably why this felt like it came ever so quickly. But yeah, just not being able to get bleeding anything. Can't get 23 on 57 here. All the while I'm being forced to the peace table. Feels so bad. And yeah, no chance of getting Bohemia out of this anytime soon either. Yeah, it was a... Oh, hello. They would take war reparations. Oh, right, they want all my money as well. I'm wondering if they would take humiliation. I don't really care about my prestige. Where's humiliation again? Where is humiliation? Ah, here we go. No, they're not interested in my humiliation. The balance on his war enthusiasm. If I raise my levies, that would almost certainly change. Yeah, military balance plus 27%. If I raise all my levies, that will almost certainly change. But let's save that kind of stuff for when we're close to the enforced peace with no other way out. And then we'll see if I can take some more. And I could get more war score by smacking his armies around. So yeah, I could land, smack him, get out of there, and then carry on with my life. We have options, basically. But now we're on a pretty strict timer. I definitely should have waited 3 years, or longer. I could have waited until maximum tick up on their side for Dover. Alright, well, you live and learn, don't you? Well, some people do. Feels like some people don't. Get on that boat and go and destroy the Irish. No, Pale, not you. No, your time will come. Yeah, I only need to learn it once. This is a lesson I'll never forget. Hey, they are raising some navy. All right, cool. Get out of there. Maybe they'll want to attack into Dover. You know, when I just sent my army away to Ireland. In the best timed move ever. Interesting. He actually got access here. Cool. I'm going to absolutely butcher them. Because they are levies, I am horses, and they are dead. Goodbye. Not a single loss? Just cutting down Irish like blades of grass? How poetic. I like it. Yeah, please, come visit Dover. Take it back. I've made a terrible accident with this war. I feel pretty bad about that. Like, I had such an excellent idea of how to body France. I did not think Call for Peace was as brutal in this game as it is. To be fair, it was even more unfair in EU4 in a lot of cases, especially in multiplayer, where you've won a war, and the other player just refuses to make peace. And the thing is, although the other player is taking stability hits, you are taking war exhaustion, even though you're offering him peace deals. It was broken. Very broken. Why are there so many Highlanders, though? I thought there could only be one. Yeah, there can only be one nation. Is that a heavy? That is indeed a heavy. All right, well, it's dead is what it is. Although it actually just eliminated one of my beloved lights. You absolute sack of trash. He's trying. He is trying. Well, as long as he doesn't win. Well, that's a good sign to actually shove a couple of heavies over there for aid. By the way, did you figure out why your subject was not assimilating English into Highlanders in yesterday's stream? Nope, still don't know. Although I didn't go and investigate, I can only assume that... Where are they now? Oh, well, they're doing it now. These guys, however, are not. So I assume that they just have some kind of thing that they're busy using their estate, their cabinet for. Now, I'm not saying they're doing anything that their cabinet should be doing, just that they are busy. I'll get rid of the rest of the petting zoo English here before I move my cabinet away there. I think they've accepted them. It's cord. They're always going to have English as an accepted culture. Because I forced them from English to Highlander, and that makes them keep their old thing as an accepted culture. But they should still be incentivized to change them out, because it uses up a lot of their cultural capacity to keep English as accepted. Anyway, it's all very unclear, like what they're thinking on doing, and I can't infer it from the game files either. Alright, keep in mind that Operation Just Murder the French and the Flanders on their own turf is a possibility. What's all this then? Ah, the perfidious... Hold on, do you have an army there? No, you're just going to go and die, which is fine. What are you up to? The 10th French army? 200 of the 905 days have passed. I have to imagine that war exhaustion is kind of making France want to go to the peace table. 7.3? That feels like it hasn't gone up by very much. It's going to be tough, isn't it? I am not going to get what I want out of this. That war enthusiasm is a killer. Time flies when there's a hard deadline. Yeah, just ask Alpha. He's been enjoying that a fair bit. Now, but levies over on Cherbourg. Yeah, there is an idea that I just land and smash some of his armies to get the 50 war score. That should make it considerably easier to push more aggressive peace deals. The downside, of course, is that I actually don't have a large navy for moving people around. I got 5,000 here, but 6,000 people. And Cadix don't have good carrying capacity. Much of what I have here doesn't have good carrying capacity. Alright, well, if they don't want to come over, I might as well just keep them under blockade. Yeah, he has Bohemia on his side, making him feel brave, which is why I'm a little bit tempted to peace out Bohemia for something. But Bohemia are not in a hurry to peace out. Not unless they get a ton of money. Yeah, I mean an actual ton of money, and I'm certainly not giving them that. Jacobite to the Normandy landings, 498 years too early. No, there is no 2 in this early part. There is an idea to leave behind a token heavy force here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Keep them spread out. Get you guys back so you can aid a naval invasion here into France. Oh, good. They're remaining a hegemon. But the next war against France has to be a very aggressive land war then. The thing was, I was hoping to tear apart a lot of land off of them so it would be an easier big land war against France. Can't you just take money from France after you bribe Bohemia? Well, why would I want money? The point is to destroy France. You might have noticed that they actually gained tons of land during this war by annexing Brittany. And because of this freaking peace imminent thing, I can't force them out through war exhaustion, which was a big part of the plan. So yeah, what I need to do is somehow score a peace deal where I can get my filthy hands around Ile-de-France, and then I take a destroy the hegemon war goal, take Ile-de-France, defeat all comers, and then get a nice big chunky war thingy off of France. It was perfectly calculated, but man, you are bad at maths. I just didn't know about this, this enforced peace. And boy, is it unfair. yeah, you're forced to make a peace deal, but yeah, you can get 3 war score worth of peace. Okay, great. Oh, no, I could get 9. I could get 11, actually. Oh. I guess it depends just how picky one is. We could almost get this. That's not the world's worst thing. I think the old plan of selling the Channel Islands and using that for it would have been much better. It's not a province capital. The French would auto-retake it if you went away. Ooh. Hey, now that's thinking, isn't it? Yeah, the issue is I'd need to have a casus belli on Jersey. And it was going to be used for it if I could think of a way to get somebody that had a core on Jersey. But I also can't seize Jersey in that situation. So who has a core on it? Jersey do, England do, Normandy do, and France do. That said, that's not a bad idea. Also, I think you need to take the whole province, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe that's doomed to fail, because I'd have to go in and invade for all this land anyway. When the AI peace out, reasons is broken with the army losses not counting properly. I'm just discovering all the best news today, it seems. Why do I have to wait on Louis taking control there? Alright, can you guys move all of my navy? All of my army, rather. Actually, no, you're not quite large enough. What if I threw in all these early Canucks? Yes, if I added those Canucks to the mix, I'd be able to move my whole army. Downside, of course, is that France might have a thing or two to say about that. Really hard to force a preferable battle with France right now. Tough, but not impossible. Because I think I could move down to La Rochelle, take that, and then jump out. And then if they go back for La Rochelle, at least I'll see where they are. I could use my magnificently faster everything to deal with them. I don't fancy my chances landing on Dunkirk for a number of reasons. I don't know where else these accursed French are, for one. But I think landing on Rochelle might be worth my time. My army might starve for a little bit, but I think that's a risk I'm willing to take. Might be a little easier. Nah, hell, we can just leave them there. Boats are pretty fast. Come on, proof you are better than the English and just win in Dunkirk. Proof that we are better than the English, huh? There's much to consider on that. Yeah, not surprised that my people are hungry already. Also, look at you building up a town in Cantorai. Yeah, my army immediately starving on the march here. Yeah, they're not going to be happy about this. This took longer than I thought. Alright, well, just give it a landing on Rochelle, see how it works out for you. The Navy can supply food. How does that even work, anyway? We are now distributing food, okay. Does that look like you're actually getting food? Daily change is going down, maximum capacity is up. And what if I tell you to distribute food as well? Like, I have no idea how this thing works. Oh well, whatever's happening, they don't seem too hungry. What are these guys up to? This is why I should have done infiltrated administration. Also, very concerningly, the Bohemians are here. Yeah, the Bohemians getting involved in the fight could be quite catastrophic for me in a number of ways. And of course, they are also very enthusiastic about the war. Stop mentioning the war. Yeah, it's no longer starving, that's all that matters. I reckon what I should do is I should get them out of there over to Jersey, or maybe over to Turo, get to Land's End, and then if they come for this with a pathetic army, I just jump them with my army. Although we're about 1/3 of the way out of what we can do here. Yeah, because I don't know what kind of army's coming for me, but I'd certainly rather fight on my own terms here. So, get on the boat. Get on the floor, do the dinosaur and all that. Yeah, get up to Turo. And the nice thing is I'll get some eyes on the situation here, and I'll be able to move back in with my my army much faster than they can do anything about it. Well, I mean, I can demand this, but obviously, I want a bit more than that. This is going to be ready when? 5th of December. I certainly don't want them getting that easily. And you? 5th of December as well. Alright, how about we just split you in half? I imagine they're going to pop out immediately. So I should immediately go and destroy them. Stream is down. Stream looks up for me. I'm grateful that the Italians just keep going and getting themselves bodied, but this is not the situation that we're looking for. I really should have just clogged the Mediterranean. Gibraltar would be good even in Highland hands, it seems. Right, we still have a few English there. A few is too many. That said, let's be sensible about it. There's no need to keep assimilating them. When I could destroy the ones in Dorset. I continue to be concerned about this situation. Ah, jeez. Screw enforced peace, man. Keeps dying and returning, and that is pretty bad. Maybe it's a sign that I shouldn't be doing this on a Monday. Okay, well, very clever of me. They did indeed pop out. Oh, hang on, hang on. Maybe I got the province wrong here. You're over here. Well, more dead French or better French. Sorry, Don Chad. Oh, hold on, I did get that wrong. Jesus, that's a light ship I didn't have to lose. I thought he was in this province. Looked like he was, but no, he was over there. The sea province, I mean. Looks like he's not going for Rochelle, which is surprising me. The whole reason I took that was to deal with that. Screw the burgers. I want capital economy. And screw imminent peace. Okay, right. So it looks like he is on his way. Well, I say he's on his way. His little vassals are on his way, but a win is a win. And that looks like it would be a pretty simple win. Yeah, should we get him? Absolutely. Get on the boat. Just go and land immediately and give them what's for. Yeah, give them all what's for. Trash them in battle, get war score. Everything's good. We are moving, right? Why are we not moving? Why are we not moving? Okay, wait, what? Oh, Jesus. What? Get over there, you idiots. Heaven help me if I know what was happening there, because I do not. Ah, good old combat modifier values getting my way here, but they should die nice and easily to my obscenely powerful regulars. There we go. Oh, that was not worth it for the war score, though. Wonder why the war score on that one was so dreadfully bad. Should I occupy more lands? Would that put the fear in the Frenchmen? Because it certainly looks like I'm not going to be getting what I want out of this war. No, you absolutely can land in provinces under siege, but certainly wasn't happening. Alright, how about we go and take Bouvard as well? What? Truly, I have no idea what's going on anymore. This war's busted my mind. But yeah, it really feels like these battles aren't doing a whole lot for me, are they? I get the war score, but to what end? Yeah, I reckon I get the most important thing, but you know how it is. When you want to get a lot out of a war and then you don't get it, it can feel quite sad. I don't even think it's worth spending my time butchering these fools. Although it does give me an idea of just how many they have at their beck and call. It's a shame you can't tell at a glance how many of those are regulars, given how important regulars are, though. War score isn't the means, it's the goal. Yeah, well, losing out on my goal here, that's the problem. I really thought I'd be able to starve France out, and we are getting there. If I wasn't under time pressure, I reckon we could get France 100%ed on war exhaustion. But as you can see, that isn't happening. Ah, you're over on that province, eh? There's a temptation to go and body those troops. And it's a pretty big temptation. But there's very little to be gained from doing so. And there might be big Bohemian reinforcements or similar right around the corner. So, alright, let's take a sensible retreat. The plan, use a clever ruse to get the French lands out fighting them properly. The execution, winning the war with a self-inflicted timer. The timer would have come up eventually, but I could have prolonged it by over 3 years if I had waited on taking Dover. I just did not think that Call for Peace was so aggressive. I think in EU4 it triggered at more than 66% war score if you held that for, I think, 3 years? Maybe 5 years? But ach well, right? We roll with the punches around here. I think I can get a much better peace deal if I puff out my chest by raising my levies. The question is it even possible to get Bohemia out of the war? I reckon if Bohemia is out of the war, then France loses a lot of war enthusiasm. And if I raise my levies, he becomes even less keen in the war. So I think we can still wait this out a bit. You wouldn't even need to take it, Jake. Just wait. Peace can be enforced on you in that case, I'm pretty certain. Pretty certain. Alright, even so, we have a reasonable war score in all of this. It would just be nice to have even more. I feel like the battles at sea were giving me Oh, hello. Wouldn't it be nice to go and destroy the Dunkirkers? I would take a -2 landing penalty on them. But that would be a whole lot of dead French levies. If you sit in it, it counts as contested. When the timer stops, you just leave. How about that? I am eyeing up the opportunity of pouncing on those French guys. Maybe even just landing over here and walking in so I don't have to do that. I could give it a go, right? Worst case scenario is I lose and we drop a bit of war score. I'm down for that. Can we get over to Heathen time? I see now, for some odd reason, in this situation, I have to click out of the province first, and then we can move. How baffling. Dead levies is dead French workers. Yeah, you had me at dead French. Balance your army first? Yeah. Should probably balance it so that all of the cavalry's out at the front first, so they get the jump on him. I do like the sound of that. Do wish I had better cavalry as well, though. Alright, wait until the turn of the month. Jejunk. And then... That's not what we're looking for, but this certainly is. Oh, Jesus, bleeding for me. This thing. Do I even have enough to just focus cavalry? It is one of the interfaces of all time, this. I appreciate the level of granular control we have over the army, no doubt about that. But good lord, it's not the friendliest of thing to interact with. Alright, that's pretty good, but everything else that's cavalry I also want involved as my main front. Is that all of my cavalry dispersed? So it is, alright then. Can I put more on the side than it can even support? Looks like I can, that's interesting. I wonder if that leads to any problems. I guess we'll soon find out. Okay. Let's go and see if we can body some Frenchmen. Whew. Did Jake ever play the Stalker game? Ugh. I was given the Stalker as a weekly one-shot, and I hated it. What an awful game. Slavic fetch quest galore. Yeah, I had like anti-fun with that experience. Okay, well at the very least I know we distracted a bunch of people down south, but let's see what we can do with our French friends right now. Thing is, I kill them and they instantly re-raise the levies, but there's the thing, when you truly butcher levies, it takes a while for them to re-raise them. We're going to be landing there on the 11th, marching into Dunkirk. Our general is quite good, although we could still stand to be better. Oh crap, I'm going to be fort locked here. Ah, jeez. Is that entirely true? I mean, sometimes the game just lets you... Wait, what? We're going to go back on the boat, lad. We don't want to be here anyway. I could just take this while I'm here, but is that even faster than just getting on the boat? Yeah, no, the French and his bleeding forts. Although I wonder, if you go over to Calais... Here's my thought. Yeah, the fort doesn't block between countries, even when they're allied. I reckon I could land in Calais and go over to Dunkirk. Let's try that. Alright, we're just on a vacation for a week. We did whatever it is people do in northern France, and then we've had our fun and we're out of here. Okay, very good. Now be gone. What is what in this? I don't know what I'm looking at. Yet the arrow says you're moving up? Oh my god. How has this not been fixed? It sometimes feels like I'm the only person having this problem, because this never seems to be posted about on the forums of that. But my god, the interface for the units... And I wasn't even doing my whole, you know, zooming out and panning around thing. I was just looking here the whole time. And they were having none of it. It makes it very, very hard to understand what's happening. We view this with great concern. Yeah, I certainly do. All right, let's try that one more time, shall we? Except this time, we go to Calais. With my army, who's not in Heed. We go to Calais. No, I think that still locks us. All right, just march into Dunkirk then. Go and kick their ass. He was clever with his forts, so he was. Watch that food to just disappear as well. All right, well, I am liking the 4-to-1 losses, but there are 4 times as many of them as there are us. So Godspeed, and hope that they don't have any reinforcements coming in, or else I'll have to draw back. Well, I'm certainly like seeing a lot of French dead people. The war score is welcome. But that on its own probably isn't enough. I guess I can force this navy out for a little bit, for a wee laugh. I may as well, because then I can just pick my boys up without having to sail in. Halfway towards peace. There's some code that says if user equals Jake, initiate nonsense. So it's doing a very good job of it. Very good indeed. Alright, thanks for the trickle of war score. But yeah, I don't think I have much to gain from hanging around in Dunkirk. Although what I could do is when they come for it, and they will certainly come for it, I could just jump on them, right? If I'm so confident I can win the battles, I might as well squeeze the war score out. And who knows, maybe murdering the guys will give them a second thought about that. Oh, I shouldn't have been at sea for that tick. Whoops. Oh well. Fit Kinnaman D, the world's gone to pot. Oh right, of course it's been taken back as well, so I don't just get to keep it like that. What's it being taken back by? Ah, because this is the capital of the province. Does that mean I should hold on to this and then jump anybody else who comes and gets me? That is another thought. Having all these thoughts about murdering the French now. Where could such pervasive ideas come from? Oh, please tell me that's an actual army coming my way. Actual transports? I don't spy an army on them is the problem. I think Bruges is the capital of the province. Ah, yes, I see it now. The gold over there of the capital. Capital of the country and the province. Are they actually bringing an army over here? Maybe a better question is, where even are they? I don't spy an army, but heavens knows what they're up to. No, it's not that I can't beat them in battles, young. It's about what does that achieve for me. This freaking guy, right? I know what I can win and what I can't win. Although, you know, I thought I might be able to get 100% in this war. We are getting more and more of what I want, though. It's just... God, it is not a lot of war scores worth. At least the war enthusiasm is going down. I guess I have another year to wait out and see where this goes, at least. Oh, hello, look who's back. It's my friend, the Frenchman. I could probably get Bohemia out for a modest payment, but the question is, do I even want to do that? What is this guy up to? Could we snipe the Navarans? I don't think there's any point. They're a subject of Bohemia. It wouldn't even affect Bohemia's willingness to leave the war. But yeah, he's willing to leave for a modest sum of money. Maybe if I puff my chest out and raise my levies, he would leave for a different sum of money. What's the original goal of the war? It's for Dover, but my desire was to get France to either capitulate through very high war score or to strangle them with war exhaustion. And we're halfway to strangle them with war exhaustion. So I really think if we had, if we delayed this and we hadn't gotten the forced peace imminence thing, I actually would be able to 100% France, which would be excellent. As it stands, I'll get my beachhead over to Ile-de-France, which I do want. Yeah, the more I can choke it, the better the happier I am, because that murders his control over certain areas. Something like this would be quite acceptable. And then I split these out as subjects, put them on... oh, what if he moves his capital? No, I don't think he would. His capital's fine there. Yeah, put them on scutage, and then I have my beachhead into Ile-de-France, and I just bring so many regular men that he cannot fight me. And then we hold that and we tear him down as a... what's the term again? He forgets so easily. A hegemon. Yeah, the hegemon CB is really good. Alright, I guess that's what we're going to go for. We'll wait until this gets quite close. We will kill any easy pickings that we can find. And then we will choke him out. The Italians have troops in the Netherlands. They might invade. They would need some boats there. Oh, right. Maybe that's where the boats are on their way to. Right. Should we pull back and hope that they go for Dover? We've had crazier thoughts. Go on then. Their navy seems suicidal enough as it is. Get on that fleet. Come over to Dover. I'll even pull my troops back, right? Make Dover look as tantalizing as can be. He seems to not be wanting to take the bait. It was some great bait. Well, I tried. I'm just trying to think of another way to tease this guy out. He certainly likes hanging around over there in Beauvoir. How much war score to only take Paris? No, you missed the point here. I don't want Paris. I want to be close to Paris so that in the next war, I strike him with a war goal for taking Paris. I march my army on Paris and I say, come and have a go. And he isn't able to have a go because my army will be better than his. I'm quite confident right now that I can... Oh god, he's making more money. Even so, I'm quite confident that I can build up an army that can defeat France, even a prolonged war. What I can't do is siege him down forever. So I need to sit on France, get war score, and then beat him that way. And the war goal, or the casus belli, is so strong that I should be able to do a lot with it. It's minus 75% cost. You really are going to take provinces around Paris, release them as vassals and scutage? Yes. It's an old EU3 trick, which certain people who were around back in the Babylonian days may remember. Back in those days, you could have subjects that wouldn't be involved in fighting, but that would block enemies being able to get to you. Now, that was solved back in Divine Wind, but it seems like if you keep them on scutage and they don't give up access, then they can still block enemies for you. Yeah, well, no Italian cruise ships are allowed around here. Pretty tempted to go and give the French another licking. I mean, I wouldn't lick a Frenchman if he were covered in honey, but exceptions can be made in Calais, right? Who else is in the war? Bohemia. And Bohemia is a little bit of a problem. Like, he is huge. And that's making France extra confident about this war. I don't like confident France. Now, let's go and have another party in Calais. Calais is the place to be. Oh, that is a lot of dead Frenchmen. Beautiful. Just not worth a lot of war score, and it really doesn't do any war exhaustion. This is broken, by the way. There's some kind of typo in the file, and beyond that, it just ain't working right. Calais is not the capital of this area anyway, so there's no point hanging around, is there? Just get out of there and back onto Heed. Thank you, darling. It's great when references are gotten, especially good references. Alright, so successfully doing in the French, but I'm being done in by gameplay mechanics. Although I'm doing them in using gameplay mechanics, so who's the real loser here? Well, ultimately it will be France. We have another 300 days before we're forced to the peace table. So in about 250 days, we raise all of our levies in an effort to scare them into peace. A good move, dare I say. I do dare say. Do I want Turo right now? Just thinking about all these diplomats that I have and I'm not using. And I rather think what I will do is I will seize a little lump of land right here. Yoink. Why take Turo, Jake? Well, you see, it has a building on it. It has the Stannery Court, which is making it worse. Normally you can't delete these until a special event, but if you have high control, which I do, courtesy of my subject holding onto this land, I can just go, goodbye Stannery Court, plump. And I plan on doing that in Bidfort. Oh, he doesn't have control in Bidfort. Okay, well, I'll give him time to get control in Bidfort, but otherwise I will do it for his other provinces, because it's keeping all the copper and tin away from me, and that's not very nice. I want my tinners. Does occupying a province reduce its war score? Other way around, not occupying a fort vastly increases its war score. So Cherbourg here, if we can find it on the list of provinces. It would be somewhere on the Normandy province. Oh no, here it is. It has a fort. The fort is not occupied, plus 100% cost. Pretty brutal. Although it's low control, and my war goal, and us being the same religion, is reducing it. Still, not very nice. So just taking people's forts without occupying them can be quite brutal on war score cost. Yeah, I'm sure we can survive, though. Would you just get out of this war, man? I'll give you, like, a few nickels. He's getting closer and closer to wanting out for nothing. I think if we give him a few months, he will just white peace out, and then France will find themselves in a considerably less comfortable situation. Speaking of people not in comfortable situations, Castile, wasn't I buying some land from you? Okay, well, I hope my trade buildings are still going to be functional. So occupations in the last 500 days are out of the question. It's not even worth the effort to go and occupy places in France. France is so huge, they proportionally wouldn't be worth much war score anyway. So yeah, not bothering with that. Even so, I don't think we have something working here, though. It's not as skull-bustingly nice as I was looking for, but this is still going to be good. It's just I wanted this, this, maybe even that. Okay, that's a bit much, but you know, I could have really, really ripped into France's power. As it stands, we'll have our follow-up war where France is more powerful than I want them to be. But maybe that's just as well. Something like that doesn't seem too unreasonable. Yeah, just the snaring around France. Taking full provinces is nice, better for releasing subjects, but I can't be fussy about that right now. The subjects can get the rest of their land later. Get the cost down, if not the score up. Nah, take forever. I'm not interested. And there is always the risk that France gets all of his army together and kicks my arse. He still does have a significant number of units, but it's strangely low, isn't it? I wonder if they got their troops stuck. Could you imagine if their troops are currently stuck in Austria when they peaced out and they can't get back to Paris? Would explain why we haven't seen many actual French regulars. Hey, look at these jokers. Levies, one load of men-at-arms, one load of handgunners. There is a certain tantalizing prospect here, isn't there? Bohemia remains a problem, though. We know Bohemia's around. Bohemia also has a disgustingly small... They must have gotten wrecked by Austria. I suppose those Austrian mountains aren't so simple, are they? You know what? I'm convinced. Let's actually have an excursion in France. "100% war score and a ton of exhaustion. You can enforce a deal that would otherwise have fractured penalty." Yeah, that's why I wanted 100%. Well, yeah, there's nothing wrong with pushing up the war score a little bit more, right? We're a bit hungry, lads. No, that's okay. We're on the coast, we have food, and you're about to have a province here. Oh, worth noting that this is hemorrhaging my sailors for some reason. Naval maintenance isn't free. But when all this is up, I'm going to mothball my heavies, and my lights will get back to their normal work. So it should be alright. Now, finding more provinces that don't also have forts seems impossible in France. I wonder if I can actually lay siege to Rouen. It's not unthinkable that I actually score it within 200 days. And if nothing else, you'll feel uncomfortable about being put under siege. Offensive is better than defensive for institution spread. Artillery and military revolution both require 20 offensive to spawn. Might be something to keep in mind if you're close to 0 anyway. I don't like the events that come with offensive. Okay, if you're just going to siege that back, I think I'd rather kill you and than take this siege. Yeah, killing sounds better. We weren't made for sieging anyway. Nobility, you're not getting all this money. I don't even have that money. Spent all my money on this war with France that I can't get the outcome that I'm looking for in. Yes, it's not really bringing up that war score or anything fierce, is it? Alright, have some faith. Good things can still happen. Hegemony, France. Ooh, well, now, they are certainly want to come for this. Maybe I should be in position. Oh, there's quite a lot of them. It's alright, we will destroy them. Come and have a go, I need some war score. Also, I need to feel like the big man. Good lord. Yeah, the levies are lining up for the slaughter. The AI really doesn't... Okay, I was about to say, they don't seem to recalculate what they're up to. What in the world just happened there? How did some of them just split off like that? Something weird just happened. I could get you, but I'd rather have the larger engagement. How do you always get such a massive advantage in battles? I am using only regular units here. On top of that, I am using a ton of cavalry. Cavalry dominate the early game, and regulars dominate levies. And I took a look at what I'm fighting against. A few ways to see it. And I realized my enemies... Wait, why is it not showing there? My enemies don't have a lot of regulars right now. I think they all died in Austria. So chances are my fighting's going to be a bunch of levies, and those levies will die like dogs. Maybe I should sell off the POWs, because it will reduce antagonism. It barely gets you any money, but whatever, have them back, I don't care. 1 ducat. You know, to hire those guys would cost like 1,000 ducats. Game is broken. Ooh, right. I can't fight levies forever. And it's not all... Oh, yeah, the adjacent province regulars here. Those weren't the guys I just let free, are they? Yeah, I am taking losses here, but it is also giving me war score, which is not unwelcome. War score caps at positive 50, by the way. I wonder, are we going to get the bug? France is making gains. I don't think France is making gains. I think I'm making gains. But his war exhaustion is dropping his enthusiasm at the very least, and military strength is dropping on his side. So it's looking better and better for getting a positive peace deal with the French. Yeah, this is the original peace deal. Round 2 will be some years after, and I'm going to need a considerably larger army for that. Not to mention my number of sailors is going down the toilet, but all for a good cause. When has killing the French ever not been a good cause? Construction speed, not a big deal. We're not researching things that are a big deal anyway. The main thing to research is the tech of getting Bohemia out of this war. There we go, now he wants out. If I demand nothing, he's unhappy, but if I offer him nothing, he's ecstatic. Just make absolutely sure that is clear. Alright, Bohemia, get out of here. White peace with Bohemia, they're not the war leader. Doesn't shift the war score by much, it's up to 69. Oh, well, I actually thought that would have a bigger impact on his war enthusiasm. That said, though, this is looking more and more doable. That's 44, which is more than would be enforceable on 70. Enforceable on 70 would be half of that at 35. So actually, my big brain shenanigans are working. Now, the bigger brain is just to wait about 100 days and then raise all of my levies and tell him to suck it. I think that's what I'll do. I could still squeeze out another 10 war score of battles, if the game could be so kind. You might need the tick of the month. Nah. Well, I don't think so, at least. You guys really getting hungry? Alright, you hungry hippos. I'll get you back home. Donk. Get fresh on the boat. And then get up to... Portsmouth. It was bound to be good for something. It's not fair. I got friends from Portsmouth and he's a great guy. Oh, what's this? War score on legs? Go on, troops. You know you want another... You know you want another nibble. You know, offer me the challenge that England could not provide. Even though we take a -1 for river crossing. Wait, do you not get the penalty for unloading from a ship if you go straight into port? Fascinating. Yeah, there we go. You're still not worth the paper I line your filthy cages in. Yeah, go home in Portsmouth, have a wee snack, get some roast beef and haggis, and then go back and slaughter more French. It's a good life, and in fact, they're willing to offer me even more these days. Oh, okay, this war ended up going, you know, initially a lot worse than I was thinking, and now it's going considerably better. The main downside is that my economy is struggling for this war. Struggling quite a lot, in fact. Yeah, having to maintain this naval investment is painful stuff. Same with the army. Same with the stability. But this will get me the beachhead against France. And then what I need to do after that is prepare a casus belli on tearing down France's hegemon. I need to not be a hegemon for that, but that's okay. Oh, actually, nah, never mind. Oh, one thing I almost forgot, though. Maps. I desire to know about Eastern Greenland Sea, please. It doesn't mention there being any aggressive expansion for doing this. Oh, there it is. Based in the Ilotek coast. Yeah, I don't think I worry about that. Huzzah. Do they know about Greenland, by the way? So I get the sea, but do Iceland know about Greenland? I don't know if I know of a way to check that. Well, if nothing else, Norway should know, right? Because Norway have Greenland as a subject. So I guess if I keep spying, I'll be able to figure that stuff out. Oh no, they got antagonism for me. From stealing all those precious maps. Hey, okay, I thought I could piece these guys out, but no. They'd need to be a disloyal subject. There's an idea of taking this, but it's not worth it. A little annoying thing is if you try to take this land... Okay. I thought it was going to say not the person that you're fighting, but it's not here. Okay. Never mind me. I don't know what I'm talking about. Alright, about 100 days, and then we need to puff our chest out. I should probably do it before then, even, just in case I make a tragic mistake. Wait, they took this back? I guess the fort took it. Whew. Hey, look who's back. There's a lot to sort out in my country before all is said and done here. If you're planning... if you're playing as Iceland, you have vision of Greenland. Excellent, and that's all I need to know. Are you guys actually... Yeah, you are apparently patrolling the seas. I'm struggling a bit on my control. But I did pull back most of my navy, so it's not unexpected. That's your first chat, but not your first time here, JJ Rocks. So you've done some glorious lurking then. Very good. I feel bad about this run-aground ship, though. That doesn't look right. Doesn't look right at all. Alright, Parliament. How do we feel about this war? So is Parliament in Dundee, of all places? I love census. I love pop growth. And I like stability. Sure, it's not like I have money to do RGO things. And this is... Whoa, what the heck? 17... Okay, it's... What is this game doing sometimes? Contain the pike and shot. No, I don't think so. Haven't thought about outward versus inward. I'm not planning on doing a lot of colonial stuff, even though it would be sensible. It's not really the focus of the campaign. So you'd think inward is better just for getting crown power. So no thanks to that. I'll just reduce opinion. It's not like it matters much. And then all can continue to be well. Is Inverness and Moray? I loved it there. Yeah, your starting provinces are Elgin, Inverness, the Grampian Mountains, and Loch Aber. And I sold Loch Aber to Scotland, so I'd have enough money to fight Scotland. It's a brutal start, though. You can't declare war on Scotland because you're stuck in a civil war together against Balliol. And Scotland are so much stronger than you that you struggle to get Liberty Desire. And England are useless. Maybe they'd be more useful now, but in my case, they lost all their levies against France and couldn't even help me in the war. Also, France guarantee Scotland, so your freedom means fighting France at the start as a 6-province crappy little county of Scotland. Or is it Duchy at start? Have you looked into what triggers cause and what opinions on the Parliament? Nope. That's not true. I had a look through it, but I didn't immediately gain anything useful. Nothing I thought was useful, at least. Alright, I'm getting a little nervous about this. Let's raise all of our levies. Wow, I got a lot of levies. Boom. Even Jersey. 8 men of Jersey. That's 8 times what England was able to field at me. So I'm very curious what this is going to do for France's war enthusiasm. Currently, their enthusiasm is at 41%, with 8.48 on military strength. And 27.5 on military balance. I'm hoping this shifts it considerably. I don't think you can get the same one back-to-back, Andarius. I don't think I've seen census back-to-back, at least. How you feeling now, France? Oh! What's that? Not so good? Oh, wee little Francie boy wants his peace. Oh! What's this? What could this possibly be? Man, the Scottish propaganda is just too good. And it's even better when it's Highlander. I am getting what I wanted. Oh my god, I am the best freaking EU player there has ever been and ever will be. There are some caveats to that. Even when my plan failed, my plan succeeded. That means I actually have to think about what I truly want to do to France here. If I'm having a proper land war with France next, I cannot let them have that alliance with Bohemia. The worry, of course, is they make another, even better alliance. But what could that possibly be? The only thing worse than Bohemia would be Castile. And that is possible. Even so, that's an if. That might happen. But what is currently a problem is that alliance with Blobhemia. That has to go. Does war reparations even make sense? It's money for me and it's money not for him. There is an idea to limit the amount of land I take if I think coalition will be a problem, but I plan on attacking France immediately once the truce is up. So yeah, I'm going to take these 4 entire provinces and release them as scutage subjects. And I do have a coastline, so I will have food access. France won't be able to stop it, because they can't blockade this. Well, not while I'm superior on the waves. And being scutage, they won't be part of the war. But yeah, I cannot allow them to be together with Bohemia. That leaves me with... Oh, hang on. What joke is this? No. You're not allowed to say that I can't have what I'm taking here. Right. One more little party in France it is, lads. How long do I have to make this happen? 60 days. We cannot muck this up. In that case, I'm not going to wait for any turn of the month stuff. Get over there. Consider historical subjects for cores? No. There is no good reason to consider that. Another consideration might be take Dover back. It's no longer a necessity. But it's still, if things fall through with the hegemony CB, at least I can still use this. So he can keep Dover for now. Yeah. Alright, gotta be a little bit careful here. It would be really, really bad if I accidentally let this imminent peace slip and then I didn't get my war goal. I mean, really bad. Hilariously bad, even. Come on, you weak, starving veterans. Get into France. Although the turn of the month might be enough to get what I need. Oh, it is. Okay, very nice. Sure. I have enough support in Parliament, I think. Yes. Fine those offenders. Keeping Dover as a CB ensures you can always have a taken war score next wars. I don't want that CB for the next war. I want demolish the hegemon. I keep forgetting that word. This looks terrific. Is there anything better I could do than this, though? That's 3 full provinces to spit out. I could probably make a better peace deal if I made something a bit more cut up. Like, rather than taking whole provinces, I just take individual locations and I do something a bit more snaky. And that would allow me to cut off France from a lot more control by doing very nefarious things like this. But I'm going to have a much, much happier time if I have concise subjects like this. So let's give France a chance here, right? I mean, I did jump him when he was starving over in Tyrol. So we'll do it this way. It's neater, right? Yeah. Don't do the sensible thing. Do what feels better. So no money on this one, even though I could take 2.5 grand off of France. Oh my god, that is actually something worth thinking about. $2.5 grand does sound good, but no, I'd rather have the land. Because having the land means France doesn't have the land. But I gotta say, that is some damn good money. Hold the phone here, hold the phone. Don't rush into a stupid idea. This is great. Money is also great. Cutting off that river to the north is super important. You mean this one up here? Or this one? I mean, either way, I'm definitely cutting off those rivers. Yeah, I will get rid of some of this. It's the smart thing to do. I could even keep this province for myself, but No, this just makes sense. The money is too difficult to pass up at this point. I need to repair my own economy, and perhaps importantly, it doesn't cause quite as much aggressive expansion. Oh, you know what? I'm game. I'm game. It was a good fight, France. You did well. Not well enough, obviously. Oh, bollocks, I missed something. Yeah, before you make a peace deal, you should always put one of your cabinet members on improving your diplomatic reputation. It significantly lowers your aggressive expansion. Or antagonism, as it's called in this game. Alright, sweet. We've got all this delectable land. Isn't that nice? Now I've got a massive navy to sort out. That is less nice. Couldn't I just... What's the button to select them all? Is it Control or Alt? Yeah, see? All of my navy. Could you just all go over to Colchester? And then I'll get you sorted out. That includes my army, but that's fine. They know what they're doing. Right, how about all this land? I guess we just gob them out as subjects then. Create custom subjects. Bing, 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 bing. And they will eventually become part of the Greater Highland Movement, but for now, we're fine. Even this little one province one. You know what's going to be very funny? Finding out that vassals that are not part of your war don't give food access. Wouldn't that be just hilarious? Please tell me I didn't take that. Okay, I didn't. I think France's control is going to suffer a bit now. Look at this 96th place. New cap 54. Yeah, excellent. Oh, they do. Okay, well, that's very good. But these people I spat out, it's of vital importance that they are given scutage, because I must not have them involved in the French war, otherwise they'll just get obliterated. Is that true? Well, they might delete their forts and then they become a liability. My whole idea is storm Paris, bring cannons as well, just take Paris down, and then just defend Paris. Fight all comers, get my ticking war score, and then rip him apart. Preferably with 100% war score. Which I could probably get from added blockades and such, because I'm not getting rid of my navy. I'm just going to mothball it a wee bit. Alright, so where's our scutage? There's scutage. Renee, scoot. And let's get all these little icons out of the way. You, scoot. You, scoot. Most subjects should be put on scutage, frankly, unless you really need their levies to go and fight and die for you. But consider that if their levies go and fight and die for you, and they will die, chances are they're going to run in and cost you war score, and they're going to reduce the population that you should ideally be integrating into your own land. So, yeah, scutage. The only reason I have to scutage these guys is because it costs a diplomat, and I am light on diplomats. Have been for quite some time. Yeah, you also get more of their money, so, you know, why is that not good? Nobody has an answer to that. Who is this? Oh, right, all my bleeding levies, right? Disband my beloved levies. Okay, I was a little worried that the glitch kicked in where disbanding your levies actually counts them all as dying, and then you have to wait 20 years for them to re-raise. How is France doing in that term, by the way? Not very well. There are 18,000 raised levies with a total combat of blah blah blah. You need over 50% freshness of your levies to raise them. He doesn't have that. How long's that truce? I think it's up to 8 years when you do a big peace deal, right? Yes. Okay, well, I have to hope that they still remain a hegemon, or can get hegemony back, because that is the casus belli that I'm looking for next. Although there's a bit of downtime before I need to worry about that too much. What are you doing out in the sea? Idiots everywhere. Truce break. No, I don't have the CB. It's an idea, though. Maybe not the idea I'm looking for. Right, not really willing to pay my army much. Just go and sit back in London, where you like to be. And how about my glorious navy? chunk of chunk. I think I'll wait for everybody to get back before sorting them out, because there are a few from the med that are bringing up the rear. Alright, very good. I'm quite happy to have a lump sum of cash as well. Yeah, cheeky little bit of truce breaking. God, what's the last time I had an EU4 campaign that very heavily featured truce breaking? It's been a whack of time. Yeah, I need to get them back on working on my maritime control. And I would also like to get back to seizing land off of my beloved subjects. I'd like to take this off. Hold on. Did they just move their capital? No, that's still golden capital. I want them to move their capital, though, and I really want them to integrate Longtown. Why does Wales refuse to integrate its last subject? They're loyal. They've been around forever, and they're preventing me from spitting out my last little dude over here. Okay, total annihilation of the English over in Northamptonshire. I'm as thrilled as you are, if not more so. Where do we next get to? We're mostly done here. There are still quite a lot of English that are not put into their petting zoo around here. But there's also the Northumbrians. Yeah, the Northumbrians do disgust me on another level as well. Alright, you done good. That is Northamptonshire. Please get on the ass blasting of these guys. Ew. Control isn't very high, but fortunately we have other bonuses towards integration here. Yeah, minus 60 from lack of control is rough, but we can deal with that. Does anyone know if having port rights in Castile help with the exploration at all? Don't know. I haven't really done any exploration. I just steal maps. I'd rather steal maps most of the time. Good to see the annexation continuing on unabated of the Pale. And the Pale have forgiven me for stealing their land. Well, I think you know what that means. Stealing more land. Whenever I can, at least. Which isn't just yet. Is that all of our boats? All of our boats are here. Okay, great. Now to divide them back up. Get all of my lights for one. God, that is a lot of lights. One might even say it's too many lights. Perhaps I should divide them up so they can... No, I like having one big load of lights taken care... Oh god, I just realized. You actually patrol the navy around where you have buildings, including foreign buildings. That could be considered bad. Oh well, whatever. Just get somebody who's really, really good at diplomatic. Preferably a member of the Crown. Okay, well, here we go. Mr. Randolph here, my second cousin. You get in charge of this, and these guys' job is to patrol the seas. Patrol the sea in Northern Isles, North Sea, English Channel. Everywhere, really, I think. Irish, Hebridean. We can afford the lot now. Celtic Sea. Great. I still don't know if they update for new lands that you take. But I guess we're about to find out. The game is not in a state to trust any automation yet. It's just being released and all. Yeah, most of the automation I don't trust, but the Navy stuff you pretty much have to trust. I mean, who else is going to do it? Right. All of my heavies, every single one of them, are going to hang out in... where will they hang out? In a subject province seems reasonable. Subject forted province. Get over there, get mothballed. That's going to kick out tons of sailors and make me sailor positive. That's excellent. And then finally, there's the cog wall. And the cog wall will probably also join you there on... also joining you on mothball duty. Actually, tell you what, we'll get you all together on mothball duty. And then... maybe I can find some other crappy crown member to take control here. Yeah, the air is a good sign. And then in charge of the army should definitely be another crown member. Why do I focus on crown members? Because having crown members in charge of the army and the navy gives your crown estate power. And my crown estate's going to have a very bad time soon because we're about to change dynasty. My useless woman in charge. Oh god, I've broken the button again. Sometimes these buttons just break. What's the hotkey for that? Is it F1? Yeah, it is, but the button's still broken. Anyway, she's the last of the line of the Randolph dynasty unless the cousins and whatnot end up breeding. So when we shift dynasty, we're going to end up with different crown members. But that's neither here nor there. It boosts crown power, so it's good. Those burgers are getting out of hand, by the way. Pretty expensive to reduce privileges. But is that really a problem? Lowers the amount that I can tax them, but they still keep me in good stead, so I'm not worrying about that just yet. Give it time. This is where Young says, I warned you, Jake. Warned you about them burgers. Yeah, well, times were desperate early on. Ooh, I like that. I need so many more diplomats than I get, but I don't want to spend all of my diplomatic spending. Until we... will we consolidate in time to take France and the Unified Islands next? I'm going to have to. Might not want to dunk all my money on the economy right now. I need to save it up and buy soldiers. I need to add some more cannons into this so that I can blast the walls of Paris down. And I need probably more cavalry more than anything. Cavalry have good bang for buck in that they cost half as much manpower. Yeah, I might even be able to get new and better cav by then. I don't know how we're looking on... Did I actually research better cavalry? Asking the real questions now. Looks like I did, yeah. Heavy cavalry and cavalrymen. That's why they were 100 units. Or 100 men. Yeah, and we got the men-at-arms. There's nothing to worry about there. What there is to worry about is that we're in the next age, and I'm going to have to dump a lot of money on printing press soon. Alright, we can live. You know, we got about 8 years before it's time for a war again with France. Did they always have all these little dudes in the bottom? Was the Duchy of Bourbon always that large? Many interesting questions about that. Oh my days. Ooh, do I do it? Wait, why? Surely my odds of a coalition just went up. Wait a second, maybe truces play into that. This makes no sense. Normally they're very angry about all the people that want to coalition me. Ooh. The problem is that Castile is not as strong, but he is another thing to throw at France. Castile is a revolt, so they are weaker. Oh, that is true. It's a revolt they're definitely going to win, but I gotta say, an alliance with Castile to bring down the French sounds like a match made in heaven. Did they rival France? No, they did not. Although we have a shared rivalry of Aragon. I just hope they don't drag me into that. Seems good, though. Seems really good. We haven't had an alliance ever since the very start of the game. And I think we're still suffering from that, right? Yeah, look at that. It'll be 150 years until we forgive them for breaking the alliance over and over again. I thought maybe I could get the big one. Get the alliance with Bohemia. And actually, they're not even that far away from it either. Great power number 2. Alright, you know what? Crown of Castile, let's do it. Let's be friends. Military, fleet basing rights. I don't care about the capacity. I do care about the institutions, because I want the New World Institution. Beautiful. Maybe they'll even call me into their war to make things even friendlier between us. Oh, well, there we go. Please help us against the Castilian nobles. It's a defensive war. How could I say no to my good friends? Good thing I put you guys on scootage just in time. Is there even anything for me to go down and fight there? Not really. Yeah, and you've pretty much got this one sorted, haven't you? Yeah, they got this. Yeah, I'm just joining in because it's the right thing to do. There's a temptation to curry favors because if I could ask them for money, yeah, I certainly would like 2.5 grand off of them. But they might ask me for money every now and then, which would be even worse. It's a thought. I have very little experience with the whole curry favor thing. It looks very powerful, but I haven't spent some time to actually figure out how it works. Someday I'm sure I will. You could blockade the sieges if you really want to help. There's no coastal siege. Well, there are coastal sieges down here, aren't they? And I'm kind of surprised Castile isn't doing anything of its own there. But you know what? I need to prove that I'm helping. It's also interesting. It will be interesting to see what that does for war participation. Yeah, I didn't think about that now, did we? Get some of you over here, and... Oh, it's... No, some over there as well. War exhaustion, war enthusiasm. Why is this completely off? Alright, well, we'll soon find out. Yeah, this is why I don't like having forts in my nation. If you have a revolt, the revolt gets the forts immediately, and then I'm very, very sad. I don't want to be sad. I want to be happy. Alright, so now that I'm doing all this blockading, surely that's war participation, right? Come on, everything old Moray's been doing here? I don't think they're taking me seriously. It's not called Castile for nothing. I think Castile was spelt incorrectly in EU3. I had 2 L's or something. Tatar was called Tartar. I remember that. Not if you're at war and you camp your army on the fort. Is that so? Okay, excellent, excellent. France is hegemony. So at some point, I need to create this Casus Belli, take down hegemon. It's huge. 75% reduction. We were running on 25% reduction, and we got a good chunk out of him. Imagine taking 3 times that. And that's ignoring the money. Yeah, I hope they don't lose great power status, though. I don't think they will, though. I mean, somebody else would have to become more strong. There's probably some Chinese nonsense going on. Otherwise, though... Well, there's Bohemia up there. Doubt Castile are going to turf them out. Yeah, it's one damn strong CB, and it's a great reason not to be a hegemon, because you only get that on a hegemon power when you are not a hegemon. Which seems brutally unfair, but there you go. Okay, it seems like blockading isn't worth a damn in terms of participation, but I'm doing my part, whether they think it or not. Yeah, I mean, I just don't understand the favor system, like how to get them, how to spend them. But I would like to ask for money, so maybe I should curry some favors with them real soon. Did we win? I don't know. Was Paris always ensnared by the claw? The defect is all over Paris right now. I also need to start building up my army, something fierce. Let's get them cannons going. I might want or need some camp followers, but they're pretty crap. I mean, how am I really going to starve in Paris, right? Surely not. I don't even know how much these things cost. They're also really, really low tech. They only carry 1 food each. Screw the camp followers. Give me the cannon. Look at that. The cannon carries 1 food. Great. How many cannons do you need these days? There's a number and a calculation for blowing up walls, but what is it? Is it bombard efficiency? No, that's the firing. Is it you? Artillery, here we go. If this is higher than the level of the fort during a siege, it gives a bonus. Yeah, but when you start taking attrition, it goes downhill real fast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Not that I couldn't count there. I was thinking what a good number would be. Amazing work, Commander. Bagpipes. I can't even play the pipes. Okay, I want to save some money, and stability can go straight to heck, so let's drop that down a bit. Yeah, let's drop it all the way down. Who needs good stability anyway? Save up the money, build up the cavalry, destroy the French. If you completely surround Paris, would that not cut off their control? Yeah, but then they would move their capital. The point is to let Paris exist here, destroy their proximity. Look at that, most of this is not going to get more than 20 or 25 control. So it's going to tick down. Yes, look at that, it's going down to 27 over here. And this is a wonderful place of Blois. Blois? Yeah, sure. And this means I can jump on Paris. And then I can take it for the war goal in the next war. Yeah, so pretty damn happy to see that. You know, compare it with my proximity, their proximity. Okay, good, and there wasn't some hanky-panky that destroyed all of my sea zone maritime presence as well. Had that happen before, I wasn't happy with that. I have taken forever in building this spy network in Norway. It's not even worth the diplomat, frankly. Now, let's see what can be done with curry favor then. How high can that really go? Because it doesn't tell you here what the maximum is, does it? It increases every month. Okay, great. What does one do with that? What is prestige, even? They surely will lose hegemon because its population scaled by control, no? That might make them lose great power ranking, but hopefully they don't. And if they do, then I'm just very sad. But that's okay, we have our backup Casus Belli for Dover, which isn't great, but it's good enough. There is also the idea that we could just start working on the hegemony stuff immediately. You know, get the Casus Belli, and then if it looks like they're going to drop out, then we could truce break, although I'd rather not. Now let's be patient. A little bit of patience goes a long way here. Printing press is close, but is there any good advances to be working on right now? There's nothing we get for free in Age of Discovery. I certainly hope that France don't get pike and shot. France do not have pike and shot. Okay, very good. Let's try and keep it that way. If they have it and we don't, that could make the war a little awkward. And by awkward, I mean very dangerous for me. Theatres or cultural tradition? Not really what I'm looking for. Wasn't there a right of nobility that I was tempted by? Serfdom, that'd be nice. Noble electorate is a little bit tempting. It's free money with that legitimacy. 10% noble power is not a lot, and 5% of their satisfaction is a really good trade for 10% there. And it doesn't look like it forces you into these, it just unlocks them. Might be some bad events that comes with it, but sure, let's give it a go. The disease resistance sounds nice, but is there anything more worth my time? Don't bother with Catholic stuff, because we'll be losing that. Favors are limited by trust 1 to 1. That's why influence, which is influenced by dip rep, rivals, and professed trust. There's a limit of 25 combined favors that you can get via curry. Alright, well, let's see how much currying we can get done then. The Hulk probably isn't relevant for me, which is why I'm not bothering. Same with handgunners and crossbows. Supply carts could be tempting, given how poor my current ones are, but maybe I just get the next tier. Save up my teching. Fort limit is a laugh. Yeah, it's getting harder and harder to find things worth my time to research. Army tradition can't be a bad thing. Estate power from cabinet position. Their enrichment. Yeah, given my options here, maybe I do want those supply carts just in case. You know, a few of them just to make sure I can last a little bit longer and not immediately die. Max literacies for nobles worthwhile. I didn't see that, but maybe you did. These are nice, but they're Catholic. We'll lose them when we change religion, so I'm not bothering with that. Alright, Catholic. Yeah, I'm not bothering with Catholic tech. Although if it's very, very good, it might be worth having temporarily. But not if I have to dig deep for it. Was encouraging urbanization worth it? That's pop promotion, which is a bit yeah. Raw materials time is pretty much worthless. You took a Catholic tech. Oh, which one? Stone output is just free output, I suppose. I may as well take it. Yeah, which Catholic tech did I take there? The Army Tradition one's Catholic. Ah, I did not notice that. Experience of the Baltic Crusade. It stands to reason that that would be a Catholic one. Where was that? I think it was Age of Traditions, right? Yeah, there we go. Well spotted. Glad it wasn't the first one I picked. Otherwise, the investment would have just been lost, which would be rather bad. All right, fair enough. Mostly waiting to get the institution because the printing press stuff is really quite good. And I suppose I'm not far away from getting it. Maybe it would be better to save up rather than waste my time with these very... Yeah, you know what? We will save up. Screw those. I'll take rights to the nobility, though. Seems all right. It'll be a while till the Reformation anyway. Yeah, true, but I like to stay ahead of my research. Ugh, we're climbing up the Great Powers list. I don't want to be a Great Power because it stops me from tearing France to pieces, and I certainly want to tear France to pieces. Does currying favors cost a diplomat? Doesn't look like it does. Which is maybe just as well. A lot of things cost diplomats in this game. Oh, well, there we go. We get the printing press already. I'll wait a little bit on that. It's stability and money, which I am struggling to afford right now. You know, I'm so poor, right? Where am I meant to find 2 pennies to rub together? Can't be done. Whoa. French land is rich. And that isn't even cord for you. It's going to be a lot of work for these guys to culturally enrich France, but one of the nice things is I have popped them out with my laws and my values. They're going to be humanist, so when I make them... when I make them Highlander, they should destroy these Normans. The Norman cultural tradition is very low, so that's easy to convert. However, the Francian cultural tradition is extremely high. That will be difficult, but not impossible to get rid of. What? So I talked about this earlier. Somebody said, what if you got the throne of France, or if you got claimed throne war in France? I said I wouldn't take it. Well, I think I said I wouldn't take it, because I'm not taking it now. Because it would just kill the campaign. It would be like a little kid that's into collecting stamps, and then his millionaire uncle comes along and gives him a collection of 10,000 rare stamps. Just kills the enthusiasm. So no thank you. Good lord, you are bad at this, Castile. Here I am, working hard, doing all these blockades, not even getting paid for it. And you think I'm not doing anything in this war as well. 100,000 people in that one location. Tax collectors going wild. Oh, 50,000 here, 40,000 here. Yeah, I'm pretty happy to be getting that money. I just hope that everybody's happy with me. Lancashire is not happy, but that's because I keep stealing their land. Or converting them. Or both. Which one's Lancashire, actually? Oh, yeah, I forced them to be Highlander, which for some reason makes people unhappy. But I also need to keep taking more land off of these guys. So don't mind me. I need to keep seizing provinces. I mean, otherwise it's going to take forever and a day to convert you. And that will cause a few patriots to want to rise up, but they're tiny. I'll be able to smush them. But I'm going to surround Dublin, and I'm going to take all the lands near Dublin in the hopes that they end up moving their capital. And then I take Dublin itself, because Dublin I'm keeping. Dublin has the marketplace. Dublin is where all the population is. Dublin is just everything I want for myself. I'm not sure if I'll squeeze out a little subject to help with the conversions, but that's a question to be dealt with once the Pale is gone. And I like the sound of that, the Pale being gone. Yeah, funny to personal union France and lose it on the death of the dynasty. Oh god, that would be the bad one. Can't trust the women in charge here, not at all. Hey, the burghers are back in their place now that I got my crown power back up. Probably will need to repeal a couple of burgher rights though. I'm thinking... probably this development one. It's so nice. Innovative is great, development is good, but it's 50% power. The burghers have too much power as it is. And then plutocracy and building cost, that one could probably go as well. It's a big cost to get rid of though. Very big cost. So I'm not in a hurry to do it until the burghers really start looking like they're a problem. How would you like it if somebody came up to you and forced you to be a Highland hillbilly, forced you to speak a nonsense language? Well, for me it would be Tuesday. A lot of provinces I want to steal, but I simply do not have the... Who are you? You are apparently my gifted child. Wait, my gifted child? No, you're my second cousin, but my goodness, you are something special, aren't you? You're crown, but you won't be crown when we change our dynasty, so I'm not going to waste my time investing in you. Alright, very good. But yeah, we're on another ticking timer here. France are going to be going in 55. Why is it taking so long to get this spy network in Norway? Yeah, a lot of things are taking a long time. So be it. Right, and cannot have forgiven me for what I've done to them. So again, we take, and we take. And of course, the reason we take is because it's less of them that we have to spend our time annexing. And although it's a big loss to their how loyal they are, you know, this goes away in 4 years, less than 4 years even. So I'm just going to nibble away at France, Pale, and Connaught. Even though the land isn't very beneficial to me, I want to speed up the integrations because taking Ireland is going to take a while. And at least the Welsh land isn't too bad for me. I think proximity to capital is, well, apparently awful here. 15% isn't the end of the world, actually, and it'll get better when I improve my... That was a core? Oh, wow, yeah, we actually took some Highland land there. Amazing. Yeah, as I get more maritime presence here, this land will become, well, better. I'll take this off of Wales, I rather think. Loyalty is easy to build, exactly, but waiting on integration could take a long time. And if I ever manage to get them to below 10% of my population, then that'll speed up the integration dramatically. They need to be below 260,000 though, and they are big right now. Connaught are more likely to be able to have that happen. Destroying towns doesn't change Liberty Desire and reduces the annexation cost, yes, but it destroys the town, which costs money and I don't want to do. I want Dublin for myself, so I'm going to surround it and hopefully take it. I like the way you think, though, right? First port of call, whenever you're faced with a decision, always consider, can I oppress the Irish in this situation? No matter the decision. These guys didn't get magically unmothballed, did they? No, but they've taken a hell of a lot of damage. I hope they're not, like... Can you have your mothballed fleet just destroyed by a hurricane? Oh, I can see that happening, and I don't like the implication. Okay. If you take Connaught first, then 10% of your population will be higher, so faster. Huh? I'm not going to get my population over the 5 million or so I need to make integrating the Pale faster. Right, anyway, what's happening here? An artist. Okay, how do we get rid of the artist? Pay him money, pay him money, pay him money, pay him money. Oh, hang on, hang on. Paying money for research progress is something I will almost always take. Because it's just something you can't buy for money. Normally. Oppressing is the first thing I consider every time I have to do something. What I want for breakfast, the flavor of ice cream I want, etc., says Tarkin, scoffing down his tatty-flavored ice cream. Alright, rights to the nobility. So I'm of the opinion that noble electorate is worth it. A little bit of noble power keeps them happy so I can tax them better, and legitimacy is free money for me. Yeah, sounds pretty good. I just hope that this doesn't happen. Like, these unlocked are fine, but I don't actually want them happening. Wait, it cost me money? Yeah, jeez. I didn't count on it costing money. Whatever. Okay, good. It did not switch this. It only unlocked it. Oh, very good. Unless, you know, it'll change when it actually gets done here. Right, I think we can take in the printing press now. Costs 1,100 of my duckity-doos, costs a lot of stability, but it unlocks some very desirable techs. We have to start with literacy, which is certainly great. Diplomats are my bread and butter. And it's not a Catholic tech either. Naval initiative sounds cool, but we don't seem to be struggling on that. Promote institutions is whatever, for now at least. I am wondering if the way forward is just to go to a paper workshop and printer shop. I will print so much money. But the thing is, I would need the money to actually start building this, and I'm not going to be in a position where I can invest in my economy until I slaughter France in the next war. So I think it's better to focus on things that don't require more money input. And that right now is diplomats. I like both of these, really. Army maintenance being reduced. Oh, that does sound rather nice. It's expensive. Cabinet laws. I think I saw this before. Like, isn't meritocratic really good? Not when it keeps the burghers around. Ah, dynastic is good. Look at that. Reduces the power of all of the other idiots. That is rather nice. Yeah. The dream is to have loads of libraries and universities, and then I print the books. And that's where my money is going to come from, but that's going to require a lot of investment into my country in a moment of not having to think about the oncoming war with France, which is not the situation I'm in right now. Even so, my burghers might build those buildings for me. Then get me my cabinet laws, get me my cheaper armies. Lumber output, I like that. More weapons, I also like. Stability investment cost. Well, that has just saved money, which is good. Oh, Lord, how did I miss this? I was turned off by the whole artist thing, but look at that. Crown power, cabinet seat, and I still have a lot of English to get rid of. Oh, jeez, I want it all, and I want it now. All right, give me that cabinet seat once all this is done. This is a lot to research, but we'll get on it. These are not as important as doing the other ones. And yeah, like I said, I'm pretty sure that my estates will build these for me, but... I do think this is more important currently. Alright, get that done first. Paved roads are right there too. Yeah, the problem is, I think my estates would be a bit slow at building those for me. Rich as my burghers make themselves, they don't always build my roads. Yeah, paved roads are nice, but a lot of what we do is actually control via naval. I think the roads could get good when you have really good control into a great natural harbour, and then you take a road out of there rather than going into these horrible places. I don't know entirely yet, though. Anyway, those are some excellent techs, so I'm beyond chuffed with that. Man, internal advancement feels so good in this game. What was even EU for? I believe I was busy oppressing the Welsh as well. Always think about oppression. And in this case, I want to seize... Ooh, I'm limited on my seizures here. I want to seize this, but it's too far away. So I guess we go around, because this is all Highlander, right? This isn't what I'm looking for. This is Highland, 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 Highland. I'll take all of this, section off your capital, and then hopefully you move your capital. That's the dream, at least. And then I can have this, and I can have eyes over all of this. Excellent, excellent. All right, very good. So many different windows for things. I still get lost in this, and I've played this game for a couple hundred hours now. I love the changes to wars mostly, but I'll take up building a prosperous utopia over blobbing every day. Yeah, your lovely serfdom utopia. Putting the U in utopia. A vote for me is a vote for thee. Alright, yeah, the money situation is a little bit fragile. I'm not best pleased with that, but I'm pleased enough with it. And yes, very, very happy with how that war went. You saw just how poorly things were going to go if I could just take this and this. But puffing out my chest, getting Bohemia out of the war, the sustained blockades did help. The increased war exhaustion on France did make them more keen on peace because it drove down their war enthusiasm. But yeah, just good war score, dragging the war out, kicking their arse. And we learned a valuable lesson. Right? If you are going to prolong a war, do not take the war goal. Let that tick up and then take it at the last moment, and then you buy yourself like 4 years or so. Yeah, that was a big deal. But we figured it all out, so don't worry. Also, yell at me when I have 40 spy network on Norway, because I am currently very, very tight on diplomats. If they don't want to be serfs, why don't they just leave? Yeah, if only they thought of that. Just leave. I've got open borders. The thing was, they did just leave. Remember when they all just fled to Orkney? There's a reason Orkney has a population of 16,000 and Edinburgh has not. Freaking Edinburgh. Majority Highland, but I think, yeah, the burghers are still majority Scots. So the language over there is actually Scottish. That's a fun thing, actually, if you go to language. Scots. Scottish. They speak English. We'll get that sorted. We'll absolutely get that sorted. It shows the group, and then it shows specifically what the language is, depending on zoom level. It wasn't just changing. Hey, there we go. Wait, that wasn't a core already? Oh, maybe I seized it when it wasn't Highlander majority. Ah, well, not to worry. We've got some pretty good cores overall. We've got this, which I'm still waiting to get rid of if Wales ever considers integrating their own subject, which they don't seem to think about it. Naval hubris. Sounds good to me. I'm not paying 12 stability for that. I'll just tell everyone that we are the absolute bloody best. And 16,000 people even fit on that island. What's today's population of Orkney? I was there about 12 or 15 years ago. Nice enough place, but God, I would not want to live there. Seems miserable. Alright, we are capped on manpower, which means I absolutely should have a bigger army. I would like more... I think we're fine on men-at-arms. I certainly want more cavalry, though. Possibly heavy cavalry? Yeah, give me the heavy cav. 10... Oh, goodbye money. Well, 10 is fine. Need to be ready to ravage France. It's also good to know that I could probably get my army rebuilt around here, but Paris needs to fall. It's only level 2 fort, and for some reason their fort defense is pathetic. Oh, they're not paying. Okay, okay. I imagine they would pay when I brought my army over to them. 20,000 says, oh, well, there we go. The utopias are here. Oh, I see you finished up your war, right. No, 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 that is bad. That is very, very bad. We've somehow become a great power, and I don't want to be a great power. Does that mean we eclipsed France? Oh dear. Right, so there's this amazing casus belli, and now I can't use it on them. Because I'm too powerful. I wonder if there's any way to bring your own power level down. I have a bit of time to do so, but... Yeah, because that means that France is not a hegemony anymore. And the funny thing is they could get the casus belli on me instead. Wait, where is it again? Here we go. Ugh, like that's the worst hegemony to have as well. It just boosts your costs without really giving you much... I think you get a bit of prestige, right? Yeah, number of hegemony, okay. My art is worth more than that. Scuttle the fleet and sell France their land back. It's not mine to sell, and I wouldn't want to do that. The whole point is to ensnare France's capital, regardless of what we do with it. Fun thing, of course, is this. We can still attack them for Dover. And if we want to nail France again, we can still get pretty much 100 war score by blockading him again and then marching on Paris. And I'm pretty certain without his capital, he won't be wanting to stay in the war and we'll get 100%. But we won't get that big, juicy discount. So yeah, I actually did a lot of damage, a lot more damage to France than I thought. To his great power score. Being a hegemon hurts your antagonism gain something fierce as well. Yeah, hegemony seems kind of bad. How unfortunate for me. Ach well, all's fair and well if France can still die. If I have to just go at it a little bit slower, then so be it. Yeah, it's not like many people actually cared what I did to France there anyway. Yeah, what's that anyway? Took provinces in a peace deal, only +7. It's not like when I was doing all those no CB wars and massive land grabs in the UK. But yeah, it means that I just have to be a bit more delicate about tearing France apart. But I'm okay with that, especially now that my good friend Castile is here, so if people do turn on me, at least Castile has my back. And yeah, my fleet is already mothballed. It wouldn't matter for the hegemony anyway. Ugh, I don't want to be a great power, right? Is there anything I can do to get rid of this? Population scaled by control and my massive subjects are doing a lot for me. And you can't reduce your kingdom rank. Yeah, I just have to hope that some Chinese warlord is able to grow so big that I get kicked out. But that doesn't change the fact that France is not a hegemony. So yeah, I think the hegemony plan is gone. I should have had more confidence in my ability to take Paris and done a hegemony war earlier. But, oh well, you'll learn. Unless you're from that manga, We'll Never Learn, but I wouldn't claim to have read that. There's worse. Just subsidize the Ottomans. I think you mean the Orthomans. The strongest Muslim woman out there. Is a 43-year-old Orthodox Turk. What the heck did Hungary do here, by the way? Jesus, man. I mean, we all want a Greek vacation, but this guy wanted a big fat Greek wedding. Good on you, Hungary. It's a shame you're such a weakling. You know, unlike me. I'm really saddened by the Ottomans. Has anybody had an Ottoman game where they've actually performed well? Aw, goodbye Golden Horde. Well, possibly goodbye Golden Horde. They'll leave my sugar daddy alone. Right, I need to consider if I'm still going to have this... Well, there's still that claim thrown on France, but no, that's not what we're looking for. Religious war is pretty bad. It actually increases costs. But claims on provinces there, and I still think that's going to be my best war thingy on France. Yeah, I should just take it and body France in all upcoming wars. Oh! Oh, Diddums, remember when maximum manpower of France was double mine? And in a few short years, oh, it has changed. Oh, wow. Oh, France is not going to be having a good time when we come knocking next. And we are going to come knocking. At least this time I'll have some cannons. And there's not even any hurry, right? I can take Dover, I can sit on it, I can get ticking war score. If they have allies, those allies can sod off. I don't need to mobilize my fleet outside of crushing their 0 boats. And then I suppose I could still put them under blockade for a laugh, but there doesn't seem to be any benefit to that currently. The war exhaustion is probably worth it. And then when all is said and done, I just march on Paris, crush them, slap their armies as they try to retake Paris. And yeah, France is dead. Moray is broken. Strongest nation in EU5. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Excellent. Chantefil, despite being the last one to ping me with it, is still the person I noticed telling me that I've got my spy network on Norway. Thank you kindly. Iceland, tell me what you know. I could guarantee your independence. Where am I looking? Covert actions, steel map. The Western Greenland Sea, please tell me more. Okay, we do not yet properly know about whatever they're called. What are they called? Greenland. If it weren't for the campaign that I'm going for, if I was just playing this on my own time, I would probably go for Throne Claim over here. But it's not really the focus of the campaign, so I don't want to go and do that. I need to think up some elaborate campaigns in the future, by the way. I don't want to say this run is already won, but France is the main antagonist, and I have a funny feeling he's about to have a very, very bad time. Freaking Bohemia. Do both of us being hegemonies impact this? Yeah, I don't like him because he's a hegemon. And I assume he doesn't like me for that reason either. Let's get maps of the Western Greenland Sea. Wait, what's the name of that island? Yeah, anything could be here. We don't know what. I like the way they've done the waters. I'm actually struggling to remember how the waters were in EU4. Like, what was up here? I'm pretty sure you could still sail a boat up there, but how did it work? Maybe it didn't work. It's been so many years since I played EU4. I used to know that game like the back of my arse, and now it's just such a lost memory. How does that even happen? Castile is 17th? How? Good question. How do you even see their great power score other than Ledger? There's Bohemia, Egypt, and myself, and France. So that means there are quite a few Asians that are fairly powerful. Unless the Congo or Mali or somebody has become outrageously strong. Population, control, kingdom. Country rank plays way too much into great power score. I mean, how about great big freaking army? Doesn't seem to have any play in this. The entirety of the brainpower once dedicated to EU4 got evaporated by Nancy Drew. Hey now, Nancy Drew was during the EU4 times. I think. I really think. Alright, is it time to do away with more of your land? I'm curious if you have the control. Oh, your control is not going up to 50% in Bideford. I was hoping it would. Do you have a road there? Yes! Yes! Oh man, okay, right. There might be hope yet. If France could just get a bit more power. I'm sorry, France. I should not have taken away this. They lost way too much. They just lost way too much. Wait, no, they're pretty close. They are quite close to me. Maybe he embraced an institution. If he embraces another institution, he'll leapfrog me. We could still have a chance. Should I help him? Could I even help him? Maybe if I temporarily send him disgusting amounts of money, the game will think that he has a lot of income and it'll boost his great power score. Seems dubious and not at all worth the risk, but an interesting thought. Yeah, come on, France, get your great power score up. Wait, hang on, what? Oh, of course, since I'm not a great power, my enormous boats don't count towards naval hedge. Yeah, I was actually spending some time... I did foresee this happening, by the way. In my galactic brain, I thought, what if the hegemony plan falls through due to me being a great power? And I took a bit of time to look into, can I manipulate my own great power score? I haven't come up with anything, but I'm pretty certain you can. Okay, not a lot I can do about this. Sacking my control sacks my country. I could do it though, right? I could. If I got rid of all of my naval stuff, I would drop control across my country and I'd lose a lot of great power score. The problem is my country would become a bit crap, so I'm not keen on that. You can stop trading, so you'd lose some of the monthly income, but you'd still keep the trade capacity. Power projection? Do I even do anything about that? I'm not about to give up my subjects. Can't change kingdom rank. One thing you could do is not become empire rank, but that's out of the question for now. You can dumpster legitimacy. It's not a fun thing to do, but it could be done. Sinking your fleet might help, but it would pose a slight inconvenience. Yeah, it took years to build this fleet, so I think I'd rather not be doing that in a hurry. I'm having some awful issues connecting to Twitch, though. My internet seems fine, but OBS and Twitch disagree with me. What a mystery. Right, Bodheim is hardly the best province in the world, but it's probably better in my hands than yours. Especially if I actually have some diplomats, which is a nice change. Can't you just turn off marketplaces to try... Ah, now you're thinking, Sun Tzu. The art of the trade, what you're well known for. That would tank my great power score. But now that's not the concern. The concern is bringing France's score up. Delightfully devilish. Alright, give me that territory. And now that we have the territory, we get rid of this accursed Stannery Court. Donk. I wish it would improve control right here. The AI is normally so keen on using its... Hang on. Do you have... Oh, you don't have a road there. Right, can I help you with that? Yes! Oh, my brain is so huge! Give him a road over to Bidfort so he can improve the control so that I can take it over and I can get rid of the accursed Stannery Court. Whew. Very much worth 100 ducats. Jake will say there's no Timbuktu tag to avoid it. What is the money cap in this game anyway? Wish there was a bit more of a cooldown on the hegemonies. You find them yin-yanging back and forth because the change here is only 10%. But yeah, come on, France. I think, yeah, France getting that institution will help. And maybe we get lucky and some tens of millions of Chinese people die. I mean, it's bound to be a Tuesday someday. His late lordship killed him. So much suicide going on. Also, how long has this been happening? I've been lacking a minister here. The crown people won't remain crowned for very long. And it costs a butt-ton to put somebody in charge. So I guess we just look for anybody that's not a burgher like you, who's damn good at what they do, and also young enough. Young enough, huh? Not a lot of good candidates here. In fact, a lot of terrible candidates. Oh well, Alan, take command and get assimilating Cumberland like the sausage. This little petting zoo of English are taking a while to be gotten rid of, though. But yeah, I'm at the point where I am wanting to just wipe out even the 10% of them, or bring them down below 10% so they don't even show up. All English must be removed. It's not up for debate. They have to go. All right, the Pale. You know what time it is. It's time for you to give me your land. Yeah, because the sooner Dublin is not a concern, the happier I'll be. These two, and then we'll have Dublin surrounded. We'll see if they move away. If not, I'll take some more land near Dublin. And eventually I'll think about it. Oh, man, look at these towns. All right, these towns have got to go as well. I think I'll take these before Dublin, because then he won't move Dublin to... Or he won't move his capital to another town. Ugh, well, I'm never going to have that. All right, I guess I'll give him a chance to move it away. Dublin's the main one for me, after all. Yeah. I wonder if I could even get around all of the... Yeah, see this one just popping up all the bleeding time. I don't mind that it's a pop-up. I mind that it happens so quickly. Oh man, who would have thought I'd feel so bad about doing bad things to France? Wait a second, this is going lower than you'd expect it to. I'd expect it to go down to 20. Why are his people so unhappy? He's gone and cheesed off his little people. Oh, dearie me. How bad are things going to get for France? Even at that size, he's not having a good time with his subjects. That is not something France should be seeing. Well, good luck, France. I'll be back soon. I think the dream of the great power France to destroy his hegemon is going out the window. But that's okay. You know, be happy with what you have. You should only look into somebody else's bowl to make sure they have enough. I can't believe what we've achieved in 100 years, by the way. As a campaign, as a super minor goes on, it becomes less and less of a wow factor. I remember people coming in when we were, what, 30 or 40 years deep, and we had everything up to and including Northumbria. And people coming going, wow, how do you do that with Moray? Now that we're 100 years deep and we're essentially Blue Britain, it's a bit more like, yeah, okay, all right, fair enough. Even for me, I'm looking at it thinking, couldn't I have done more with this time? I felt so damn good about the start, though. Like, you have no idea. Maybe you do. Maybe you've played as joke nations and you have an explicit idea. No, the wow factor is still here for me, despite the mockery, says Dark Young. A lot done very quickly. I do try to be good at what I play. And I don't just play what I'm good at. I feel bad for missing the weekly one-shot, but what can I say? When you have that need... Oh, damn. This is what I revoked off of the burgers, and somebody told me this keeps popping up. People demanding back the old rights. But the thing is, my burgers are always so happy, I can always just tell them to suck a lemon. I can't tax them hard enough, so their satisfaction is always high. Which means the buildings they build tend to be nice ones. Although nothing's getting built right now. I'm saving up money for a certain big war. I want to make sure that my... wow, I just have no antagonism anymore. Lovely. And that is also lovely. Literacy is here. Also seems to unlock the epic tradition. Wait, what? What is literacy action here? And no way in hell am I getting artists. Screw artists. That R should be a U for them. Wait, does the state satisfaction influence the buildings they build? Yeah, if they're angry, they're going to build their crappy buildings more often. It's not black and white. They'll still build their troll castles if they're happy, but they'll build a lot more of them if they're unhappy. And happy ones will build more nice things. This is quite the assertion. I haven't run the numbers and I haven't checked the code. But I'm confident of what I'm saying. Maybe I shouldn't be. Oh, man, it feels good, these moments where you can just kind of settle down and focus on your own nation for a wee bit. Unprofitable buildings, I don't care. That's what we subsidize for. Employees are fine. My promotion speed is pretty cool because I go for free subjects. I shouldn't, though. Serfdom is better than free subjects. Don't do it just because I'm doing it. Who the heck are you? Well, it keeps the nobles happy, so sure. That keeps happening because the nobles have the right to marry my my people, and I'm actually okay with that because, hell, at least it gets the marriages done. Really annoying when, you know, you have these people to care about and you don't want to. You ever want to scare yourself, go to society, people, characters, and look at all the people inside your realm that you can manage? Do I really want to go into Mick Beaner and figure out, you know, who he should be marrying? Because I could, in foster your dynasties. It's cool that you can, it's horrifically uncool that there's no automation here. To the point where I'd rather it weren't there. Crivens. Yeah, I'd love to actually spend some time working on my my nation's economy, but we need one more big war in France before I'm satisfied to kind of let myself go a little bit. France might seem on the down now, but I've seen France all the way on the down, Jones, and yeah, they can bounce back. I need to think what I want to do with them, though. Certainly I want to keep ripping out subjects like this, because the whole point is to culturally enrich them. Maybe I should focus on taking places that are farther away from the HRE so I don't get insane aggressive expansion. The trouble is, these lands are worth quite a bit. Also, I should focus on... Oh, hang on. I just had a brainwave. If I do want them to be a hegemony, maybe I should force Ile-de-France away? No, being able to jump on their capital is too valuable to me. I think I should strip their coastline away, all things considered. The character thing was a big problem in Imperator. Oh, hell yeah. Imperator had cool ideas, but god-awful execution. There are reasons behind that, but I certainly couldn't talk about why. At least not in public. Yeah, I think my priority should be to take the coastline off of France. Means I can't blockade him. But it also means he's never going to be a consideration for the seas, so I can kind of not care so much about having a massive navy. Because that navy is still not very free. Not very free at all. And this province is starving. Province has full food. This bloody game keeps starving my provinces. S2G. S2G? Oh, swear to God. Stop sailing on the open seas if you don't want attrition, you fool. They are trying, but not trying very hard to get me the naval presence that I'm looking for. Maybe you're meant to divide them up into smaller batches. You'd get better control if you were to integrate the provinces. My provinces feel pretty damn integrated. Heck, some lands I've even given away. And some lands I'll be taking more of. Yeah, 4 wives, 14 children. Yeah, constant influx. And you keep getting spammed with... these cousins you don't care about have suddenly come of age, etc. Oh, that was if you took French coastal provinces. Not sure what you're getting at. I'd pluck them apart and then leave them to my subjects in the hope that the subjects... Well, they can do the coring for sure. Hang on, what population are you? Yeesh, okay, well... I don't want them being any larger than a province because it's going to be very difficult to get my 10-to-1 on integration. But it can still be done. But yeah, I want to divide them up into single provinces so I can chew them up. And then when they have their cores, I will culturally enrich them and they will do, hopefully, the cultural enrichment. You know, essentially what we did with Britain, but for France. The thing is, I will sooner want to integrate this land than this land, I think. Because from London to the north coast of France, it's only across a couple of sea tiles. Yeah, it's pretty bad landing on these. But until we get better roads, the proximity to the capital is probably going to be better than going across over to here. It's already down to 30% here. Whereas this coastline, it's probably only going to be minus 30 or 40 tops. So yeah, 70 or 60%. Plus the 20 for core, so yeah, the north of France is definitely the first priority I want. Okay, great, so Strip this off of France, including the Bretons. And no, I'm not going to bring back Brittany. They got too many cores. If I had a full Brittany, it would take forever to integrate. But small subjects are pretty fast to integrate. Come on, English cattle. Oh, I'm so clever. Look at that. Now Bidefort will go over to 50%. And we will smash the Stannery Court. And then the final Stannery Court. And then we will realize that we missed one. Jeez, my proximity here is terrible. Despite having all this, it is absolutely terrible. It's probably because there's no real harbor capacity here. And that's pretty difficult to get, so yeah, that silver is going to be problematic for me. Are you going for land or naval? I'm going for naval, but I'm still unsure which is better. The naval impact on proximity really isn't that big. It's more like less than +1 control per province away by sea. And I suppose that does stack up. You can get like +10 or so proximity, or so +10 or so control on something that's a wee bit away. The land just feels better for a lot of things. Look at that. Land does all your proximity through land by 10%. Whoop-de-doo. But you also get the RGO size, which is great. And the trade range over the sea is already massive. I mean, what? We're only 100 years deep, and how far can we trade from London? Let's say I wanted to get some amber exported. Yeah, we can already go all the way up to Yaroslav and all the way down to the Suez. Yeah, by sea is not the big deal. But trading by land can be pretty tough. Yeah, the RGO stuff is pretty damn good there, though. I don't think it's too far-fetched to say that we are not getting that Casus Belli on France. And the truce is actually over sooner than I thought. Colonial nations would need sea. Would they, though? Because you get a lot of boosts to... Okay, I thought it was me being at war for something important, but no. It's just Granada at it again. And as I help you in yet another war, hopefully you're happy, but are there even any forts here? Yeah, there's one. I think you'll be fine. If you open your current trades tab, it'll color all the markets on your map that you're currently in range of. Open your current trades tab. This one? That pretty much just gives me the same information, but this time it's colorful. But colorful is good, and I actually didn't know that, so thank you kindly. Damn, Constantinople is a huge market. You shouldn't let your market get this big. Well, I suppose it's fine for Byzantium, but if you own the land in the market, it's really bad to have provinces like this with low market control, or low market access, rather. That's why I'm not, for example, destroying Edinburgh and Dublin to just have one big London market. Wouldn't be good. The low market access would impact on the price of the RGOs and the money I make from my buildings. Wait, why are you struggling to employ? I'm going to assume that was only just built. In my 1700s game, says Ionchik, Castile has completely annexed Aragon and Portugal, but they still haven't recovered Granada or Gibraltar. Well, that's promising, considering I want to play as Granada soon. Maybe not in the next run. I'm still waiting for Paradox to fix the incredibly buggy slaves thing. And I will be slaving. Slaving away. Am I confident with this many troops? Not really. I want more. And my army can support more, so I will have more. What are my numbers, anyway? I have a lot of heavy cavalry, not a lot of regular cavalry. Actually, that's not too true. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we have 16, 16. Not sure I want that many more men-at-arms, do I? 16 is just such a nice number. You can have it, and have it. So if I want to go above that, I'd want 32, which I kind of have. I was thinking about the camp followers, and I thought against it, didn't I? Yes, I did. Even so, I don't like the idea that I have none of them, so I'll take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's got to be worth something. Does the game still auto-balance putting your camp followers in the front line? I hope it doesn't. How long is usually one save? One save? If you mean one of my campaigns, it differs wildly. This campaign, though? It's tricky. Maybe I made a bit of an awkward goal, because once France is crushed, are we really just going to sit around and watch all the cultural enrichment? I don't know about that. It's satisfying to do, but I don't think it's satisfying to stream. Then again, when I made the goal, I didn't know the game as well as I do now. And by the time I make my next goal, I will know the game yet better, and still look back and go, oh gosh, I didn't know the game so well then either. But anyway, in terms of how long a campaign is, yeah, it varied wildly in EU4, and it'll vary wildly here. Wait! Granada! You didn't annex Granada. You decided the better thing to do would be to tear down one of their forts and humiliate them. Yeah, I'm sure Granada's feeling really humiliated right now. Still Arabic, Andalusi, Sunni, and back on the map, baby. And this is meant to be my good friendly alliance against France. Looking back at your Golden Horde campaign, do you think there were things that you could have done better? Oh, immensely. I think there's a whole lot more to be made as a Golden Horde going into Asia than messing around with Europe. There's so many more people and so much more money and all that Mongolian land, so just kick the Russians in the teeth so they don't think about rising up against you, make an insulating layer of tributaries, and then focus. Or another direction is beeline it for Constantinople, kick the crap out of the Greeks and the Turks, and then just have a beautiful horde situated here. Move your capital to Istanbul, of course, and then you get all the benefits of a nice, strong economy here, but you're still a terrifying horde, so you go and kick everybody else for money. Oh, wow, we get this again. I'm not sure that helped that much against France, but... In fact, is France ever going to have a navy again? I think they're terrified of the sea. Who wouldn't be after what they saw? Maybe you can start hitting up the New World whilst turning the French into superior Highland culture. It is a consideration going to the New World. I haven't tried colonization yet. I just struggle to imagine it being all that exciting. I would probably be covered in money, though. You know what? I think we should. I'm sure we could get some exploration going down and along here, but I would need access to the New World stuff, right? Wait, isn't there a way to do some exploration? I wouldn't want the Sahara. I'd want to go over and across and then work my way down until I meet the natives. But it doesn't look like... Oh, well, I can explore Greenland area, but not beyond that. I assume that's because of colonial range. Although, not that I see much of that. As I said, I haven't done colonization before, apart from mainland colonization of Siberia as Golden Horde. I continued playing that in my own campaign until it just got a bit frustrating. Like, large endgame wars are a painful ordeal. At least colonize Quebec. Make sure they're Highlander instead of French. Yeah. Yeah, if we're going to take care of the French at home, let's take care of the French away. Although I made my integration of Jersey, I will eventually pop them out so that somebody else can take care of the cultural enrichment of all of this. Okay, you only had one province, but I'm not going to culturally enrich you because then you'll never be able to get the rest of Alençon. But these guys, oh god, they're only about a third of the way through. Takes a while to core all that French land, who would have thought? Beginnings of any ideas for the next run yet? Well, definitely I want Granada, but that's a wee ways away. Probably get my arse out of Europe. Don't know yet. I'll need to take a good long look at the map. Of course, I'm always open to ideas, but even if the idea doesn't go through, it might trigger other ideas that do. I should probably go up to speed 4 here. It's taking a while for all this stuff to happen. But as long as I can keep seizing land off of my subjects, all is relatively well. I'm coming to get you, Wales. Oh, that just made them disloyal, didn't it? That's okay. They'll see the funny side in due time. They're not the one I'm trying to integrate, after all. It's the Pale. Also, Connaught have forgiven me, and Connaught absolutely need to keep forking over the land. I just fork it all over. They only have one town, so taking any province is the same as taking any other province. And Bidefort is just barely over 50%, which is all you need to destroy these little court things. So I'm afraid you're also losing a bit of land. What? How could this have happened? Oh no. Wait, how did this happen? Do you lose a touch of control when you seize something? Oh no, my whole plan of getting rid of that. Now they're going to lose me control over this wool province. Oh well, I'm sure in time that the control will grow over there. But ooh, that was an unpleasant thing to discover. Oh, well, be that as it may, I think we're going to be getting rid of you, my little subject. This won't take long at all. Yeah, definitely won't take long at all. Slows down the annexation of the Pale by just a bit, but only for 10 months or so. It's pronounced Bideford, for your information. Presumably all of the old people living there. Oh yeah, like old biddies. It looks more like a bide fort to me. Somewhere to bide. I shouldn't get too complacent about the France situation, right? The truce is up. Still in 55. Who would have thought that didn't move? But I'm keen to know that this is still around here. Yeah, there we go. Following through on the threat of Kent is until 57, so we always have time for that. France have not regained any alliances. Yeah, excellent, excellent. So therein lies the question. What do we do? Do we immediately take France as capital? Or do we hold Dover for a while and then play around with them? Because France will keep coming at me and I will keep killing them. But it might be better to wait, because to get a good peace deal with the AI, unless you're more or less 100%ing them, you have to wait for them to think that the war has gone on for a while. So I should probably just not even do anything for 2 years, then take Dover, and then go and kill every Frenchman I see. Yeah, I think that's the best way to get the most out of it. Otherwise, yeah, I just think that's better. That is what I'll say. Are we certain our mainland subjects are on scutage? The mainland subjects are not on scutage, but that's not a problem. They can't come along on boat. Every subject we have with a port is on scutage. Oh, maybe you mean these mainland ones, but yeah, and we can even check that. Diplomacy, action, scutage, enable, and the only people that are even possible to enable are the they're mainland to me. And you know, on that note, they should be scutaged anyway. Because it's more money for me, and I like money. It has been documented in the past. Oh, right. Ah, crumbs. I don't actually have the diplomat to do this. I hope I don't get caught. Let's not even risk being caught. In fact, I can super risk not being caught by... Oh, look at that. We stopped doing currying favors and the game didn't even tell us. But look at that. We can't do anything more because... Owed to us 17, we owe them 7. How do we even bring this up? I have no idea how this works. I'm not about to be professing trust to them, though. I'm no professor. Stop paying the army. Oh, that's right, we got called into war. Making us do all that army paying nonsense, which I'm not a big fan of. Alright, I have one whole diplomat. Norway, or maybe Iceland, whoever. I need to... Oh! Oh, there we go, there we go. Tell me about Greenland, please. Hey, there we go. So if we really, really wanted to, we could fight Norway for Greenland. Not that we have any casus belli to do so. Nor could we really get a good one. Well, that's not true. That is not true at all. Orkney. I could get a parliamentary past casus on them. And I wouldn't mind having that as a subject, but I could go over to Greenland. Or what would I do in this kind of situation? Would I make Greenland my own subject? Would I want that land for myself? What? I'm just so unfamiliar with colonization, I don't know what's best. Do you get colonization range off of subjects? Did the mad cod easters build a town in Greenland? Eaters, no less, not easters. But yeah, they wanted... Wait, how did they even do that? That must have been done in Parliament. They've got a town of 300 people. Jeez Louise. Migration attraction, but from where? I could build settlements here, actually, and I would probably get migration from the UK over to Greenland. I'm not sure of any event that builds a town, but maybe. And there's still a Dominion of Norway. Wait, can you even steal someone's Dominion? When you colonize, if you let it go to a colonial nation, it automatically makes a town. Sure, but Greenland start like this at the start of the game. I have no option to start a colony here. Yeah, nor do I have any colonization offers here. Maybe if I let it take a month. But yeah, I think if I want that, I have to fight Norway. But you know what the fun thing is? I can fight Norway. I have the boats to put them in a bad situation. So I'd probably get a parliamentary claim on Orkney, kick their teeth in for Orkney, and then as part of the peace deal take Greenland, and then I have everything I need to get over to the New World. It's a frankly beautiful idea. Unless I find that this is too far away to annex. You can't fight Norway. Oh yeah, they're just so much stronger than France. How could I ever handle them? 55. It's more correct to say that you could bully Norway. Oh, well, I can bully Cornwall. Feel better about that. And that means that I can get rid of one of these stannery courts, at least the one on the important province, the Tin province. Man, maximum control there is huge. Why is it such a good province? It probably just didn't update or something. Ah, yeah, it didn't. Did it? Yeah, there we go. Down to 50%. That's much more reasonable. My poor navy, lacking a crown individual, hurting my crown power. Ooh, you're not bad. What even name is that? Odd. But yes, get in charge over there. They're even building up a wharf for me over here in Tinland, which is excellent. Not where I would want a town put. I mean, it's actually a really bad town location because it's on tin and it's in a really bad location. Yeah, it reduces the amount of tin flowing, but I suppose we have other sources of tin. I mean, this one should really be cranked up. Tin is going to be increasingly more important as warfare evolves. You still need that diplomat in Norway? Not anymore. Oh, do not cancel the annexation. Be very, very sad if that happens. But yes, cancel the spy network in Norway. And now I don't need to pay quite so much in Diplo spending. Yeah, let's bring this down to like plus 15 or so. Ah, there we go. Now I can make mad stacks of cash. When's Parliament, anyway? In about a year. I probably just want to... Well, maybe I can get an RGO Parliament thing. Use it to get claims on Norway. We'll take over Greenland and start checking out the Americas. Oh, look, it's Parliament time. Just when we're finished doing Somerset. Oh, that is good. That is damned good. So many English to get rid of. Right, so what are you doing? Dorset, you still have a bit more to do. Cumberland, like the sausage. That's way up north with the Northerners. Yeah. There's still a lot of Scots to get rid of, but they're not much of a priority. The Scots are an accepted culture. The English are only tolerated. And I don't like all these English continuing to exist in East Anglia, so let's eradicate them. Hang on. I thought I brought the English down to below 10% in London. And they are. Why are they showing up all stripy-like? I thought if it went below 10%, you don't see the stripes anymore. More to the point, the English shouldn't be... Wait, the English are breeding. Where are they coming from? Ah, I get it. The English are running away to London because they think I won't annihilate them there as well. Yeah, 73 peasants migrated to London. Migrated, fleeing maybe. Salt collector, is that really what we need or want or care about in London? I wonder about that. Cumberland sausages are so good, I really put myself off them. I loved them and ate tons of them as a kid and then just got sick of them, never wanted to eat them again. Maybe someday I will, but that day is not now. Alright, how about we have Parliament in Glasgow? Everyone will love that. And I do want to do some RGO expansion here. Farming, perhaps? Not hunting and not forests, that's for sure. What is develop the interior? It's just development and it's not even that good. Alright, farming estates it is. Ta-da! And when that is going... I don't like the fact that you generally want to save up for this, but it seems to be what works. Go RGO building, give me all the farming-related ones in my owned locations, and frankly, just do all of them. Blip. That was all of my money. Don't like spending all of my money. But I have some money left over, I suppose, so it's okay. The problem is if I wanted to make any of these towns, then that investment is lost. But I think at this point I've made most of the towns that I want to. And any additional town I want to make is almost certainly going to be coastal. Besides, you know, if I change my mind, it's just a few RGOs gone. Yeah, I'm fine. You know, local news, 154 MPs died during local parliament. Oh, what a good time to be in Glasgow. Could always borrow money from the French. Well, I did just borrow money from the French. And I'll be borrowing again at this rate. Anyway. I don't mind if this fails. It's no big deal. But if I really want to fight Norway... Wait, do I even want to fight Norway? I'm not in a position to be doing that right now. It was just a fun thought. Now it's less fun. Oh, but getting rid of burger mansions. Yeah. The McMansions need to go. Alright, so I guess we will pass this then. Wait a second, will we? Might not, because I don't want to contain pike and shot. Maybe we'll get a nice event. Oh, or the game can calculate what I cannot. Yeah, I firmly believe in RGO expansion for money. You can make silly money with buildings, but I think RGOs are better first. Once you've gotten all the good cost-effective RGOs, and you've got a good way to make money off of buildings, weapons, tools, paper, books, then go with that. But the RGOs feed into that, because you're already going to have the goods available for it. Didn't you want to get those pots back from Orkney? Yeah, but I think preparing for France first is a better idea. And this is why I didn't want to lose all my money. Freaking artists. I wish you could kill them, right? It's a broken mechanic. Absolutely broken. I have 13 artists out of my maximum of 2. And because of that, I can't pay for culture because, look at that, they take all the freaking money of Moray. They cost disgusting amounts of money. I get the feeling that they cost more from having more artists, like over limit plus 500% or something. So yeah, they lose me my prestige because I can't pay towards them. And then they get these horrible events where they're like, hey, I want all of your freaking money. And that's annoying because I do want innovative. Yeah, okay, serfdom and traditional, but we're going to whip him. And, oh my god. Freaking hate artists and artist events. It's like, bad or bad? What would you rather have? Alright, let's take bad then. At least it's just in London. London will never rise up because the army is there. They could make some banging artwork. We have no idea what making artwork even does. No, we know what making artwork does. We can even see that in our culture. Look at all these works of art they can make us. They can make us really crappy, low quality, barely locally known pieces of art that give no tradition, no prestige, no innovativeness, and they give marginal effects in the province that they're kept in. Real good. Okay, some things actually do stuff. Like 0 tradition, 0 prestige, 0 in it. Yeah, get the idea. It's a cool system, but it's completely undertuned. It kind of feels like somebody had a, what's it called again? Personal development time. Yeah, PDT. That was big at Paradox when I was there. And they made this system, and they went, look, you put this art thing in. It's like, oh, go on, put it in then. And then nobody looked at it again. That makes it sound sadder than it should be. Alright, thank God, more diplomats. I love diplomats. Says the man not currently using his diplomats. Slightly contemplating integrating a bit more land around here, especially near Grimsby. You know, people that are grim need company. But on the other hand, I do want to just focus down the Pale. I actually need the Pale to be happier with me. If they drop too unhappy, they'll stop being integrated. And there is an idea to make these guys happier, but it'll be a while before they are even a consideration for doing anything with. They need to core their lands, and they need to convert their lands. Is there anybody that I should be caring about in any capacity then? Pope Man also loves me. Man, life is good as Moray. I might even get away with paying even less diplomatic spending, but I'm okay where I am right now. Nah, go on then. Who needs this? Just make all of my subjects hate me. Especially Wales. Yeah, no, that's going a bit too far. I'll have it at that. But I do want to save up money. Money is gold. EU4 main theme, am I correct? Well, I'd never say you're correct to spam emotes around here, but I have a mixture of EU3, EU4, EU Rome, CK2, CK3, Imperator, and some other Paradox games in the soundtrack here. I like it. I don't tend to get bored of the sounds, and those that I do, I can just lop off. It's no big deal. Increasing commons. Stability is nice, though. It's only 2 towards traditional economy. I'm happy to take that for 7 whole stability. I mean, the song playing right now is called Saladin Arrives at Jerusalem. That's actually from Crusader Kings 2. Alright, I know some people are thinking, Christ, he's just going to end the stream before he fights France again, but no, I promise you I won't. Barring Acts of God or Balaton, both of which could strike, I am going to follow through on my threat. Well, you know what? That throne claim is still there. No, I don't want the throne of France. It would ruin the campaign in a lot of ways. But yes, following through on my threat would certainly not. Oh, he's trying to build boats. He's plucking up a bit of courage. He's even got a couple of light ships and a galley. That's adorable. No pain is salvation jump scares that? No. The song is cool, but it does not befit playing EU, in my opinion. If he's not building heavies, he's trying to build heavies. Maybe what I should do is I should have a small detachment of heavies, like 9 of them maybe. Non-mothballed, ready to jump on any French fleet, and otherwise I just keep him in full lockdown again. Did drive up war exhaustion, and that does make him want to peace out faster. And then, well, I'm safe knowing that my subjects won't get involved, but I need to declare war as soon as the truce is up. So it's still the age-old question, do I jump France immediately? Or do I wait? I know I said I'd wait, but, you know, killing French people's got to be good, right? Plus, if I kill them all, they won't be able to raise any more. What are we looking at in terms of the French? Whoa! Excuse me? Okay, so I think, alright, he's got 5,950 regulars. That's cool. He's got the manpower. And he's like, no, actually, we don't. I really think... Wait, they're in Linz. That's not a very French-sounding name. They actually got stuck in Austria. Oh, I love the Österreicher. Alright, France is dying. France is absolutely dying. Oh, I've never loved Austrians more than I love them today. Yeah, every single Frenchman is getting one Galaglass spear and axe to the head. Yeah, his regulars were like 2/3 lost over there. And now they're about to be 100% lost. And some of his subjects might get really uppity in this war. Yeah, that'd be a nice blessing as well. Alright, is there anything we need to think about before we get ready for this war with France? I can take note of the fact that I've cut a few years off of the integration of the Pale, which does feel rather good. Do you have enough axes and spears to afford to just give them to each Frenchman? I think we can afford a few things when it comes to blowing up the French here. But yeah, I reckon we just grab Dover and then we just run around. We kill every French levy we see, and they are going to die. I don't care how super juiced the French noble levies get, we will kill them. And then we see a fort, we take a fort, we see a fort, we take a fort. We take Paris and we take the coastline. That sounds better, actually. Yeah, good idea. In fact, I was thinking I could send over my levies, but no, my levies would get sniped. Not only by his levies, but also by his accursed little subjects. But yes, France is not going to have a good time in this war. 1st of November next year, down goes France. In my game, I got an event to buy the Mona Lisa, the most well-known painting ever. It gives 0.44% pop promotion speed locally. It's not... Wait, actually, no, that's terrible. All the artwork in Paris gave a whole 6% altogether. The Mona Lisa isn't giving countrywide effect, then what will? This game really clamps down on nationwide effects, and it's all the better for it. I mean, how broken did some of the previous EU games get? When you can stack global or countrywide effects. A lot of things got really broken. Why are we struggling so hard to bring up our maritime presence? I feel like the boats here aren't... I feel like they don't work so well when you make one huge stack of them. Maybe in time I'll divide it up so we have a little stack per part. But yeah, proximity to capital was never going to be particularly good in this region of the country. Over on the west coast. Gosh, poor France. They're not going to have a good time. So, hey, we made back all that money already. I should have a quick look and see if anything's really worth money in the London market. What is different from their base price that we can actually do? Like, I can't do incense and I can't do pepper. I can't really do sugar and ivory or amber or gems. Pearls? We got all the pearls we need from Edinburgh. Wait, what? We import from Edinburgh. Yes, that makes sense. But then we export them? Interesting, and you'd think that's a waste of time. I'm curious about dye, because I just saw the Parisians making dye. I import a lot of dyes. Not just import, people bring them to me. I don't bring it to myself. But I think that means there's a good market for dyes. Are there any dyes in northern France? Because they'll probably join the London market. There's a little bit here. But I actually think I could make some good money building production for dye. You just make it out of wood, right? Wood and alum. I'm sure it'll make more money than that. Don't want to do it in Londane, but let's see. Yeah, wood and alum. So I could actually make more of them if I put it somewhere that has RGO wood. So putting it around here does not seem like the world's worst idea. Provided I don't want to make... Wait, do these go in rural areas? No, they have to go in towns or cities. Problem solved. Make me a bunch of dye over there. The wood existing will boost up the proportions. The market access is fine, and the control is good. So yeah, get it done over there, please. Yeah, the ivory. Ivory is a good reason to be working up to Iceland. Greenland doesn't have the people for it, but maybe it has the RGOs for it. Ivory 1, Ivory 2, otherwise fish, stone. Who the heck wants stone from Greenland? That is not going to be a fun thing to transport back. It's a very, very nasty good for moving between markets, because it costs you 5 transport capacity per unit. Fish is 1, ivory is 1, lead is even 2. Some things are nice and they're only 0.5, but I don't think saffron is one of them. Oh, it is? Okay, cool. Saffron's good, chili's good, some other things are good. Need stone for all the buildings in that market. Oh, yeah. Building their own stuff. Oh, lose 1,100 to make the commoners happy. Yeah, the commoners can suck a fat one. That is not happening. Is the tutorial good in this game? The tutorial will teach you the basics about how things work, but it won't really teach you how to play the game. My best advice for you, Dencel, if you want to pick it up. Sorry, it's not Dencel, it's Dencier 22. There's this button here for automation. Automate just about everything and then slowly pick away at the systems. Your country will run itself and then you'll go, ooh, I want to try trading. So you turn off the trade automation and then do it. Or I want to figure out a few things about building subsidies or what to build or how to manage my relations with other nations. Bit by bit, turn off the automation. Whenever something is interesting to you, right? That's the best way to learn. Be interested. But yeah, typical grand strategy game. The clue is in the name. There's a lot to be learnt. Oh, that's right. If I'm about to be fighting France, let's be ready to fight France. I want to make sure they haven't made any cursed friends that are going to tear me apart. And they haven't made a large, heavy fleet. So we're going to split off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of our Carracks and all of our transport fleet. And these guys will not be mothballed. They're not very good. If I'm going to move away, it'll probably be down through here to here. So get yourselves over to Sistir. It's very hard to tell which side of the sea province that's on. Yeah, am I taking Dover immediately? The call for peace thing could be a pain in the bum if I let that happen again, so maybe not. Yeah, probably not. We'll wait and take Dover at our beck and call. And these guys will get their reparations done. Reparations. They will repair. Should I prepare my fleet ahead of time? Couldn't hurt, right? I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 loads of 8 boats. That's a lot of boats. Ah, jeez. What's an easier way to figure that out? There's got to be an easier way, right? Oh, maybe not by transferring all of them over. Is there like a number that I can have, and have? Yeah, there is. 64, so 120 something. I take 128 of them. Then I can halve you, halve you, halve you, halve you. Do we still have the halving button here? No, that would be too much to ask for. Halve you. Halve you. So this is why I say this game is considerably clunkier than EU4. And I have to imagine I'm right. because I don't want to be wrong. I didn't count the amount of 8s that I would need here. I just took the most sensible sounding beautiful number and then went for it. Those that are too many can be brought back into the fold. Yeah, if this were EU4, for example, I would just like mash S a few times to split my army, and then all would be well. Although you could say, come on, Jake, there's automation tools in the game for this. And yes, you could say that. Right, 1, 2, 3. French Admiralty are going to be wetting themselves when they see all the Highland fleets approaching. Mon Dieu! What is this? The haggis monster, he has returned. And Ile-de-France, she is open. Etc, etc. I should probably stop with that voice. I get peeved when people do silly voices on their streams, so... Alright, alright, alright. The rest of you stay wherever you are, which I think is here. Get together. Get balanced. Oh god, these fleets are not balanced, are they? I can't believe it, they are. Oh, right, no, they're not. Those other ones are just balanced by chance. Okay, anyway, I want you to get back to your vital role of patrolling the seas. In the English Channel, the Northern Sea, the Hebridean, Irish, and Celtic Sea. And even the North Sea? Sorry, the Northern Isles Sea, I go for it. Balancing armies is one of the more tedious parts of EU5. Yeah, absolutely. Like, do I really want to balance all of these? It will be useful if they end up engaging with anyone, anywhere. But, oh, the thought of pressing every single one of them. Alright, I guess I will. Right, balanced. If there was only a hotkey for this as well. Balanced, balanced, balanced. What? They would just instantly lose an engagement there. I don't think this is even the province these ships are in where I'm clicking. Alright, surprisingly not bad. And then how about the actual paid-for breakaway fleet that I've made down here? I certainly want you balanced out. 3, 3, and 3 for my heavy ships in the front. Neighbor. By the way, do you Flanders, you're also a naval threat. You have made a few heavy ships. And I should... What's your flag look like? What does your flag look like? Yeah, it's got a lion on it. And there's one of your heavy ships, and you're actually in the estuary, so when war breaks out, I should gank you. That maybe speaks towards having another set of boats at the beck and call. And just another 9 of you, well-balanced, not mothballed. I'll let you get your turn of the month repairing going on, and I want you over in Colchester. Boy, I almost feel bad for France, but maybe I don't have to. Maybe they can surprise me and kick my arse. Kick me sideways, but this time I can actually afford the war. What was my problem last time? Why was I facing such a deficit in the last war? My nation hasn't really exploded in improvements. Oh, by the way, all the English are annihilated in Dorset, which is wonderful news. Where should we get rid of them next? Spoilt for choice on that front, but I would really like them to not exist in Lobshaft. Good job on Dorset. Get to work. Yeah, you call it Suffolk. I'm calling it Lobshaft. Diplo spending? Yeah, I was Diplo spending during the war because I needed my diplomats for some odd reason. But no, we're doing quite fine now. Stop contradicting yourself. My nation hasn't improved. The English are gone. Listen, the English are doing fine in the nature reserve we left them in southern Wales. I don't recall the Highlanders being this many in southern Wales. Still waiting for you to move your capital, which you may or may not do, but I'm not in a position to steal another province off of you yet. Well, I could, actually. They'd be a little bit unhappy about it, but I would be happy about it. Let's see what happens, actually. Subject actions, seize another territory. There we go. I will also take the north one so I can completely cut off their capital and see if they move it. How about you? I gotta be careful with the Pale. I don't want the Pale being disloyal. That's quite important. Otherwise the integration stops and I need that thing to keep moving. But yeah, let's continue the surrounding of Dublin. Yes, yes. You don't want or need Dublin. Most commonly celebrated holiday in the world, Independence from Britain Day. There was never a Britain here. There was barely an England. Yes, music to all of our ears. Alright, November this year. Maybe I was a bit hasty in erecting my fleet right now, but I wanted to make sure that I would win on the money side and keep an eye on their everything. For example, 3 light ships here shouldn't be too difficult for 8 of my light ships to destroy. Herrlich. Oh, right. It was already Highlander. I was thinking, what in the world do we have that isn't already integrated other than Hereford? It's just Hereford. The Irish we don't even think about, right? That land won't be mine anyway, apart from Dublin. When I play EU, I pick country based on prettiest colour. And what would be your prettiest nation in EU, you little princess? The Moray colour and flag is nice, thank you. I don't like the flag, it looks very African. But I do like my existing coat of arms. The modern Moray flag, or Moray coat of arms, is actually this plus this. 1 in each corner, 2 of each. But we're about to lose the Randy dynasty because we had a woman and nothing but women. And what does our woman have? Well, she has a son. And what does the son have? Women! I mean, is this really just... It's only because you're noticing it? Not just women, but English women. Wait, why? Why did you pump out English anyway? Oh, well, never mind that. Leopold, I hope someday you're a great man. For now, you're not very great, and you're just a boy. But having a lot of fiefdoms helps, because they keep doing parliamentary things to boost me. The problem is if you have too many fiefdoms, they start thinking that they're too big for their briefs. But as it stands, they don't think they're too big for their briefs. Current strength of all fiefdoms together is pathetic. I do have some vassals. I have 1 tributary, don't I? Yeah, I thought maybe having 1 would give me occasional tributary events, but it's not happening. They'll be annihilated eventually. In fact, well, no, I was thinking maybe I could turn them into a direct vassal, but the diplomacy for doing that is immense. Even as just a 1 little province minor here, if I wanted to convince them to become a fiefdom, I would need to not have other subjects with limited capacity. The government type might be too much as well. Basically, it's not happening. Just let them go and then eat them properly. Marry the son's kids back to the original dynasty when the queen dies. Not really. If we're going to switch our dynasty, we would have to have women again, and those women would have to marry into the original dynasty. And I did prepare for that. I did marry off the dynasty survivors, and hopefully they continue to breed. But you know what this game is like. If you don't tell your people to breed, they just don't know what to do. So we've got a good Highland woman here, but because she's a woman, she's not going to pass on her stuff to the next ones on. Even so, are there any royal marriages to even care about right now? I mean, I could get Bohemia potentially off my back with a wee cheeky marriage here. Come on, who doesn't want a bit of Luxembourging? Yeah, get out of my sight. Oh wait, that's going to be a problem if you end up... I was maybe a bit hasty in doing that. Like, what if my son dies and then you end up being my only hope? That could be a problem, but whatever. The thing is, it's not important. Your dynasty and your rulers, they're really just a bunch of stats. But because there's all this very visual CK3-like stuff in, I want to care about it. But at the same time, I hate it, so I don't want to care about it. I know, I'm impossible to please. This game is great. Fiefdom and Vassal. The Fiefdom has you as the ruler. So if you have a great ruler, then your vassals are going to be better run. If you're kind of crappy, then maybe it's better to have vassals, but... Fiefdoms also have an inherent -10 Liberty Desire, which is great. The real play is just to balance it out. If you have too many fiefdoms that they're getting too strong, have some vassals as well, because the fiefdoms, they share their collective power when judging Liberty Desire, and the vassals share their collective power independent of that. And then if you have too many of those, maybe get a dominion, get some tributaries, kind of spread them out. Don't have too many of one. But given that I don't have any problems with that, it's better, in my opinion, to have fiefdoms. Plus, you can only have fiefdoms as a monarchy, and we are a monarchy. Might as well lean into our strengths. Have you tried marches? No, I don't see the point. I do not trust my subjects whatsoever in a fight. I'd rather have them on scutage paying me extra money. And I think you would still have to pay diplomatic expense of having a march. So what's the point? And the AI is very, very, very bad at heeding the instruction to attach to your army. Oh, they're miserable at it. You know, you tell them to be supportive, you set your main army to have others attached to them, and they might join you, and even if they join you, they just might give up, and it's horrible. France is sailing around with a single heavy over there. Even one heavy is a problem for 8 lights. But that's exactly why I've got my navy at the ready to jump him. Yeah, the AI is disastrously bad at war. And I'm kind of saddened that France's army is just AFK. You know, dismiss them and rehire them, or maybe just have a way to make your army exiled so they can come home. I don't even mind if just the AI gets an access to that. But yeah, think of how they're managed. How are they meant to get through here? They can't even talk to Bohemia because I broke their... I gave them annulled treaties. Although, as we learned, I annulled treaties with France, and they still guaranteed Scotland through that, and used a guarantee to get called into the war with me. Oh, I was livid. You know, if you're ever wondering why we're bullying France here, they absolutely shafted us in the early game. Italian Wars. Wait, France is involved in the Italian Wars? The Kingdom of France and the Crown... Oh my god, Castile, do not pull me into this before I'm ready to fight France. I wonder if I should pull Castile into my war with France, actually. If I do, then maybe we should jump on France. How much of a standing army do you have? You know what? I was humming back and forth on what I do, but I think we're just going to gun it. I'm not going to wait. I'm going to bring in Castile and we're going to kick France's arse. That's assuming that Castile want to get involved, but getting Castile to have a nice truce with France is also good, because I don't want Castile eating my French land. And boy, does it deserve to be mine. Ah. Not a problem, but still, ah. Army too big, navy too small. Yeah, as you know so well, jump over and punch him in the face. We're throwing out a party, and then she can get to work. Seen that so bleeding often now. Yeah, no zone of control malarkey, just get in there and seize Paris. Yeah, Paris looked cooler than Parisect. Yeah, who would have thought most of my navies are without leadership? And who are you? Bigger Randolph? You're still a crown member. I don't care if you're not that great at fighting. Maybe I do care. Oh, how could I disagree with Benedict Gold? One of the few surviving Englishmen. Alright, sure. Come on, Benedict. You're better at blockading. That is such a useless trait. But anyway, come on. EU5 tourist here, great content. Imagine my surprise when I found that you have 11 years of backlog. Let's just say enjoy. Alright, chat, what are the best campaigns that I've done over the past 11 years? If I had to pick two, I'd say Montenegro into Soviet Union and Granada. Renovating Iberia with Granada. Those two campaigns were very focused, very difficult, and done at a very high level. And that's even me saying it about myself. I don't normally rate my EU4 runs very highly. Resty says the Nancy Drew campaign is the best. Oh, yeah. If you want something very weird, which you probably don't want if you're new to EU, the Bad Ideas Guy run was great. The first one was better than the second one. Just going to show that there is such thing as beating an idea to black and blue. But yeah, oh man. Occasionally I go and find the Reddit post and I just rub my nipples while I read through it. Because there's a guy who just does not understand how I took Granada and I just smack all of Europe dead with it. And then there are people trying to explain what I'm doing. Oh man, I'll probably be still doing that in my dotage. When I've long forgotten, one, how to control my bowels, and two, everything I ever did online. Yes, I remember Granada. Okay, Cassint is actually kicking me in the balls here, bringing up my 40-year war against the Ottomans, which I won. Early on I said it wouldn't take 10 years. 40 years later, I do eventually win the war. I need to stop talking about the war. I don't think I need admirals for my heavy fleets. They're going to decimate the French. Yeah, it was actually pretty hard holding the forts against Europe, but... Oh, no, France. Wait. Not France, Castile. You just beat the nobles. Why are you doing this right now? It's 2 months until France war. You're a disaster, so you are. The Second Noble Civil War. These are African, right? Bisagos, Bolola. Oh yeah, I know Bokeh. I don't know Cape Mound, though. I know Abomi. Yeah, okay, good. Good luck with malaria death. Mother is dead. Bye-bye, mother. So what happens if you don't put the nobles in their place early? I think it's noble coup if you get them over 50% and they're unhappy. But the way... I think my next runs, I'm not going to be so gung-ho about tearing down the nobility. They tear themselves down as you build up the burgher class. The problem is too much burgher class. I am letting them get a little bit out of control here. Yeah, it's not really that bad, right? They make me tons of money. If it starts going above 40%, then I'm going to start worrying. But there are a few ways to deal with that. I could always solidify more crown power. Wait! It's just come to me. The reason they're getting ahead of me. Counting houses. How could I have been so blind? Build every counting house. There we go. Right, they're all dead now. I won't know what hit them. I'm telling you, young, look at that. 36%, watch it skyrocket. It seems that Castile have called me into this war. Annoying, but probably not relevant unless they found some boats. They found some boats. They found some heavy ships on top of that. You'd think Castile's 29 heavy ships would work here. Yeah, the 20... Wait, Castile have that many heavies? I am pretty low on the great power score. If only I hadn't curb-stomped France as hard as I did, we could absolutely use the superior casus belli on them. You don't even have a counting house counter. Well, I know I've built one in Londain. And now we're building... What was I building? Like 10 more of them? My constructions. Counting house. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Think of the power. I mean, it's build once and then forget about it. It's endless crown power. And you barely pay for these kinds of buildings. They just drive up demand. They're good. They're like armories. Counting houses as good as armories. Yeah, masonry and glass can both be made locally, so that's got to be good. Yeah, quick, show them the spreadsheet. You know, it'd be amazing if I do actually make quite a good bit of crown power out of these counting houses. What'll he say? What'll he do? Everything he knows will be shattered. I've also taken control away from the army, and that's hurting my crown power. If I were disingenuous, I would switch this ruler guy into a crown guy and then say, look at the counting houses, look at what they do. Right, if the operation... Wait, if the Castilians are a little bit preoccupied, or maybe just occupied, that might put a bit of a problem on Operation Curb Stomp France. Which is a shame, because I like Operation Curb Stomp France, but maybe we Curb Stomp France anyway. Yeah, Curb Stomping France has got to be good. Follow through on the threat. We can win the war, but we're slightly weaker than them. Oh, we'll see about that. Castile will not come into the war because they've got minus 384 reasons. They don't have levies, they're in war, and they're in civil war. Wait, civil war counts twice. Yeah, sure. Well, I never needed you. Let's go. Bwom. Oh, right. I was meant to move my boats into position ahead of time for this. And I didn't, which means these heavy boats are probably going to cause me a bit of concern. That's a heavy boat of yours as well. Let me just get involved there. Is that a heavy? No, but I can aid destroying it if nothing else. And then my army is going to take Paris on Le Double. Do I take Dover? Is Dover going to screw me? Now, if I take Dover, I've got like 4 years. This war can't take 4 years. Yeah, now, if I comfortably enough got the previous one done, this will be okay. Just grab a few levies from... Where are those Oxford lads again? Send the Oxford people into Dover again. Me and my ally going to smack France. Ally explodes into 1,000 pieces. An accurate description of how it went. They don't still have war exhaustion from the last war, do they? No, they don't. But they still have a laundry list of subjects under there. That's okay. They will raise those units. Have confidence in France. Mori have won. We lost. Ah, they have their heavies. And I didn't see them because of the Spanish heavies. Did I really lose? I think I lost all of my boats here to their heavies. That's unfortunate. Where'd my lights from here go? Did I lose all my lights here as well? Jeez Louise. Alright, get your botte over there and destroy the French heavy fleet. It's a bit of a shame that the... Oh, there's more heavy fleets over here. Jeez, maybe I was a bit hasty in dismissing my... not raising all of my heavies for this. I got you guys, right? You guys go and deal with that. You're slightly closer anyway. And that means I need you to stay here. Does that mean I need to bring another 8 stack of boats over there? Yeah, might do. That's a very Robin Hood Men in Tights thing. I lost? Wait a minute. I'm not supposed to lose. Wouldn't be me. The French Navy has engaged. Oh, yeah, they're at it again. Wait, hang on. How did this happen? I thought my boats had already gotten out of there. Oh, dear. It's a bad day for these boats. Oh, no. And is he going to march his way up? Well, not march, but sail. No, but I will curb stomp him out of existence. Yeah, you're not allowed heavy boats, France. I don't particularly want to stay here with this navy. But yeah, you went and cleared out 2 of my areas here, which I'm not best pleased about. And they're good areas as well, so I think what I'm going to have to do is... Bring half of you over here, and then bring half of you over there. Hopefully that will suffice. Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned that he's building up more heavies, but what's a man to do? I'll keep an eye on you from here. Okay. The 8 men of Dover. Why does it show cavalry? Okay, 1 mailed knight. Why does it show it as a regular cavalry? It's just 8 dudes. And look, it's showing it as a levy. I don't know. I just don't know. Well, they're gone. Okay, very good. Glad we had this talk. I think I underestimated my need for some heavy boats here. I'm going to split off another stack of 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Get them balanced out, get them ready on Colchester, and then have them aid the assault here. I don't think Paris is going to last very long here. I just walked in, it's already minus 14. Yeah, and that's exactly where I left my heavies there. All these damn instantly finishing fights at sea. Sea doesn't feel very balanced, does it? Is that disease? Why is this place depopulating rapidly? 1,477 peasants died as soldiers. What? What? Maybe that counts naval losses? Even then, was it 1,470 of them? Pretty sure I didn't lose 1,000 worth of sailors, right? At the worst, I lost like 16 boats. 16, 50, yeah, 16 ships worth. Impossible. Oh well. They were good Highlander lads as well, what a shame. But weird that it kind of scooped them all up from that province. I didn't even own this province until recently, so... Ah well. Can't expect it to keep track of where every single peasant came from. Alright, huzzah, Dover is down. We did our job. You guys go back home, I suppose. Got nothing better for you to do. And yeah, Paris is not going to last very long. I will probably give them a few units. Yeah, I think I'll restock the Paris fortification. What did I say? Okay, you might have missed it because it's been a long campaign. Go naval for the events, because you keep getting these events that just give you big fat stacks of cash. I wonder if we can show which event this is actually. Hold on. This is Societal Value Event 1019. And that is because you have more than 25 focus on naval. Yeah, show me a land event that gets me this. God, I love money. Anyone else in chat love money? Don't want to be alone here. I remember that exact bit of advice. I think in terms of raw stats, land is better. But that event does make me very happy to go naval. It's kind of like why I don't like going offensive. Offensive has a really nasty, unavoidable minus 12 stability event, and it just keeps happening. It's not naval focus, it's money focus. Yes. Do love my money. Tarnovo, not my concern. We're not trading there anytime soon, and I don't want to pay sound tolls. Bosphorus tolls, rather. Well now, it's not that he doesn't have any units here, but I'm very confident that my army can win. Just as He's very confident his navy can win. Spoiler alert, it cannot. Let's just make sure they're ultra dead. Whoa, that's quite a few of them. I think he got that as a mercenary force. I will bring in some backup, even if it's just with lights. Maybe also with some heavies, wouldn't go amiss. Yeah, okay, good. The heavies do get involved in time. Smash, smash, smash. Oh no, not more dead sailors. Lands will be depopulating fast. Is this PvE or PvP? I almost never play PvP, and I certainly don't stream it. I'm a big fan of player versus enemy, and I like working together with people towards a common goal, but I do not like playing PvP in general. There's some rare occasions where I'll make an exception, but this certainly isn't one of them. I've done a few multiplayers, but in EU4, I mean. But they're the most appealing to me when it's us working together on something like when we were trying to prevent the Reformation. Give me 5 legitimacy when I'm capped on it, or prestige. You know, why don't you offer me money if I'm capped on legitimacy? Legitimacy costs money anyway. I know that would be a bit too dynamic, but surely if I'm going over and above, either, you know, bring it over temporarily, or give me the money that it would cost. Thanks and goodbye, game. Jeez, the French are really keen on throwing everything they have at me. And I'm keen on them dying. Sorry, it's just transports. What are transports going to do to me? Die, it seems. Goodbye. Not before they take out a few of my boats, though, right? This war isn't free. People always accuse me of that, right? Throwing other people under the bus for my own survival. They don't notice how much I put my own neck on the line for others. People always point towards Killing Floor. You know, we have a certain Romanian in the community who's going to be on his deathbed still cursing me for letting him die in Killing Floor. I go out of my way to keep my allies alive in Killing Floor. It's what I love doing in the game. But the best way to keep your allies alive is to not have them worry about you. So I always look after myself. Then once I am safe enough, I will look after them. That said, we had a weekly one-shot of... oh Christ, the French just will not quit. They're throwing virtually nothing at me, and they keep dying, but I'd rather they didn't. Yeah, there was a weekly one-shot of Killing Floor, and it was to beat every difficulty. When we got to Hell on Earth, I tried and tried and tried, and I just could not manage it. Of course, we had random people joining in, and when you have people join in a game of Killing Floor, it ups the difficulty. Even so, I just couldn't handle the Patriarch on my own. But there was one guy joining in, and he was really freaking good. And when the whole team died, he took care of the final boss. So good job, that guy. I forget who you were, and maybe you're not even around anymore, but I still remember, and I will always remember what you did for us. I remember the map. It was wire. You were able to outmaneuver the patty on the stairs for the pillbox. Okay, so I thought Paris would fall in no time at all, and it's proving to be a bit of a nail house, but it will fall. All the while, look at that, we're at 36 crown power. We're going to build all these counting houses, and it's going to go right up to 55. And by 55, I mean maybe 40 if I'm lucky. 38 if we're being real. All right, Paris is down. I almost dread to think which units it's going to take the manpower out of. A wise person would do... whatever, just take it. I'm curious how it distributes this anyway. Refill the garrison. It's going to refill 200 and something people. Please take it evenly. It did. Wow, I am impressed. That means I'm going to get all of these units back when I march into Senlis, but I won't. I'll take Bricomte first. Your army formation is buggered. It needs to be fixed. Boom. Yeah, that was buggered. What the heck was that? Good old artillery on the front line. Freaking artillery on the front line. Could you not be on the front line, please? I think they nerfed artillery as a frontline unit. But yeah, absolutely do not want that. Really, I just want my cavalry out there, killing everything. Maybe with a little bit of men-at-arms to aid them. And I certainly don't want my camp followers out there. What are we at? 9, 9, and 10. And I probably want to be 11 across the field because I go quantity. Yeah. God, this UI is a bit garbage. Right, continue on. RT get demolished. There was a period where the RT did the demolishing on the front line, but I don't know where we stand right now. I never tried it. I just saw other people give it a go. And I believe it, because there was a time in EU4 where the best thing was just 40 artillery, backed by 40 artillery. But if the enemy ever got a good shock phase on you, like if you completely bum rolled on the fire phase and they brought a lot of cav, they would shred you, and artillery is very expensive to replace. Not actually sure how the costs are in this. Maybe I should check. Army maintenance. There's only one army, so tell me about the 9th army. Let's see. 16 of my cannons cost about 21 of my men-at-arms, and they cost a little less than my heavy cavalry. But we have to bear in mind that the cost of iron and tin is not too bad for me. Yeah, so they're getting a 12% reduction due to prices there. How about my cavalry? Oh, they're getting an even bigger reduction. Okay. I'm fine with that. I really, really love the economy in this game. It's so good. This is a better Victoria game than Victoria 3. Just putting the hard truths out there that nobody wants to acknowledge. Alright, good job, lads. What say we celebrate this victory by killing some French? They want to go into Corbel? Well, I want to go to Corbel. And then I want to chill out in Senlis or somewhere like that. France have lost. Don't jump the gun yet, game. Why do they attack? Why do they just throw their navy away? I don't think the AI has this bit of thinking of, if I move my units here, they will die. Feels like something they should consider. We're just going to run right into Paris? Yeah, let's run right into Paris. So they outnumber us about 2 to 1. But what are they made of, really? A few regulars. And I wish it was easier to spot this. A few more regulars. It's actually a lot more regulars than I was willing to deal with. But the difference is we're all regulars. Kill them. Oh, and these guys don't even want to be part of it. They take the river crossing penalty because they went into a fort. And if you hold a fort, all the penalties go to them, not you. That's why mountainous forts are so cancerous. We get the bombard phase. And it's actually them who get a bombard off, not us. And then we have an actual killing them phase. And then they die. Goodbye. Oh boy, do they die. What the... There's a sentient cannon in Evreux. It's a freaking game, man. What is it like? Alright, feels great. I scored some prisoners as well. I think I'll be holding on to those. Mop up whoever's here. Take a leisurely stroll through this area and then start taking some coastal forts because I really want to seize his coastline. Preferably his highest control coastline. Unanswerable question, please redefine. Alright, well, I'll take Kane then. Kill these guys and move on to Kane. Not the wrestler, though. The guy all dressed in red and black. Utter annihilation. Feels great. Yeah, the AI needs to be taught how to play this game better. That's a tall order, though. I mean, we took forever trying to do that in EU4, and did the EU4 AI ever really understand the game? We had a really good AI programmer, though, so just imagine how much more incompetent it could have been. Now, I know he's really good because I worked with him for years. I won't name names, but I'm pretty sure if you look up AI programmer, you'll find his name on EU4. But the real trick is he worked on Keeper FX. Yeah. Ooh, do I think I can do Kane faster than you? I don't want to lose Paris here, but I did bring a lot of cannons for a reason. Ah, crumbs, we're not getting our tick, but whatever. Let's see if we can take this faster than they can take Ile-de-France. After all, we get siege phases faster than they do because they are offensive and we're defensive. Oh yeah, AI programming meant something different back then. Back in my day. If I didn't have to worry about all of France's little gobshites around here, then I would quite happily start bringing in levies to hell with their well-being. But France does have quite a lot of gobshites even at this stage in the game. I mean, how many? 13 of them. Oh, wait, how many do I have? Well, it's not competition, but I'm winning. Yeah, the control was taken away. It is a menacing thing to do on a country, though. Hang on, what is this? He must have integrated, I think it was Berry? Bourbon, of course, yeah. He integrated Berry, and that means that he keeps the control for a little while. But it will fade down to not much soon enough. I really, really hope the little people rise up. Could you imagine? Well, no, actually, not while I'm at war with them. That would scupper everything. Supply shortage in Caen. Supply shortage in Ile-de-France. Berry, another country bringing back memories. I can't remember if I ever did a Berry campaign. I did Nevers. Nevers Surrender. What a miserable campaign that was. But you know, which of my subject campaigns weren't miserable? Hissin Kaifa? What was that? At least 40 years under thumb of Ak-Kuyunlu, right? Ak-Kuyunlu, already a pretty crappy nation, and you have to be under them. That's even worse. They are once again throwing transports at me, and I once again don't care. Although I am losing boats here and there, which I'd rather not. Maybe that's why he's attacking me here. He knows I don't have the boats to sustain it. All right, in that case, you go and aid them. It's just that these heavy ships that he's making concern me slightly. Yeah, no, I'd actually rather be in a position where I can take care of that. Doesn't look like he's making any more boats along the coastline, at least. Ah, and these guys should be ready, or ready enough. You go and help out. Enemy characters about to be built. Maybe find a few characters. Yeah. Having little detachments of 9 seem really good, because you can divide them 3, 3, and 3, and that's enough to brutalize anything that isn't also at least 3, 3, and 3 Carracks. Anyway, hopefully Caen goes down, we smash the enemy on Paris, and we continue to occupy more provinces. And we're already racking up that war score. Although I can't wait for call for pizza to come in really rapidly again. You can do it, Castile, it's just your own no balls. Don't make their heavy fleet come over and attack me. That'd be the worst thing. What was there, like 20 heavy ships on... That was a bad thing to pop up just when I was saying that. Yeah, 20 odd heavy fleets over with the Castilian nobles. That'd be a sad thing to see. Oh, wow. Taken on 14%, not even 100 days. Kill them and then take Cherbourg. Lost my subjects build their own sergeantry. Very good. God, I love being rich, powerful, and uncontested. Did they fix occupied castles never reinforcing garrisons? That's not a bug. You are expected to use your own regulars to reinforce garrisons. I wonder if that costs you real pops. Because I wonder if it'll say like, oh, we need to reinforce, so we're going to take 200 pops away and put them in here. But no, your own garrisons, they'll reinforce, but ones that you take in war, you will have to use your own valuable soldiers. Or just make sure that the AI doesn't jump them. Which could be rather annoying, man. These massive... For some reason, this tooltip gets bigger and bigger the longer I play the game. It becomes massively wide. Hail, my French friends! Yeah, so this is why Jake uses a lot of cavalry. Not only are they very strong, they have better initiative. So the cavalry are on the battlefield before they are, so suddenly they're facing down triple their number, whilst these other idiots, even though they outnumber me, The squabbling idiots haven't even gotten into their formations yet, all the while the cavalry's just charging in and... Brrr. 10 to 1, 10 to 1, more than 10 to 1. They get one lucky dice roll and it's not good enough. Did we get an update in the counting houses? What did I say? Too much crown power, we don't even know what to do with it all. Yeah, counting houses suck is the joke here, by the way. It might be a little subtle for your minds, but they're really quite terrible. And worse than anything, you don't actually see the effect because there's nothing that displays local crown power in a province. You have to go and manually add things up, get full spreadsheets on the situation. Right, get your botte hole over. Hopefully you'll be there in time. And then get over to Cherbourg. I want to secure the coastline because it's 100% extra cost to take forts that you have not controlled. But if I control them, suddenly doing something like this to France becomes a reality. Oh yeah, I think this is going to be happening to France. I'll probably have to start integrating some of my people back home, otherwise I'm going to run into issues with my vassals thinking they are hot potatoes when they're not. But yeah, France is in for a bad time. Three or 4 days for one battle? Well, how long were battles in EU4? I think they were rather long. They could go on for months, especially in some of the patches. I want to make sure I have the turn of the month in my subjects' land so I can actually get my numbers back. Not that I lost many of them, but yeah, those cavalry are better when they're fully reinforced. Alright, I will actually drop off some troops over in Caen. I don't want to just lose that to an errant army that gets a breach and an assault. Or we'll just have a fight anyway. Well, sure, I could always do with some more prisoners. Even so... No, don't execute them. Where's the refill the garrison button? How am I not seeing it? Brain, work for a moment. Where the heck is refill garrison? I'm having a dumb problem here. I could have sworn there was a refill garrison button here. Garrison is certainly not fool. March, scorch, sell. Oh, this is a scrollable thing? Oh my gosh. Not where I expected a scroll wheel, considering all this space that we have here, but okay. Yeah, the prisoner buttons are getting in the way here, aren't they? Alright, refill the garrison. Refill Mr. Garrison and get these people killed. Should I reorganize? Nah. Nah, my units know what they're doing, which is to say killing. Brrr. Did we seriously take 0? Okay, no. I think they had some reinforcements or some issue with running away, but it sure didn't work out for them. It's just a shame you get so little war score from battles. The war score you get from battles actually lowers as the game goes on, and I think it should actually go higher as the game goes on. You can see all these modifiers for different ages, and some cruel things like loyalty of subjects goes down as time goes on. But yeah, here we go. War score from battles goes down by 80%. This is a big part of the reason why late game battles or late game wars are a huge slog. You gotta fight 5 times as much to get your full war score from battles. That's insane. I mean, I'm sure they had some ideas in their head why they made it that way, but for the life of me, I couldn't figure out why. The situation is the Italian wars. I don't know why France thinks they're in a position to do anything here. But, wait. If I'm in Italy... and we're at peace... Wait, France is in Italy? Maybe France just gets a free joining in because they're France. I wonder what it's like playing as France. How do you look at yourself in the mirror? Must be difficult. Here's a game where I can play as anybody. I'm going to play as, like, the biggest bad boy of Europe. Yep. I don't see the appeal of playing majors. Even though they get all the nice boosts, they got the fun, all the flavor. I like knowing that I built what I have and wasn't just given it from the start. That's why we're playing as Moray here. That's not the only reason, of course. Moray is my hometown, or my home region in Scotland. I'd rather have food than not have food. Where are all my transports? Oh, they're down here. Could you distribute some food for me, please? I'm feeling a bit hungry. Still not entirely sure how that works, but maybe they'll have some food for me. How about you? I think what I could maybe do is detach the cogs and let the cogs distribute food for us over here as well. The serfs deserve no food. That's true. The army deserves all of the food, though. Oh god, they got a breach already. How you feeling, lads? Good? Current food 0.02. Yeah, they're feeling great. 0.01. Come on, lads. Get with the food program. I actually do not know how it works at all. Does that mean like they're eating food off the boats now? Because they're just barely not starving. Oh, well, just take that province lightning fast and you can eat all the food within the city, and then you can go and liberate Paris and... how do you actually pronounce this? Caen? Cian? Don't know, I didn't pay a lot of attention in French class. And yeah, there was French class back in the day. It's not the button, but a mission that is supposed to move food from land to your army. And they're eating their dog like Henry. Yeah, some people were not happy that I ate mutt in Kingdom Come Deliverance. But that was not the best Henry run. It's Ka. The N is silent. You'd think that... Whatever the case is, these people are magically not starving on no food. As long as we get that done, we can go and rush back and cleanse all of these places. Oh, yeah. French class wasn't that, but we had a separate French thing that was French cinema. Yeah. So it was French class, which I hated, of course. I never paid any attention, and I think I got some of the worst grades in my class. But then there was French cinema, one of those extracurricular classes. You always had to take 2 extracurricular classes. I don't know what the other one I did was. No, I'm drawing a blank there. But one of them was French cinema. And it was a really, really rancid film we were watching. Not Schindler's List. I knew they'd be here. I absolutely knew it. That's why we were parked and ready for them. Yeah. But, you know, French are rancid individuals, so it stands to reason they make rancid films. How do I say this for Twitch? A bit of a man that's very important to him was no longer on the man, so he decided to reattach this very important missing piece of his body in a lot of visceral glory on screen. Wasn't very happy seeing it. Good thing there were no Americans there in class. They would have been very confused. Americans love giving tips. Should have watched some tatty films. Should have had some fun. Oh, I had my fun in that class, don't you worry. Certainly having fun grabbing all these slaves. Sorry, not slaves, they're prisoners of war. We treat them differently. I used to think they would fight for me, but you have to pay them to fight for you. And I'm not going to pay 2,400 ducats for 511 troops. No, what I will do is I will lose antagonism by letting them go, but towards the end of the war. Because unlike levies, the regulars can actually put up a fight. And I'm not here for a fair fight. I'm here for a fair bit of fighting, though. Sounds like a great thing to be showing students. Oh, well, yeah, teachers are all perverts. Why do you think they work with kids? Ah, man, they don't even get a chance to fight. Just walk in and kill them all. The balance between regulars and levies, I think, is going to be a source of a lot of back and forth in this game. Where are we going to go here, anyway? I've actually taken some good fort work up here. The war score will tick up very nicely in my favor. I think I should just keep getting forts. As you can see, the pattern here, take fort, cleanse the forts, take fort, cleanse the forts. This is getting sickening, though. Like, French popping out single navies at a time is just giving me pop-up spam. But they are all dying, so that's got to be good. Performance kind of suffers. When there's a lot of these on the screen, they impact performance a lot. Get rid of them, performance is good. And I wonder why. Like, what is it about rendering them? Maybe it's the rendering of the units that hurts? But come on, they're hardly rendering Elden Ring here. Poor example, because I don't play Elden Ring. But I watch Alpha Gamma try to play it. Most pro-education Scot. No wonder the English are the ones to take over the world. There's 3 reasons for British supremacy. British food, British weather, and I forget the third one. A little worried about them taking Cherbourg back with an instant siege. I would if I were them. Because I didn't refill the garrison there, did I? No. Getting sloppy, though. I should. I absolutely should. One thing I could also do is just assault these down, but I would do that if maybe I had a lot more people and a lot less caring about my pops. But I don't want to just throw pop lives away. It seems like a poor idea. Who just engaged me where? Ugh, I'm sure it's fine. Love having Paris under my thumb here. Right, ignore all these treaties for now. How does France feel about peace? Even now, they would not want peace. Their war enthusiasm is ridiculous. Once again, though, when it comes to the end of the war, I can raise all of my levies and suddenly they'll think, oh, he wasn't kidding. And then they'll be much more inclined towards peace. I don't need pike and shot. Not right now. We have better economical advances to do at this point. I'm sad that France doesn't have Gaelic names for its provinces. Do we know that? Because these subjects of mine are not Gaelic yet. I could change that as long as they've done their integrations. But you haven't, and you haven't. Yeah. And you don't have the rest of your province. Once we change those, we'll make them Gaelic and then we'll find out. Ew, death by burst ulcer. Isn't that septus something or other? Sounds grim. Yeah, I might get some Breton names. Blessed be our language groups. Not much point wasting my time occupying Flanders. It would give me a bit of war score, but it wouldn't really affect France's enthusiasm. Dying is rarely fun in general, I don't know. Ask Space Ghost. Coast to coast. This isn't so bad. So many units here, but now I've got a whole lot of POWs. And more like POS. Now this is interesting. I was just about to remark on how France really isn't showing up to this war because of his army being stuck in Austria. But he's pulled something out of nowhere. He's decided to raise 20,000 of his finest. I have a proposition. It's called We Kill Those 20,000 Frenchmen. Since I restocked the garrison of Paris, I'm going to leave it there for a bit. I'll take care of Cherbourg first. I'll restock both of these garrisons. I'll get myself back up to full strength and we'll have a good fair fight. He can outnumber me 2-1. I'm still sad they added variants to the flag of Great Britain for Cornwall, but not for Moray. What would the flag even be for a Moray-led Great Britain? It's just such an inconceivable thing. It would be more conceivable that the Hebridean Islands take over the island. At least they have isles in the name. I would be deeply concerned about a fight like this. Oh, I just saw Breach. Maybe I changed my thoughts about going for not Paris. I also need to get Amiens first. We don't think much about Moray eels up in Moray. Alright, there we go. How am I feeling about this one? Paris is a bigger deal to lose, but it's much more likely that I lose the other one. So let's refill the garrison, take you on, and then onwards to Paris. Actually, I want to be fully stocked for that fight. I want to give a good, clean fight to the French. They don't deserve it, but they're going to get it. Yeah, just like in Moray, they're just called eels. It's like when you meet Hitler in the streets, right? You know, you say Heil Hitler, and he just says Heil. That's what it's like in Moray, and that's what we think about all the day. Can we turn lead into gold? Yeah, oh god, don't give me that event again. I know, it's not a common occurrence to meet Hitler in the streets of Moray. But a man can dream. We've not lost a lot of units, so I'm not willing to wait around before we liberate Cherbourg. Besides, I'm going to lose people filling in the location. Trying to think of good things to say about Moray, and truthfully, there's very little coming to mind. It's just a whole lot of not much happens up there, as one could expect. Okay, I almost feel bad for these guys. Almost, right? One has to remind oneself of what the French did to us. And they did a lot of bad things to us. Why would one dream of meeting the Persona 2 final boss in the Hearts of Iron 3 national narrator? I really like the German version of Hoy's Hitler. Just blacked out like a fighting game character that hasn't been unlocked yet. But those censorship laws are serious business. Germany and China, big markets for our... well, not ours anymore. It's not mine. But yes, that game and their big markets. Gotta play by the rules. The late Highness fell down the stairs. Anyway, how's my family doing anyway? How's that useless son of mine? Having endless daughters with your soon-to-be Baron von Habsburg wife. Wait, the dynasty is Rolandson? I don't recall that being the dynasty. I recall the dynasty being Mc something or other. Maybe I chose the wrong one here. Ah, well. They'll be taken care of inside my country one way or another. Now let's go and kill those French. Once we have the French, we can continue working on more of the coastline. Worming my way around. I don't need to pay extra for taking this in the peace deal, which is rather nice. Because there's no fort, I don't need to bother about occupying it. Of course I'll get what I can. You know, the French are suddenly not very happy about this whole war situation. They're saying, stop bringing up the war. Yeah, I'm at the stage where I can enforce for lands. Oh, wow. His war enthusiasm is through the roof. I think that's because there's a battle. And of course I haven't popped up my levies. But when I do both of those things, the French are going to feel very, very different about matters. Why did he put the Jewish candle thing on the end of a stick? I'll never know. Right, time to die, Frenchman. Although, to be fair, he actually got in position fast enough. I'm not going to just immediately jump him here. Yeah, despite having 1 and 2 initiative, they were able to get on their flanks, so I'm not going to immediately crush them. They outnumber me, but that's just because levy numbers are weird. Time to die. Oh, gosh. Okay, the initial roll didn't look too good for me, but then it starts looking a whole lot better. Eat the bailiff mace to the face, you French freaks. Nice 10 to 1, although they're making a very good idea of running away there. Come on, this is not the era where you're meant to be doing the running away, France. I want Rene. Go and kill them in scene and take Rene. Yeah, so lots of big battles, but... Wait, what? Oh, those must be some of the naval engagements that I lost. Which is proportionally stronger on... better for him than me. While all this is going on the other hand, we should consider the complete annihilation of the English, which is going rather well. Even the Northumbrians, they won't be spared either. They're being chased after Baal na Cochery. Where the heck is this? I am not very familiar with the west coast of Britain in general. In fact, when it comes to the west coast, where have I been? Been to the Hebrides. I went to Glasgow once for an Avenged Sevenfold concert. I haven't even been to Man, despite my father wanting to take me there for the TTCC. I wasn't interested. Been to Wales. My buddy lives here. Another buddy lives here. Been to Land's End once when I was a ween. And you might say, okay, that's already quite a lot of it. But considering that I've been pretty much everywhere up and down the East Coast, it doesn't feel like much. We don't talk about... Is that Cockermouth? I don't know. Feels like you're having me on, but hard to say. Landstein is depopulating? What's happening now? Yeah, there we go. Dying as soldiers. Why are they all coming from here? Is it only from there? Yeah, well, almost. Starved? I have starvation in my provinces? I mean, they are only Irish, but look at that. You've got local food. What are you complaining about? You also produce food. What are you complaining about? The Irish are unfit to govern themselves. Let's be real here. Province is starving. How? Save and reload, Jake. It's the most irritating bug. Explain further, please. I'll certainly take your advice, but what's happening there? Ooh, we haven't saved in quite some time. Food is a bit funky on this game. I've had that happen for places that you newly take over, but that one we've held for a wee while. Saving and reloading to get rid of bugs. A paradox staple. And save infrequently. The game has pretty good auto-saving. That said, it seems to be kind of hanging here. How do you make the map shortcuts bigger? I made a mod for that, Mr. Mayhem 90. It's even on the Steam Workshop. I think it's the only mod that I have uploaded there, so... I think it's called something like Nice Wide Map Mode UI. Oh, huzzah. So when provinces starve, sometimes they do not regain access to food when they should, which is only fixed when you reload for some reason. Well, let's put it on the long list of things that still need to be fixed in this game. Part of me thinks that I should just leave the game for a month and then come back when we have all the fixes, but there are two things. One, I still like the game, so I still want to keep playing. And two, do we really think this game is going to be fixed in a month? It's already been out for a month. Alright, well, here's hoping that they realize that they shouldn't keep starving. Yeah, look at that. The population growth came back up and it's no longer starving. Incredible. Unfortunately, every time you reload, it forgets which of your outliners you have popped out and which ones you do not. This is fine, though. By the way, do you want to get inside me a little bit more? A little bit, yes. We should see if we can start getting rid of Dublin. That's the ultimate dream. So we are going to seize the territory around Dublin. And my dream is that they move capital and then I take Dublin. If they don't, I'm going to take more land that isn't Dublin, especially the towns, and they're just going to have to deal with it. Oh gosh. Ormond. The fatal flaw in my plan. Ormond still exists. They're not a priority for me to take on anytime soon. That said, they built a fort. Jeez. That's unsporting of them. Don't you want to take those southern towns first? It's fine by me if he moves from Dublin to one of these towns. I'm not going to cry over that. In fact, if the towns are left around here, it's more likely that he will move Dublin to a town. I imagine. Speaking of people moving, is this their capital anymore? No, it's not. The Welsh have moved capital. To where? Okay, you moved it to about the worst place possible. No, I think you moved it to literally the worst place possible. That's no skin off my nose. Actually, that is skin off my nose. Are you even going to culturally enrich this land? I don't think you are. Well, whatever. I'm taking this off of you in due time. Is now due time? Yeah, it's as good a time as any. Yoink. Yeah, there we go. Highland majority in all of these lands, so suits me and I get the full core. And it makes Wales easier to annex. In fact, 10 to 1ing on Wales is on the menu. I thought I'd keep them around for a bit longer, but I do think that with my staggeringly good maritime presence, the control over here might not be as bad as I think. Not only that, I want direct control over Welsh mines. Getting a bit too modern for my tastes here, but yeah. The Welsh have coal, iron, coal. Lumber is good as well. Lead is good. Iron is good. Silver is good. Wait, pearls? Oh man, I need those in the market. The problem is they're going to go to the Dublin market. I think Dublin is going to have like all of this, which might starve London a bit. But I plan on giving northern France to London market if I can. I have plans, basically. Who would have thought? Now let's continue killing, unless I think I need to replenish some of my units. On 13th of November, nah, I can kill them, and then I can take Rennie. Oh god, I gotta reset these. Go away, go away, go away. I mean, I don't care about that, or that, or that, or you, or that. I know people want to coalition me. That's not news either. And I'm pretty sure we don't have bubonic plague. Just an assumption. Do we have the flu? I haven't had the flu in forever. Measles? Recently. Smallpox? Nah. Typhus? Okay, so we had typhus recently, but none of these are present in my country, so why is it giving me a pop-up about it? Yeah, like I said, do we really think all these things will be fixed in a month? I think we're kidding ourselves. Besides the bugs, do you recommend it? Oh, it's the best grand strategy game out there. Best release Paradox has ever done, except maybe CK3, but the difference is CK3, they didn't do anything with it. In my opinion, at least. I really think they just let CK3 languish. Hello, French. Goodbye, French. Hello, 2 war score. Oh, hold on, hold on. If you've got soldiers for me, I'm taking them with me. Bong. Also, marching through provinces, you loot them. And that works if you're retreating as well, which is pretty broken. Some places you loot a lot more gold than others. I actually think if you're going to be looting, it's bad to be blockading. Hold on, hold on. We lost all our food somehow. Now we are actually starving. Don't know how that works. So why do we not get our food anymore? Why can we not drag the food line down to here? Is it because I don't have occupation here and here? Should I, like, occupy Folgers first? Yeah, I'll give it a go. I'm willing to wait if I can get a bug-free experience. Yeah, okay, sure. Ooh. 3 additional early caddocks and big. I wonder if that was a naval event right there. Also, where did I get them? Here we go. Well, hard to argue with that. Shove them on Dover because there are some enemy boats over there. Well, we're still not getting the food. What if I march over here? Are we going to get it? Actually, I should probably just take the province first, just in case. But yeah, I'm not really keen on taking the high amount of attrition that this is going to give me, which is 5%. It's like 400 people just dying for no good reason. We lost a ship. Oh wow, yeah, the attrition here is worse than I thought. And we're not getting it repaired faster than we're losing it. Alright, how about we do a bit of a switcheroo then? Oh, it's probably because these ships took damage in a previous combat as well. Okay. Get them switched around, no big deal. Yeah, they still seem pretty hungry. They still seem really hungry. He's got a big naval gun on the co, I can see that. Alright, now we go over here, and hopefully we fill up on food. It doesn't look like we're filling up on food, though. Ah, you're just taking it from the boats, though. Collect and distribute food from the ships. That helps here, but yeah, I think I need more food, though. The capacity on these boats is not that high, though. I mean, is it just a one-off button press that I could do to shift all the food over? No, I think it's just treated as a source of food and they'll eat this up. Do you have to turn on the collection of food? I wonder about that. Support units will only take a small fraction of the food supply when detached. To detach the support. It's 2 buttons, Jake, not 1. Oh, what's the other one? I know there's supply depot. That's a different story, though. Currently distributing food to nearby armies and supply depots in need. But what else am I meant to press here? Oh. Does that change anything for these guys, though? Sure doesn't look like it. Odd that they wouldn't do that by default, but, I don't know about that one. The thing is, they run out of food real fast. Maybe I'll give them a monthly tick, see if they get something, and then see if I can punch down with the food being distributed this way. I don't think those values are correctly adjusted. It never seems to supply enough food quickly enough. Well, they're just barely feeding these guys. But I'm not sure if they're going to help me as I go further down. I'll give it a monthly tick, see what happens. Oh, but hang on, hang on. Paris is going to fall at this rate. Alright, we'll give them a monthly tick, but then I need to go and see to Paris. Otherwise I just lose people for no good reason. Well, that sure didn't do much for me. Right, get your arses over there. Go and slay Paris. And then come on back here. There are more to deal with. Is it better in the subject areas? Yeah, I'll probably be able to gather food better in the subject areas. And then maybe... But I was just in the subject areas. Maybe I didn't hang around long enough to gather up some food. I like the system, but it's very, very opaque. Which is kind of the running motto of the game. Yeah, look at that. Smash all the way up to full food. But the daily loss of food is enormous for my my hungry, hungry troops. From an OPM to beating the French. I wasn't an OPM. When you start out in Moray, you start out with 1, 2, 3 locations. So you don't even get your full starting province. And you have this one extra location in Lochaber to make up for Uchedem. I know what this was meant to actually be. My knowledge of northern Scotland kind of fizzles away beyond the Black Isles. But yeah, it's certainly one of the rougher starts I can even... What the hell was that? One of the rougher starts I can imagine in the game. And I've got good imagination. It's like a muscle. The more you work it, the bigger it gets. And it's one of my bigger muscles. Alright, let's try once more to work on the forts over there. Oh god, here it comes. Gotta be very careful not to accidentally get call for peace. Shockingly, Burgundy have lost. Even more shockingly, the French are losing. And they wouldn't give me one place. Yeah, this is why I said you kind of have to let the war go on for a bit, because they're never bleeding happy. And of course, Castile's not willing to join in, because they're still dealing with the nobles. Sure, it's tough. It's no Portugal start. Yeah, some people are off their rocker. Right, let's try once more for this, shall we? Although I do really wonder if you're meant to hold on to Fogey. Actually, what I could do is I could dispatch a single unit to take Fogey for me and see if it improves the supply lines. Because walking through here, we're just hemorrhaging food. Daily loss of 2. Current food of not 2. Yeah, we just starve walking over here. I don't know how I'm meant to get food down here then. We didn't have any problem taking this stuff, but I guess we were on the coast. What's the French war exhaustion? It's not very high. Look at that, it's 4.75, because war exhaustion from losing battles is broken. It just doesn't work. Works a little bit on navies, though. What's the hardest start you could imagine? Well, Granada has got to be hard. Otherwise... Phew. Probably a Russian that isn't Novgorod or Muscovy. Yeah, one of the smaller Russians. Not Vladimir either. Vladimir's pretty cool. Because the Golden Horde's still a threat, and Muscovy is a huge threat. Greenland, no, we said challenging, not boring as all hell. Alright, I think I said I would drop somebody off, but it's a little too late. Wait, it still won't let me drop somebody off. What? Okay, there we go. If you could be so kind, send a couple men-at-arms to go and take Fogers. Wait, what the heck? Where did we just suddenly get food from? Did we eat some of the prisoners? What happened there? How did we suddenly... What the... Now we're gaining food? Well, he's gaining food. I love eating French peasants. They told me to eat pheasant, but I misheard them. Yeah, I think we ate our briefs at that pace. Yeah, life would be made easier if I could see the flow of food. There's kind of a flow of food, but why didn't that work before? What is this? And how does it manage to go through San Malo? I don't know. I think I really need to figure out how food logistics works. Is it somehow seasonal? Well, it's May now. March and April can't have been that grim, even in northern France. But I guess your guess is better than mine. Alright, Parliament time. Let's do it in Edinburgh. I love census. Is there anything better than census? Shipbuilding is good. It's got to be census, though. Jake loves census for population growth. And our Parliament support is already passing it. Excellent. And if it isn't enough, I will tell the County of Carlat that they smell like rat piss. I don't even know who they are. They don't know who they are. Who are you? The 510th strongest nation. Okay, but where are they? Ah, okay, they're French, right? Everything stands. Pending law changes. There was a law that I wanted to change, but you better believe I forgot what it was. And I still can't remember what it was, so it's no big deal. We already did the stuff for humanism, which was a big part for getting my subjects to convert lands for me. I'm doing a quick check to see if they've cored up their provinces, and these guys have. Look at that, they got full cores. They own their entire province, the province of Chartrain. Chartrain? Well, something like that. That means our first landing of Highlanders in France. This might not work, because the French culture might be too strong for them. But we'll try anyway. Where is it? Enforce culture. Bang. You will adopt to my way of thinking. And then slowly, and maybe surely, the Highlanders will outbreed the Francians. Well, that's our first little drop of it. The whole point is bagpipes in Bordeaux, right? Wait, where exactly is Bordeaux? I know it's down here, but exactly... Oh, it's even a city. Not the priority in this war, but I am planning on stealing his coastline, so bagpipes in Bordeaux is not as far away as it might seem. Pretty happy with this one. I'd be happier if France actually had their army here so I could kill them. I mean, you know how it is. You get all psyched up about going and killing some Frenchmen, and then they have the audacity to not show up. Should I even bother with Rohan? It might just get retaken by that fort right there. I think it's better to stick together. Don't risk losing out on anything basic like that. Also got to keep in mind that this war can only go on for another 700 days or so, and then we get forced into peace. This is stupid, by the way. Like, maybe this should trigger in 5 years, but currently it triggers in... when did this war start anyway? Not even 3 years ago. So this thing triggers in 2 years. That's mad. Especially considering the AI doesn't want peace at all. But I'm going to be forced into it. And Castile still don't want to join in this war, because they're just monsters like that. A quick check to see that they didn't magically get an alliance during this war. I'm very paranoid about the AI just making magical alliances and pulling nonsense in. Look at that food rolling in now, though. How does this work? I'm very, very happy that having a navy is... Okay, well, no, we're getting our food from here now. I don't know, man. I just don't know. I want to know, but I don't. War enthusiasm needs tuning. I think it's fine that France is enthusiastic about the war. I don't think it's fine that I get forced into peace if I don't do it in 700 days. And, of course, that peace is at France's beck and call, because they can just say no, and then all I get is Dover. In fact, this would be awful in a multiplayer thing, because in a multiplayer game, the person here could just keep saying no to peace deals, and the person sending him has to wait between each of them, and then huzzah, peace gets forced, and they only get their one crappy little bit of land. Does forced peace really work, or is it like Imperator? I haven't tried it, to be sure, but I'm not trusting giving it a go. Maybe I could make a separate save to check it out. That's actually a good idea. Before this war is over, I'll make a second save so I can test out and see what happens. That's a huge part of the reason why I'm not playing Iron Man, by the way. I don't need Iron Man to convince me not to save scum, but I'm very happy to have Iron Man so that I can test things out. We've already made a few saves along the way, haven't we? Yeah, we had something here called... Check Northampton's assimilation. There's something weird going on with assimilation with them. I have not yet checked it out, but it's there so that I can. The Flemish Navy. That's alright. Soon any concern of French Navy is going to be piddled away as I steal their coastline. They get stab hits per refused peace deal. Yeah, that is true, but it's only 10 stability. Stability is kind of cheap in this game. That said, you wouldn't be able to outpay that. Alright, time to murder some French. Oh, hold on, before we do that. Let's make sure that we actually have units here. Get over to there, please. Oh, it's less than 50 that you're enforced on it, so that's cool to know. Yeah, a bit of a routine. France tries to take Paris back, we kill the French. We take another fort, we kill the French. If I had an even larger army, I wouldn't even need to go back and forth here. We'd just take more and more. But I do not trust splitting up an army in this game. Oh, no, not at all. Unless you're playing defensively. Defensive is fine. But the AI knows where you are, and they don't even try to hide it. You might remember when I was playing as the Golden Horde, Hungary chasing me through... no, Bohemia chasing me through Hungary. You know, I run around, he runs after me, he knows exactly where I am, and he just goes straight for me. I'm willing to pay this. I don't want to do any backdoor deals in Parliament. My back door is most assuredly closed. Alright, get them killed, and then what? I think I want Montreal. Just completely crush down the French here. They will keep... Oh, they'll have no port here. Is that good or bad? I guess they'll eventually have a port when they integrate Flanders, if they ever do. But that is a question. Is it good that I take this? It's not necessarily bad, right? Wait a second, I've had another similarly devilish idea. What if we cut him off from Brittany rather than taking Brittany? If I took this and this, there'd still be all this Breton land that could potentially revolt. And if I strip them of their coastline, they're going to have a very hard time going and dealing with any revolts over there. I like the way I think. Also, I keep taking land that I could demand in a peace deal. So I can still enforce on him. Well, I would like to, but he's just so bleeding enthusiastic about the war. Damn French. Utterly annihilated French. Alright, let's grab this and then see if we can't chop him off from Brittany. The further the land is from the market, less access you get. Oh, there's a good thought. Are we actually stealing the Parisian market? Ha 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 ha! Okay, actually, yeah, stealing land that feeds into London is quite good. Yeah, grabbing Montreal looks better and better now. I still want to cut him off, but yeah, stealing Calais into Montreal to feed into London sounds very nice. More money, fewer problems, as the saying goes. I've still got 2 years to knock this out of the park. Census done. Population growing, almost at 3 million. I'll add that to the list of things I'm happy about. And it's a long list. Oh no, his army walked straight to Paris. Maybe there was a gap. I don't know. I don't know what you're getting at. Oh, you mean walking through all of these forts? Buggery. Wait, didn't I just kill you, or is that another bunch of French levies? How many levies do I have to kill? There's this weird thing where a fort doesn't work if it's on the border to another nation. Which is why I was confident I'd be okay making all these nations around France without getting fort locked. And it's been called working as designed. I think that's a heap of hogwash, but you know what? I'm not in charge of the game anymore. So they can call it whatever they want. But that is a fairly hefty amount of money, isn't it? Sod prestige. Who even cares about prestige? Yeah, the money should be spent on something. I'm kind of saving it up so kind of explosive time with the printing press. But one should create the demand for the printing press, shouldn't they? So let's get ahead of ourselves on that. And fill our country with libraries. Boom. Wow. I thought that would cost more than it did. What's the other thing that eats a lot of books, by the way? There's something else you can build other than libraries. I think it's universities. Yeah, forgive me for not knowing all the names of places of learning and reading. It's a lot of universities. How much do they cost? Lots of money. Okay, well, that I can't afford 1 billion of. Institution growth, literacy, migration attraction, promotion speed, cultural influence. These are all good things. Literacy of nobles and burghers, not bad either. Also add some clergy. The coastline seems like the most prudent place to put it in. Good controlled coastline. Okay, that isn't coast, but whatever. But yeah, driving up the demand for my... Hang on. You tell me I can't put a University of Edinburgh? Alright, but surely we can have a University of Aberdeen. And a University of Inverness. A University of Glasgow? No Glasgow. Alright, we'll do more of these later. They drive demand for books, glass, beeswax, and paper. So this is me prepping my nation for my explosive printing press. We will need copious amounts of books. We will have copious amounts of books. I'm a firm believer in... What the hell? I'm a firm believer in making local demand. I am actually not a huge believer in producing... Excuse me, the Pale was spying on me? I guess he wants his land back off of me, but okay. He's not getting it back. And he's not moving his capital. Alright, in that case I'm going to take more of his provinces. Yeah, damn Irish. Unfit to govern themselves. This freaking teleporting armies bug. I thought I saw a patch note in the beta that mentioned it being fixed, but I guess I thought wrong. It doesn't matter that we're low on morale here. We're going to absolutely shred these French Bye, France! We managed to unbreak the broken war exhaustion, but don't worry, they learned from it. Oh god, you ever have a useless department in your work? And they say, yeah, what we did didn't work at all, but we learned from the experience. Think of them as French levies. They just died 100 to 1 to glorious Highlanders. Yeah, learning valuable lessons, eh? Right. Peace imminent. This needs to be sorted, man. 71 war score, and they still don't want peace. But yeah, I think we decided against cutting them off. I would like to, though. I would really, really like to get this. And if I can get more beyond that, I would like that to finish off one of my subjects' provinces. Yeah, that is pretty painful for the French. But it's 91 war score. I doubt I'll be able to get it. But not for lack of trying. I will try. So, Jake, as you take French land, are you going to destroy the Parisian market? No. Destroying markets is generally foolish. You actually want more smaller markets. Small is the wrong word, but you want more tight markets. Because market access is very, very important. Market access is a direct percentage of profit that you make on RGOs. I wonder if that actually shows up here. If it, maybe I'm pulling it out of my behind, but it is true. I'm telling you it's true, though. Because of the 89% market access, we're making 89% of this money, and then it is further multiplied by control here. Are we sure it's not shown somewhere? I thought it was. I'm quite certain it showed up somewhere, which is why I was so sure. I certainly tested it. You know, 60% market share is about the lowest that I'm willing... market access is about the lowest I'm willing to tolerate. So I wouldn't want to destroy Paris so that London gets all of this. Because some of the stuff way down here is going to have very poor access to the London market. The exception there is that pulling others into your market, if it's not your land, pulling it into your market is good. But can you actually destroy somebody's market? Yeah, right-click destroy market, but yeah, it either has to be my subject or owned by me. So, you know, I could take Paris and then destroy it, but if I've already taken the market, then I don't want to destroy it. You can steal it, yeah, but then it goes to one of your owned provinces, and then it becomes a little bit too tight towards your own land there. Right, what are my mysterious and teleporting armies doing anyway? They're going to work on Montreal, surely? Should I save Paris? I should always save Paris. Save Paris, take Montreal. It's nice having cannons, by the way. It's like getting my sieges actually won. It's okay, they're starving now, but they'll be not starving when they get to my lands. You can access, transfer the market to Bistro. Yeah, I don't have anywhere to transfer it to, I believe, though. It would have to be a province that I own. Yeah, look at that. They just march in here and boom, they're completely full of food. I need to figure out how logistics works in this game, like properly. I need to know it so well I could explain it to a golden retriever. Also, don't let me peace out without ransoming the soldiers, because it sheds aggressive expansion. Maybe I should just get rid of them now, because I likely will forget. But I don't want to ransom 537 troops. Nah, hold on to them till the end. Remember to do it towards the end. Yeah, 71 war score, and they won't accept my... Okay, and my admittedly 91 peace offer. But when we take this and we take this, then the peace costs of these will actually fall. We're paying 100% extra on forts that I do not control. There we go. It shows the food flowing in from vast amounts of cities. Rawi. I think the issue of tighter markets is you need some basic RGO. And if they aren't in your market, you'll have to rely on burghers, as the trade maintenance makes low trade value goods not imported. Yes, for some goods, but some goods are always present in a market. Stone, sand, lumber, clay are always generated in a market. Granted, it's a small base amount of it, but it will always be there. And yeah, your burghers will auto-trade for you. I used to like it, then I hated it, now I like it again. Someday I might hate it again, the burgher auto-trading. Like many issues of the game, it's just too hard to see what's going on. What the heck? Castile is in yet another civil war, this time with their burghers. Sure. Well, at least the burghers... Oh god, they got a fort here, a fort here, a fort here, a fort here, a fort here. Yeah, this is why... This is part of the reason why I don't have forts in my country. If someone were to revolt against me, I don't want them having forts. Yeah, it's almost like the burghers knew. They had people placed in those forts. So about these libraries, I don't mind building them, even though they cost money, because you only pay 20% of the cost of the goods here. So if you're only paying 20% of the cost, where does the other 80% go? Just poof, into nowhere. But it still pushes all of that demand onto your market. So it means that when you develop those goods, they sell for even better money, and then you tax accordingly. So you better be good at taxing. Unfortunately, I'm getting worse at taxing because my burghers are getting too strong. When we get an opportunity, I'll probably start pulling some of the things. Urban development rights and probably building rights can go. But that's not the focus right now. They can stay strong. What's your influence? Influence. What do we mean by influence? Cultural? Many different kinds of influence. I'm an influencer as well. Cultural influence is 379, but Frankian cultural tradition is way higher than that. Yeah, so I don't think these guys will be culturally enriching these lands anytime soon. They might not. But whatever, if they don't, I will. Oh god, speaking of which, the cultural annihilation in Cumberland has been hugely successful. Yeah, the Northumbrians have been just relegated to petting zoo. Actually, turn of the month might get rid of what's left of that petting zoo. I know we're kind of busy in France, but North FC is getting absorbed. Although there's a chance that... No, there's no way there should be new births, but there might be migration that causes this to increase. I'm just hoping we stamp them out entirely. Why is that stripy and blue? Francian? Francian. There we go. Every last Northumbrian removed from Cumberland. No sausages for anybody. Look at that. It's beautiful. Almost no English in England. Oh my days. I'm spoilt for choice on where to eradicate the final ones. And yet the Scots roam free. Oh, they know what's coming for them. Where, oh where? There's a big chunk of English here. But I think it's better to focus where we still have majorities. That's not a majority. But this is, right, these Northumbrians have to go. Bye-bye. What about the other ones, right? Norfolk. Are there even any English over here anymore? The Suffolk English are gone. I mean, they're down to small percentages. But that's okay. When we're down to less than 10%, I'm confident they will just be bred out of existence. I'm more interested in the broad strokes of this. There is Westmoreland. It's only 2 provinces. Is it really only 2 provinces? What a pathetic area. But it's 2 provinces of majority Northumbrians, so they've got to go. Not even sorry. And yeah, if I wasn't focusing on cultural eradication, there are much better things I could have my my people do. But I like the cultural eradication, so it's what we do. I just looked it up. That province is in fact where the river Cocker has its delta in the sea and the location of the town of Cockermouth, being the town on the mouth of the river Cocker. Well, there we go. The more we learn. Yes, Britain is a place full of silly names. We should have a ministry of silly names over there, frankly. Yeah, France, you're not making this easy to get my peace enforced here. Wait, would leave... Oh, of course, I forgot about the whole fracturing thing. I cannot so simply cut him off from Brittany, unless I 100% him. Even so... Even so... I could start taking other coastal provinces off of him. That's difficult if I don't already get the occupation. Whatever, let's take this and see where we end up. The war is not over yet, after all. Although I'm sure France wishes it was. Don't often see 71 in this game. Sieges can take 4 bleeding ever, though. All this cultural enrichment can't help but wonder what the Highlander Beatles are like. The Beatles. Who are in the Beatles? Are those 4 guys? Or is that the Rolling Stones? I'm very, very bad at British pop culture. I'm pretty bad at every pop culture. Not like I know more about the Scotland ones. Oh, it feels good. Feels good winning here. Although I do slightly wish France would put up more of a fight. I think all of my campaigns here on out I'm going to be playing on very hard mode. Just to give the AI a bit more of a chance, because I feel like they get maybe a little bit too crippled. Hang on, hang on, hang on. I missed a province here in Beauvais? Whoa, that's unacceptable. How? I thought I very clearly took all of this province. Well, sucks for them, but they're going to have to integrate that as well. Oh, you're right. It was held by a subject. But now France own it directly. Yeah, that would have been very strange. I wouldn't miss out on that. Okay, we have less than 1 year to wrap up this war. If I'm serious about taking this province. It's so unbelievably unclear where a unit is when they're marching. He hates it. Don't walk through a province, just tell me where you are. Also, button doesn't work. There we go. Segregate those lads off, kill everybody in Paris. Wait, why do I look like them? Some things are better off not knowing. And... hell, let's fix this, even though it probably breaks something. And then... What am I working on? If I really want the rest of this province, I'm going to have to take Alençon. And I do want it, so let's work on a Lenson. There's a village near Colchester. It's called Fingering Hoe. Everyone needs a hobby. But yeah, you see these occupations are pretty hard to make relevant. Yeah, there we go. Pretty hard to make relevant occupations on France because they're just so huge. It's very hard to get war score on big nations. But we try, for we must. Wait, who the heck are these? I thought I took them as prisoner, but it doesn't say prisoner. Very nice of those prisoners just to stand around and wait a few weeks for the army to come and pick them up. And the prisoners loot for me. They just went and looted Paris. Oh my lord, there we go. Now they understand that they're prisoners. Bizarre game. I don't begrudge it, right? There's 100 different moving pieces in this game. I am very impressed with what was made. But yeah, French turncoats, not to be trusted. Remember, don't let me finish this war without actually getting my antagonism down from selling off French soldiers. I am quite certain war enthusiasm is going to tumble when I puff out my chest and raise all my levies. So the question remains, what do I want to take after this? Because, you know, considering that we're dealing with France here, this is a pretty chunky war, chunky peace deal. As taking his nice, rich north, his south is a bit garbage, right? They're all Spanish-inspired, so they all sleep instead of working. I feel really bad taking over Breton land. Can I do something about that? What if I didn't take Breton land, but instead kind of worked my way around Brittany? He's still unhappy that it's being left fractured, but I don't know. I think Brittany rising up is a pipe dream. Or is it? Is it really? If he cheeses off the guys here again, which he has done before, how is Breton tolerated? The French genocided the Bretons. Why is this tolerated? I still like the idea of cutting it off and preventing France from being able to deal with them, and then I can eat them up. I think it's a long-term goal that I should go for. The issue is that not all Bretons are the same. There's Bretons and there's Gallas. Since I did the work to occupy this, I should probably take it regardless. Wait, I have that? I have it, but it's not fortified. Maybe don't bother with it. You mentioned at the end of the last war there was a cabinet or diplo action you could do to reduce antagonism. Oh, thank you for that reminder. I will probably still forget again, but I will try to remember. Try and fail. Yeah, once you know it, you're going to wish you didn't know it, because it's one of those annoying things you don't want to bother yourself with. I knew that would happen. It's okay, I don't need to take that in the peace deal. Sorry, I don't need to pay extra for it in the peace deal because it's not fortified. But yeah, the fort next to it is taking it back. Kind of unfair that you can have scootaged land here. France can't attack into it, but it'll still work for me in terms of logistics. But nobody said I'm going to be playing fair against France. Mr. Oh, it's hegemon time. Thanks, I'll take all 5. And now he will never be a hegemon. After this war, I might find myself hegemoning soon enough. Whoa, Jake is up late. Yeah, I'm up too late. I hope I took my washing in. Yeah, I think I did. I just felt the call of the EU. Don't worry, I won't be doing this tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be sitting back watching Alpha Gamma play Factorio. And maybe I'll have a word with my landlord, because I haven't been playing DDR, because I've been waiting on the plumber coming around. And I've been waiting a month for him. Maybe this is typical for Hungarian plumbers. Oh, I love events that just cost me 12 stability. Feels great. It's okay, I'm used to it. I had a great laugh looking at the workshop, and there's a workshop thing called Average EU4 Event. It's just this big middle finger. It's taking a lot of work to remove the English out of Fascinum. I'm starting to think it's not worth it. Yeah, they can die off in due time. I want to work on pops that are not gotten rid of just yet. Where are there still too many English? Specifically majority English. Now that we have minority English everywhere, they will be outbred. Because it needs to be an accepted culture to actually spread inside your land. I would like to get rid of the last of the Northumbrians here, just on the basis that, you know, it looks bad. But I could also finally get rid of the Scots up north. I mean, that's what everybody really wants in life. No more Scots. Deal with these Northumbrians first. I don't like seeing all this stripy stuff. Kind of cuts me off from my Highland roots. Let my people go. I never thought I'd see the day that Dark Young refers to the people of Dundee, Kincardine, Aberdeen, and freaking Fraserburgh as his own people. Especially in Fraserburgh, they are Highland Hillbilly adjacents. Honorary Highlanders. For a while, Fraserburgh had the best dance mat in all of Scotland. We actually had the Scottish tournament there. Oh, it was thriving. You know, there were 4 people. Yeah, Scotland being a popular, or Scotland having popular DDR is something from like 25 years ago. Dundee was the place for it. Back when indoor smoking was a thing, that was so difficult. I've never had such a hard time playing DDR than when I go to this, what even was it? It was kind of a club, kind of a bar, kind of an arcade. And right at the top there was a DDR machine, and all the smoke from the building just rose up there, so... Oh, that was grim. What did I play? I played Sakura and I got a D. I was like, I'd never gotten a D on Sakura before. As in, I would expect at least a B there. But my lungs were just clogging up with tar. What is DDR, says Waka. Oh, right. Well, it's my namesake, DDR. Stands for Dance Dance Revolution. It is my favorite video game of all time. I'm very good at it, but I suppose in an international sense, I'm not that great. The skill ceiling is very, very high. Oh, I've got to be very careful not to let the war goal get enforced. We're going to have to peace out quite soon, so hopefully I take a lens on. I take one last slaughtering of the French, and then we decide where our peace deal is going to be. If I'm going to be doing that, let's puff our chest out by raising all of our levies. And once again, we'll see what that does for French war enthusiasm. Oh, you know, he's got 40... Wait, it says it's 0%. What? Does that 41% even mean here? Anyway, military balance, he thinks, is way on his side. And if we look over here, is minus 11. When we raise our levies, we'll see what he says about that. Did you hear about the Hungarian that played DDR for 140 hours straight? Of course I've heard of him. He's me. But no, that doesn't sound like me. I haven't played DDR for 140 hours straight. I think the most I've ever done was like 16 or 18. Alright, Crown Power. Also, they're not kidding about this place being dangerous. Keep losing ships to that area. Alright, now that I have raised my army... Oh, he's singing a different tune, isn't he? Look at that war enthusiasm go. Not enough to fracture him. What if he was a fractured butthole, though? I'm sure he really hates that, but the idea of cutting him off from Brittany is tantalizing. Even so, maybe I should just focus on grabbing what I can. Could be Ile de Frogs, but we have such an amazing chokehold on it. Let's not give that up. And I shouldn't give up Dover. It's my perfect CB on the guy. No, we're not doing peace just yet, and I haven't released my my guys. Don't you worry. We'll be peacing soon, but not yet. I want to take a lens on and kill these guys first. Are there any regulars there? Yes and maybe. Can you capture mercenaries? Let's get an answer to that riveting question. Wait, am I going to get there in time? If the battle is ongoing when peace is imminent, I might be stuck in a situation where I have to peace out and he gets that annoying plus 50 war enthusiasm from ongoing battles. Oh well, find out in due time. Expand the claw around Paris. No, I want to focus on coastal lands. Even if I took detached lands down here, it would be more beneficial. Yeah, we got time to go on a bit more of a slaughterfest, I would dare to say. Hello, French. Goodbye, Frenchies. Alright, now I rather think we could make our peace. Get these lands occupado first. All the while, just loads of training going on in our French subjects. It's gorgeous to see. Yeah, this is out of the question. But something like this isn't. Oh, wow. The actual Bordeaux in Bagpipes in Bordeaux is coming to life. And very not frustratingly, there's not a bisection of provinces here. All right. Oh, I like that. He's willing to give up the city of Bordeaux as well. I know. We're not doing the peace deal just yet. I'm just planning it out. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. That is just a little bit too expensive for our... I don't care that much about Lower Poitou, and it doesn't have a fort on it either, so that's no big deal. But nicking this off of him is a pretty big deal. Grabbing Rennes, I already took it, so this seems like an amazing peace deal. We get the full 100%. Stand on a new fort, that'll flip. Oh, I know what you mean, but no, the problem was the peace cost, not his willingness to make peace. How is that for a war goal on France? It's gorgeous. Now, take a look at this. Let's take... If somebody could be so kind as to put it in chat, let's take 3 points. France is 232. The Hansa is 35. And Burgundy is 45.7. We'll compare that to this little trick. Take your best diplomatic member of cabinet and tell them to do diplomatic endeavors. It's even better if they're the head of the cabinet, but I'm not willing to do that. Not for this old coot. Now, check what you could do in that peace deal. Same peace deal. And then wonder why it hasn't changed at all. Do I need to wait for the turn of the month? Do I have a turn of the month? I do have a turn of the month. Okay. Let's wait on that then. I won't be proven wrong here, damn it. But we've got to be very careful. Peace is extremely imminent. Also, all my levies are raised, which hurts the economy. I don't remember waiting for the month to tick when I did this before. And I did this during my Cyprus game. Okay, never mind though. Maybe it does need it, and I was mistaken. I've been mistaken about lots of things in life. Well, would you look at that? One little trick saving you 32 antagonism. That would take 15 years to burn, naturally. And the Hansa's just gone down from 45 to 26, and Burgundy's just gone down from... Wait, maybe it's 35 to whatever. Anyway, significant reduction there. This is a great peace deal. A fantastic peace deal. As somebody mentioned, let's make our separate save. What is this called? It's called Test Enforce Peace. Yeah, sure, makes sense. Look at this. I'm going to prove how right I am. What a master. Yeah, but good thing you were there to teach me about stealing tech off of the Papal States. Speaking of annoying things to keep remembering doing. Dark Young's full of his own tricks, right? He'll be very modest. He'll say things like, nah, man, I learned it for the best. Jake, yeah, he's the whiz, like. No, it's false, absolute false modesty. Dark Young's secret master of EU. Right, and I'm the one standing on his shoulders here. Let's absolutely rip France to pieces. Hi, how to steal tech. In short, spy on the Pope constantly, and then every time you have 75 spy network in him, steal his technology. You might have to wait for him to actually build up the tech, but it'll be there. And you will periodically, just at a small cost of diplomacy, doesn't even cost you real money, you'll be able to steal tech. As long as he has more advances than you. Right, I don't think there's anything that I need to worry about here. I'm not taking Dover back. I'm ripping so much of France's coastline off of him. And we're not even worried about this aggressive expansion. Because the only possible people that could join a coalition are subject, 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 my subject, bank, bank, and France. I'm so freaking good at this game. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Sorry, there were 2 things we need to remember doing before we end this war. The other one is shed 2.6 antagonism with France. This is actually irrelevant, by the way, but we'll do it anyway. Huzzah. Wait, Burgundy paid for the men-at-arms. It's a lot of men you get there, Burgundy. That doesn't actually reduce antagonism. It puts a separate modifier which degrades faster than antagonism goes down. So look at that, ransom prisoners. That's irrelevant. That's gone in 2 years and has no effect on actual antagonism that you've built up. So it's pretty useless, except if you round up a lot of prisoners. You can use it as a little bomb to throw antagonism right the way down. But hey, we made, what, like... how many ducats did they give me? It wasn't many. So just kill them all. Yeah, that... sure. Yeah, do that. Ah. Feels great. I mean, France is still there. France is still big, but France is no longer scary. They're kind of like just... they're the dog of Shovel Dog right now, and I am the shovel. I can just keep tearing them apart. Unfortunately, we can't use the hegemon thing on them. But as long as we have our claim on Dover, we can just keep ripping into them at a 25% reduced cost. Take apart his forts, grab them, give them over to our subjects. Everybody is happy. And that is what we'll be doing. So going forward, the run is probably actually going to focus a little less on France, considering that they're mostly beaten, and a little bit more on colonization. I haven't colonized yet, and I seem to be in a perfect position for it. So I'll probably have long, low energy streams of building up the interior, trying to figure out how exactly to do direct rule from Londane for the Irish, and then figure out maybe some Colombian exchange stuff to carpet Ireland and potatoes. Basically, it's that kind of awkward bit where we've become very strong, and we wonder, is there anything that's really a threat anymore? Long gone are the days where England was, one good battle away from destroying our whole nation. But that's okay. These games have different parts of enjoyment. Fighting against the uphill tide feels pretty good, but also enjoying the moment where you can flex with the strength that you have is also good. During this time, however, I will be thinking of future EU5 campaigns. Granada is on the cards, but they won't be my next one. I want to find something very difficult. I don't know what it'll be yet, and we'll have the AI in very hard mode. Anyway, that's for me to concern myself with. It's already past midnight. It's not even a work day for me. I should have been in... I should have been not working. Working, right. Anyway, until I am back with more on Wednesday, hopefully some DDR, we'll see. It'll be a cheers and a cheerio.